economy continues to evolve, accelerated technological advancements, changes in business models, and rising demand for sustainable development is creating demand for sustainable development and challenges and opportunity. The field of accounting, finance, taxation, and audit too has embraced the ABCDs: artificial intelligence, blockchain technology, cybersecurity, and data analytics too, and is setting new trends of professional efficiency. We are really fortunate today that in this international conference, we have a conclave of industry experts and academicians to give us valuable insights into these developments. To begin with the proceedings, I request our chairman, Dr. Vijay Pedekar, a lifelong learner and a visionary leader, to bless us with his words of wisdom. Over to you, sir.
And from that point of view, all these conferences play a very important role in the process of education. Madam, you are conducting these conferences for last couple of years now. And the topic chosen this year is also extremely important. Yes, from the point of view of your syllabus. But accounting or auditing are very important from your life point of view also. All your actions in life, there has to be some accountability. And obviously some auditing also. So it's my request to all that don't restrict it only to the numbers. You have to live your life with some kind of some accounting in the form of what you do, what you give, what you receive. And of course the auditing also, that's also very important. With these few words, I again express my satisfaction. I wish all participants a grand success. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pedekar, for your words of advice and wisdom. Dear audience, protocols are the etiquettes of any international conference. But we do have some invitees who are hard pressed for times, and we value their time and their cooperation with us. So we now have CA Nihar Jambusaria, our chief guest. I request Dr. Sujaroy Abraham to kindly introduce him.
Good morning. I am elated to welcome and introduce our chief guest of this inaugural session, CA Nihar Jambusaria, who is presently the Vice President of ICAI. As a qualified chartered accountant, he has been practicing for nearly 27 years. He was a principal and a great academician. Sir is now the Vice Chairman of all standing committees, including Executive, Finance, and Examination Committees. He is also the member of IFAC, Professional Accountants in Business Committee. Sir has represented ICAI in many important committees constituted by the government ministries and regulators. He has been nominated as a member of the E-Commerce Committee, formed by the Ministry of Finance, and Peer Review Committee of the Central Board of Direct Taxes. Sir is a prolific speaker at national and international forums and has participated and contributed to numerous national and international forums covering various subjects of professional interest like direct tax, accounting standards, international taxes, and so on. Over to CA Nihar sir. Sir, you're not audible, sir.
Now, can you hear?
Yes, yes. Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Can you hear now? Yeah,
Yes, sir.
yeah.
Yes, sir.
The
Yeah.
organizer and all the viewers, good morning to all of you. Thank you for inviting me to speak in the inaugural of this conference. Let me at the outset compliment the organizers for selecting the subjects: accounting, auditing, finance, and taxation, and relating these subjects to the modern time when everything is shifting to technology platform. You have covered these subjects and related them well to technology. Particularly, I see that you have covered even cybercrime, uh, the use of technology for the purpose of applying accounts, auditing, uh, taxation, and finance. In the old time, we used to discuss these subjects and prepare accounts manually. Then some packages like Tally came, where we do the entries manually. And now is the time when the ERPs don't even require us to make entries. So the time has completely changed. And some of the jobs which we were doing as accountants will be taken over by the machine, that is technology. However, new jobs will be created with the advent of technology, and we all need to learn technology and apply it in actual practice so that our functions may shift from basically writing or maintaining accounts or do audit manually or even do taxation services like filing of return. Our functions may shift to advisory, learning these subjects in detail and then advise. And with the changing time, you have done well to cover these subjects in the current scenario. Particularly during COVID time, we realized that we can embrace this technology in such a way that we can really live very meaningful life by being advisors rather than implementers. So once again, congratulations. I am sure that during the conference, uh, the very eminent speakers are speaking and the viewers have a lot of value add. Once again, congratulations to you and wish you a very good value add time during the course of conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind words. Dear audience, a special mention needs to be made
Back to you.
about the professional acumen and social networking of the convener of this conference and HOD Department of Accountancy, Professor Y.S. Prasade. I request sir to give us more light on this e-conference. Over to you, Prasade, sir.
Okay, friends, it's a great moment to be the convener of this conference. Basically, there are a lot of efforts which have gone into this particular conference, making of this conference, in spite of all the hardships, in spite of all the various situations which had existed. The conference is on, and for this, I should specially thank our principal madam and our chairman, Vijay Bedekar sir, who has always encouraged us to have such type of conferences, and the trend which the college has set for last 16 years still continues. Before I start my uh, discussion about the conference, I would like to wish you all a very happy new year. And friends, it's a special day. It's a day when we are going to win this battle against this pandemic. Today, the vaccination has taken place. The vaccination will be given to all the people of the country, and this has opened a lot of what do you call avenues which are there, which one should also understand. Slightly about this conference, friends. Recent trends in accounting, auditing, taxation, and finance. There are a lot of sea changes which have taken place in the field of accountancy, auditing, taxation, and the changes have impacted us in all the manners. The changes have impacted us in all the manners. See, I remember those days when the accounting was done in a normal bookkeeping manner, where the physical sets of books were maintained, and we were required to pass the entries, we were required to close the books of accounts, we were required to tally, and after that the balance sheets and trial balance were prepared. The MIS was totally in a mess. But with the advent of mechanization, the system has improved. The system has been upgraded to such an extent that just by clicking a button, people can people can definitely get the required MIS at their fingertips. Friends, I just carry this vision which our Institute of Chartered Accountants has laid down. The ABCD. A stands for artificial intelligence, B stands for blockchain technology, C stands for cyber security, and D stands for data analytics. Friends, I'm very proud to tell you that our college is an autonomous college, and our principal madam and our chairman has given us a full authority to implement this particular new avenues in the field of accounting. This conference would throw light on this particular areas in particular, where the audience would get to hear about this particular thing in a detailed manner. The students will be benefited to such an extent that the practical aspects of accounting would be brought to the limelight in this particular conference. Actually, whatever we are learning is all the knowledge which gives us a strong base, but the actual implementation of that knowledge is the idea which this conference will be throwing light upon. There are a lot of heavyweights who are there in this particular thing. The opening was done by our own vice president, CA Nihar Jambusaria. With the blessings of our chairman, of course, this conference was kick-started. And there are a lot of professionals who will be sharing their knowledge in a most lucid manner. So please be tuned to this particular thing. There are CFOs, there are various personalities from out of India who would be sharing the knowledge about the global aspects of the accounting. So with this particular few words, I would throw open this particular conference for all the further discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prasade sir, for virtually opening this one-day international conference on recent trends in accounting, taxation, finance, and auditing. An academician par excellence, an able administrator, an astute counselor, and beyond all, an inspiringly optimist, generous human being. Dear friends, that is our principal, Dr. Suchitra Naik. I request Ma'am Principal to address this virtual gathering.
Namaskar and good morning to all the dignitaries and all those who have joined this virtual conference. On behalf of Vidya Prasarak Mandal and Joshi Bedekar College, I take this opportunity to welcome you to 17th conference in taxation and finance. Prasade sir has already talked about it. Under the able guidance of our chairman, respected Dr. Vijay Bedekar, we have started this event. Dr. Vijay Bedekar, I can only say that his blessing personified for all of us. His guidance is his inspiration, keeps us all going. The events are organized on this knowledge hub with the intention to create ample opportunities of learning for teachers as well as our students. The band of dedicated teachers in the institution who are committed towards educational purpose are able to design and execute many such events, cultural events, academic events, and also innovative outreaching events. The thing is, the commitment is shown through flawless execution of our seminars, our conferences, or various other events. Today's conference, which was supposed to be offline, or it was decided 1 year back when this divide of offline and online did not exist. But in the face of challenge of pandemic, this second challenge was also accepted by CA Yogesh Prasade, head of accountancy department, and the entire team has very successfully converted this event into a virtual event. I really congratulate Prasade sir for doing so, and his entire team, Professor Vadvinde, Professor Raut, Professor Madhura Joshi, Professor Dipti Patil, all other people who are helping them, the technical team, anchors, and over and above all, in spite of pandemic, the students who have made it to come here and to be part of this important convention. So we all have been working very hard to make it a great success. Similarly, here I would like to put on record collaborative efforts of IAA and WIRC Thane chapter. And at the same time, I would also like to put on record the support given by, extended by University of Mumbai, and especially Commerce Faculty Dean, Professor Ajay Bhamri. Very soon, the intellectual churnings would begin. They would take place on this platform. But here, while talking about taxation and money and finance, I would like to now differ and go to some totally different subject, which is actually my subject, that is philosophy. Not because I hardly know about taxation and finance, not due to that. But when I tried to penetrate these fields, do you know, friends, where I reached? What I found underneath was nothing but age old Vedic wisdom, Vedic philosophy once again. Indian Chartered Accounting Association has a logo which is a huge eagle with very sharp eyes, and it is written, the logo says Ya Esha Supteshu Jagarti. It is a part of a hymn from Vedas, precisely from Kathopanishad, which means that when everybody is sleeping, the true yogi is wide awake. In the context of chartered accountancy, what it means, whatever small slips of accounts you may have, okay, but a CA has those wide eyes which can bring out all the mistakes. Accounts and numbers can never facade. So CA has that. Accountancy and taxation is that vision which can bring any lacunas up. Second important meaning, I'm sure we all undergo various audits, especially audits of tax and finance. Okay, so we all are aware how we have to be on our toes as far as accounting is concerned, as far as taxation is concerned. We all are aware of it. And second important meaning is that when we very carefully protect our money, then and then alone we are able to progress as an organization or as an institution. So I felt, the entire building of chartered accountancy, finance, and taxation is based on our ancient Vedic wisdom. I also turns towards secretary practice, which goes very near, which is practice involved in taxation and finance. And what it said, it said Satyam Vada Dharmam Chara. Again, Vedic wisdom, a shloka from Taittiriya Upanishad. Okay, so I felt that though it may appear that philosophy and accountancy and taxation are wide apart, but they are not. The foundation is somewhere in philosophy. Our once again, Bhagavad Gita says there are four goals of human life: artha, kama, dharma, and moksha. We won't go into the details, but what it means, artha, that is wealth, has to be earned by remaining in the boundaries of dharma. They have to be spent by remaining in the boundaries of dharma, and dharma means law. So, my dear students, I would like to end on this note that the intellectual churning which would take place throughout the day may connect us once again to this age old wisdom, may give us vision about how and why, taxation, why GST, what are new avenues, and how, India is trying to restructure the entire system of taxation. So it's all going to be intellectual feast for thousands of students who have joined this convention. And at the very outset, I would like to thank all the dignitaries who have made it a point to join virtually to this convention. Thank you very much, and all the best to accountancy department and all the students who are present over here physically as well as virtually. Have a nice day. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, madam. It's indeed my pleasure and welcome to introduce the guest of honor of this inaugural session, CA Lalit Bajaj, Chairman of WIRC of ICAI. Sir has been actively involved in Institute's affairs since 1988 and has been instrumental in setting up various forums and programs like the Research Forum, Mentorship Assistance Program, Women Empowerment Initiatives and Programs, Student Induction Program, and so on. It was under his guidance and initiation that has helped in the formation of WICA SA Vasai branch, and he was also the founder chairman of it. He has contributed to various magazines and journals and has also contributed in various organizational activities. Over to CA Lalit Bajaj.
Thank you, all the dignitaries on the dais, my dear friend Yogesh Prasade, because of whom we have gathered today in this conference. At the outset, I would like to thank each one of you for giving me this opportunity to interact with you. As I believe that today we have among the participants students as well as chartered accountant members, and I think so this blend will really help us, and this program specially will really help the organizers to bring on the resources available as professionals for the benefit of students at large. Let me share with you that KG Joshi College of Arts and NG Bedekal College of Commerce are doing wonderful job by entering and conducting such kind of events, because such kind of events really helps students to speak about what they are looking for and to gain some new areas and ideas as to what they need to do as to their professional career. When I come to specific subject of today's conference, what I understand is with the dynamic environment of India and the reforms process going on in the economy, I think so. Same dynamism is there in accounting, taxation, finance, and auditing, and it has been very well proven by we chartered accountants because we are doing a lot of training, a lot of conferences where we really update ourselves as to which area of regulation and today's program that I understand through auditing, internal audits, taxation, I believe a lot of chartered accountants are participating, and we a lot of latest things happening in this
Hello, hello.
whereby we
So
all
your voice is breaking. Hello,
hello.
sir. Your voice is breaking, sir.
Audible now? Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. So I was just trying to say that this is a very good initiative, and I came to know that this is 2017th such program, one day international program, wherein we are trying to bridge the various laws and regulations all across the globe and coming trying to bring it on this forum in today's program. I look forward from the students at large that whereby you can engage into lot many professional courses which really delves into these areas of endeavors, and I really believe that we all will really help you as to which area you are looking for to shape up your career. Please feel free to talk to us, to talk to your institute whereby you are undergoing your graduation, so that what all resources we are having, we can really bring it to your benefit. With this, I once again congratulate each one of you for organizing such a wonderful program, and thanks for giving me this opportunity to interact with you. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now we have with us CA Suren Thakur Desai. Our knowledge partner for this conference is the Thane branch of WIRC of ICAI, and we are glad to have in our midst CA Suren Thakur Desai, Chairman of Thane branch of WIRC of ICAI. Sir has been the former Chief Manager of Saraswat Bank. He has been associated with WIRC since 2016 as the Managing Committee member. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Hello, am I audible? Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hello.
Ah,
You're audible, sir. Yes, sir.
yes, yes.
Yeah.
Dignitaries on the virtual dais, Chairman Shri Dr. Vijayji Bedekar, the Principal and HOD of Accountancy from Doshi Bedekar Arts and Commerce College, our most loved ones, CA Niyarji Jambusaria, Vice President of ICI, Dhaure sir, Chairman of WRC Lalit Bajaj sir, and other dignitaries. A very good morning to you all. We at Thane branch of WRC feel proud to be the knowledge partner of one of the oldest college in Thane. We at Thane branch of ICI would continue to support with sharing of knowledge and would help in upgrading the skills of the students. Thane branch of WRC of ICI is one of the largest branch in our country, having around 3,500 plus members and approximately 10,000 plus students. The branch is untiringly working for the betterment of its members and its students, and is also instrumental in sharing knowledge with the various strata. We take the privilege of being the knowledge partner in a conference where our Vice President and Chairman of WRC were the chief guest and the guest of honor. Also, I am eagerly waiting to hear the words of wisdom from our Dhaure sir. Friends, the profession has really evolved over the years from manual system of accounting to the mechanized system. The profession has become more demanding and one needs to be updated with these changes. I'm quite sure that this conference will be helpful to all the students to upgrade their skills, and also which will help us to put all our best foot forward in this journey of knowledge sharing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Dear audience, we are indeed honored to being joined by Professor Ravi R.D. Kulkarni, Pro Vice Chancellor, University of Mumbai. Sir is a veteran academician with over 27 years of academic and research experiences. We are really honored to have you join our conference, sir. Over to you.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Only thing my camera is not on. The organizers, let me extend my sincere thanks for inviting me for the webinar on recent trends in accounting, taxation, finance, and auditing. The chairman of the function, Dr. Vijay Bedekar, chief guest CA Nihar, Arvind Lohar, guest of honor CA Lalit Bajaj, and Principal Madam Dr. Suchitra Naik. In fact, I feel, it's a matter of pride for me to be the part of this function, as this is one of the brightest college connected to University of Mumbai. It has become recently autonomous as well. So I congratulate Principal Suchitra Naik.
Sir, your camera is not on. Can you please switch on your camera?
So that's what the problem. I think like my camera is right now. I'm unable to put it on mode. There appears to be some issue. So I will just will call present right my camera being off. So let me extend congratulations to Principal Naik Madam for having achieved the degree of autonomy for her college, which is definitely a matter of pride for University of Mumbai, because autonomy presents the degree of independence in implementation of different changes in academic curriculum and very good academic autonomy as well. And I sincerely hope that the college will take this autonomy forward in achieving excellence in education. Accounting, taxation, and finance and auditing really has achieved a major point of reference in current changed scenario with the business trends. In fact, as is being rightly pointed out, the manual ways of accounting has totally gone away with the digitization mode in accounting, taxation, finance, and auditing. Probably at a tip of button, okay, we are expected to have a complete report connected to accounting. So uh, as an academic institute, so whenever we look at from different perspective, maybe it NAC or maybe the other ways like NRF, everywhere probably the accounting matter stands major importance, and really we need different kinds of the reports under different heads of the accounting as being expected by the NAC. So with NAC, probably you will find audited statements connected to infrastructure expenditure, probably audited statements connected to the employee welfare scheme, uh, probably the audited reports connected to uh, the typically for uh, knowledge resource center. Okay, we expect variety of the reports, and probably with manual mode, it was a difficult task, but with digital mode of accounting, it has become a really matter of importance. Uh, if you recall, Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, uh, in the said like when he presented his speech before honored gathering of chartered accountants all across India. So he, in fact, has given the CA a right honor equivalent to the like one who are serving well for the nation building, a right accounting, a right taxation pattern, okay, or a right mode of auditing always gives a definite degree of the confidence in financial management of the institute. And with probably change scenario, okay, if you look at the way CA examination has changed over the years, we find that now really besides the basic knowledge, besides the good knowledge of accounting, okay, it has been a addition with reference to the communication skill, with reference to probably knowledge of digitization, different digitization platforms, and so we see change in the even pattern with reference to uh, the qualification for the CA as well. So a CA is required to be like, should be required to have a very good knowledge of accounting, but at the same time, he or she has to be well familiar with the variety of the softwares, whether it's a simpler Tally as a simpler software or whether it is a SAP, which is considered to be a right benchmark for accounting. And we expect a lot of changes in the accounting on the international platform also. CA is required to be well versed not only with the accounting trends in on a national level, but really there are different accounting codes at international level. So whether a CA working at Dubai or whether a CA working in Europe, yes, they are required to have well awareness of the changes in the accounting pattern, changes in the accounting code, changes in the accounting practices all across the globe itself. So that has really given variety of the benchmarks, variety of the standards in reference to accounting, finance, and auditing. I sincerely expect that this webinar will present the different features connected to the recent trends in accounting, taxation, finance, and auditing itself. And as a result, it will definitely give right knowledge, right information about the recent trends to the all students who are uh, who are the participant for this webinar, as well as probably it will provide recent changes, emerging trends with reference to the accounting, to the faculty members who are undertaking research in accounting, taxation, finance, and auditing. So once again, I extend my sincere thanks to the organizers for inviting me to be the part of this webinar. I extend my sincere thanks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Your words of wisdom and motivation are indeed a really guiding light for us in this path to excellence. Dear audience, we are now fortunate to be joined by Dr. Nishikant Jha, a prolific researcher and academician and secretary of Indian Accounting Association, Thane branch. I request Dr. Nishikant Jha to address this virtual gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, everyone. I'm really indeed honored and privileged for having the first international webinar with Thane College. We had many events done for them, and I'm really thankful to entire management, higher authorities, honestly the principal ma'am, who is always guiding force for making all these events so success, and same kind of success we have achieved in this webinar also, whereby we got international participants, we got participants from nation across, and we have today going to announce a few awardees across the nation who are really doing remarkable achievement in nation building. They are from UGC, they are from Ministry of Education, they are from Education Research, they are from Legal World, they are from Sports. So as and when the time permits, and for first time we are giving them virtual award. Since 2016 we have given offline award, and this time onwards we have also started the fellowship, and 3 fellow members are going to get the fellowship award also. So my team is going to announce those details in due course as and when we will get time. Honestly speaking, here I am representing Dr. Arvind Luhar sir. Fortunately, he is unwell, and due to some technical reason, he could not make his presence over here, and he has ordered me kindly make your presence on his behalf. So we are really thankful to our leader, Dr. Arvind Luhar sir, who is making such a wonderful job for nation building with the platform of IEA Thane branch. We are also thankful to all higher authorities of IEA Indian branch, who is always a guiding force for us for making this, making all the events possible. We have done many events for the nation building related to education, related to research, related to student guidance, related to teachers guidance, so on and so forth. And our commitment to making the nation building and society building will be there forever and ever. I just wanted to have the name who are being selected as an awardee this year in 2021. Advocate Amit Mehta ji, Mr. Dhan Singh ji from Rajasthan, Dr. Balwant Singh ji, who is in sports, Captain Dr. Kiran Hazarika sir, who is a member, University Grant Commission and principal in Devgar College, Assam. We have Professor Raman Kumar Ratnam. He is delete holder. He is a member secretary, Indian Council of Historical Research, as well as he is member secretary of Indian Council of Philosophical Research. He is also representing Education Ministry, Government of India. We have Dr. Nirja Gupta, who is the principal. We have Dr. Neelam Seth from your own college. She was JRF qualified, and now she has also proudly completed her PhD. She is a proud member of Indian Accounting Association. We have Dr. C.A. Samasa ma'am, who is assistant professor in Guru Nanak College. We have Nitin Saji from entrepreneurial aspect. We have Dr. Ashok Guharji, who is a principal. We have Ms. Nafseen Mistry, she is a faculty. We have Dr. Neha Jattani ma'am, she is a principal at National College, we have Dr. Rashmi Soni ma'am, who is there as a faculty, associate faculty in Somaya College. We have Dr. Raj. So these are the awardees. Many congratulations. We got many applications. Out of them, these have been shortlisted by esteemed committee, and 3 fellowship has been given, conferred to the 3 dignitaries, which will be given in due course whenever it is required. So once again, I'm thankful to all higher authorities, particularly management, and the principal of the college, Naik ma'am, is very supportive. And of course, my dearest friend, Yogesh sir, we made it possible, and it would not have been possible with this entire team effort. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak and present IEA Thane branch, and we wish all the great success for this conference. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir, for your blessings, and we appreciate all the support rendered by IAA Thane branch for this conference, and we pray for the speedy recovery of Aravind sir. May I now take this opportunity to welcome and introduce our keynote speaker, CA Shivaji Zavri. Sir has been a fellow member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and former Central Council member of ICAI. Sir had also been the former chairman of Accounting Standards Board of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India during 2016 to 19. Sir has been the unique documentation identification number inventor and author at ICAI Forum. Sir has been conferred with a Lifetime Achievement Award for his great contribution to the field of chartered accountancy education, administration, and social work. A visionary and a pioneer faculty in CA profession for more than 4 decades, he is a mentor to core faculty of Zavre's Professional Academy, which is a premier and pioneer academy for CA students all over India. As a philanthropist, Dr. Shivaji Zavre is the founder president of Gargundi Development Society in Ahmednagar district, which caters to economically weak but talented students. Sir has also contributed to various articles on professional and social note in many newspapers and periodicals. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Very good.
Yeah.
Good morning to all the participants in this international conference arranged by K.G. Joshi College of Arts and N.G. Bedekar College of Commerce. Dr. Vijay Bedekar, Chairman of Vidya Prasarak Mandal, Dr. Suchitra Naik, Principal of the college, C.A. Yogesh Prasade, HOD Department of Accountancy and Commerce and the convener of this international conference, dignitaries from the ICAI, C.A. Nihar Jambusaria, Vice President, C.A. Lalit Bajaj, Chairman of WIRC, C.A. Sunil Thakur Desai, Chairman of our Thane branch, R.J. Kulkarni, the Pro Vice Chancellor of Mumbai University, and dear and near student friends, all the teachers and participants in this conference. First of all, I congratulate the organizers for taking the theme of the recent trends in accountancy, taxation, finance, and auditing in order to update the knowledge. During the days of technology, every teacher or every student has to learn, de-learn, and relearn. And with this objective, this is a befitting international conference which is arranged by dual mode, physical as well as virtual. Thanks to Pro Vice Chancellor, he talked about the accountability and responsibility of a chartered accountant. I witnessed sea changes in our profession, because I passed out in the year 1973. And for the last 48 years, I have seen the sea changes not only in our profession, but in accounting, taxation, finance, as well as auditing. Thanks for inviting me to give the keynote address. Accountancy is a key subject of commerce. All of us, including the students, have learned in the beginning lessons of accountancy that accounting is a process of recording, classifying, and summarizing business transactions in a systematic manner. What is that systematic manner? Mr. Luca Di Pacioli invented double entry bookkeeping system, but that is not enough for a systematic way. Accountancy or accounting is an effective business communication language for providing business results in the form of financial performance and in the form of financial position. Whenever we talk about qualitative aspects of bookkeeping, one has to take into consideration fundamental accounting assumptions which are given by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India in Accounting Standard 1. And those are going concern, consistency, and accrual. Because whenever we arrive at the true, fair, and profitability as well as financial position, please keep in mind, nobody can find out 100% correct profit. It is on a going concern basis. One has to also follow what we call as GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles. In order to get the quality to the financial statements, the entity or the organization has to adhere to the applicable accounting and accounting, or today it is called as financial reporting standards. One cannot forget the compliance of law and regulations of the country. Whenever we talk about accrual concept, please keep in mind, in India, there are government departments, local bodies, who even today maintain the accounts on cash basis. Similarly, bookkeeping is not followed and memorandum records are only maintained without any check is also considered to be fruitless. That's why I said, even today, government and local bodies follow cash basis of accounting. However, it is worthwhile to note that when C.S. Suresh Prabhu was a railway minister, he has taken an ambitious project of introduction of double entry bookkeeping as well as accrual system of accounting in government railways and presented to government useful financial statements and other financial information. I'm aware that he is also one of the speakers in this national conference. Internationally, the accounting standards are now titled as Financial Reporting Standards, which has within its broad scope include accounting and further providing additional financial information for the benefit of stakeholders. You will appreciate that whenever we talk about either the accounting standard or the financial reporting standard, primarily financial statements are general purpose financial statements. What these general purpose financial statements include? Statement of profit and loss, balance sheet, cash flow statement, and notes to accounts. Because financial statements are prepared for primary users. Who are the primary users? Primary users are investors, present and future, lenders, lending institutions, and other creditors. Whenever we deal with the International Accounting Standard Board at London, this issue was deliberated recently that the financial statements are prepared keeping in mind the objective of a primary user. That does not mean the financial statements are not useful to the secondary users. In April 1991, Government of India has decided to globalize Indian economy. As an effect of globalization, business organizations in India reflected significant changes primarily on account of number one, large scale of business, substantial increase in imports and exports, technological upgradation, computerized accounting, or you can say ERP, what was referred by nearby, expansion and diversification, international mergers and acquisitions, substantial increase in international associates and joint ventures, public raising of funds, raising funds from the international market in the form of global bonds, GDR, what we talk about, global depository receipts, ADR, American depository receipts, listing of securities of Indian companies on international stock exchanges, and effective global communication. I have witnessed prior AS era because the Accounting Standard Board of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India was established in April 1977, as well as some of the senior faculties will witness and hereby talked about manual accounting to computerized accounting, an accounting standard to IND AS, Indian Accounting Standard, that is converged international financial reporting standards. I recall in those years, prior to and even after accounting standard era, the accountants could say that we have followed accrual as one of the fundamental accounting assumption and certified the financial statements as true and fair. But, my dear friends, the accounting was absurd in times to come, even thereafter. Few examples to understand. The income tax provisioning. When we follow accrual system of accounting, the income tax provisioning is also required with reference to book profit. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has brought out one guidance note earlier and now the accounting standard. But prior to that, in the books of accounts, we were providing income tax provision with reference to income tax payable and not with reference to income tax which is commensurate with book profit by making a provision for deferred tax asset and deferred tax liability. Or you can say reserve for unexpired risks. In my recent discussions, deliberations at the International Forum, when we were talking about IFRS 17, that is insurance contract, even today, while preparing the profit and loss count, the general insurance company provide for the reserve for unexpired risk to the extent of 50% or 100% of net premium in case of the fire, marine, and general insurance business. From where this 50% and 100% brought out? So to that extent, accounting is not right. And today, Internationally, the IFRS Foundation or the International Accounting Standards Board has brought out a new standard, though complicated, very important, IFRS 17, and even in India, we will have Ind AS 17 after a couple of years. Whenever we talk about provisioning for NPAs by banks, even now, they make a provision with reference to guidelines given by Reserve Bank of India. It is found out that few banks have 0.5%, not even 1%, 0.5% NPA. And there are some nationalized banks where the NPA goes to 22%. But all these banks, even NBFCs, they make a provision with reference to the guidelines given by Reserve Bank of India and not with reference to the provisioning with reference to their own status, you can say, of those assets. That's why I said, even there was a limitation to the accrual system of accounting. And for this purpose, the new standard known as IFRS 9 financial instruments or Ind AS 9 that has been brought so that you can make a provision for NPA with reference to your trend with a particular company. International accounting and financial reporting is primarily for public interest entities. Who are the public interest entities? In India, we have taken much broader view, and that is not only the listed company. Internationally, almost in all jurisdictions, they are talking about public listed companies. However, in India, we have taken a threshold of net worth, and even unlisted companies, maybe private limited company or a public limited company with a net worth more than 250 crores, equal to or more than 250 CR, they are already brought under the Ind AS, that is new standards. Even the associates and joint ventures of those companies, irrespective of net worth, they are also brought under the Ind AS. And this era already started in India from 1st April 2015. Even the banks and insurance companies, Ministry of Corporate Affairs have already notified that they have to also follow Ind AS because they are public interest entities. Public stake is involved. However, the regulators, RBI and IRDA, has for the time being postponed the applicability of Ind AS. But soon, the banking and insurance sector will also enter into Ind AS era. For your information, NBFCs have already been brought under the Ind AS era. Now, under the existing accounting standards, primarily we follow historical cost accounting. But under IFRS or Ind AS, there is a fair value-based accounting. In India, two series of standards are applicable even now. One is the accounting standard, which is applicable to non-Ind AS entities. And Ind AS is applicable to Ind AS companies and Ind AS entities with reference to the notification and applicability of net worth. As I told you earlier, in India, banks and insurance sector applicability will come soon. In spite of all this, even today, we are traveling on rule-based accounting as applicable under accounting standard and principle-based accounting under the IFRS or Ind AS. Thus, in India, as of today, we are following dual standards and parameters for the purpose of financial reporting. What is exactly a difference between the AS and Ind AS? I will just summarize. Accounting standards are primarily local accounting standards, standards applicable to a particular country or jurisdiction. While Ind AS is converged IFRS. If you see the dictionary meaning of the word converge is similar to IFRS. There are some carve-outs, there are few modifications with reference to our local laws and regulations, but primarily they are international financial reporting standards because IFRS is followed by more than 150 countries. Accounting standards are rule-based standards, while Ind AS are based or IFRS are based as fair value-based accounting. To whom the accounting standards are applicable? MSME, proprietary concerns, partnership concerns, LLPs, even you can say cooperatives, trusts, etc. Well, Ind AS in India is applicable to public interest entities. I talked about earlier. That is with reference to a net worth and with all the listed companies, whether they are listed in India or abroad. Accounting standards are simplified standards. India's are complex standards, but they are required to be followed in order to give proper financial picture position and profitability to the stakeholders. Accounting standards have reasonable disclosures, but India's have robust disclosures because it is for the public use. I can only cite one example why international accounting standards are required to be followed. In Germany, Mercedes-Benz company has prepared the accounts under the German GAAP and they have reported the profit. Mercedes-Benz was also listed on NASDAQ, New York Stock Exchange. When the financial statements are required to be submitted to NASDAQ, they require financial statements rearranged to US GAAP. So all the financial statements prepared under German GAAP were converted into US GAAP and it has reflected a loss. Stakeholders were confused. Look at Mercedes-Benz company in Germany. They're yielding profits. And look at the same company, same period, same transactions. But in US, this company is reflecting a loss. Why this position? Because the German GAAP and the US GAAP, there is a difference. And why it was showing a loss in US, that is very important. Because at that particular point of time, the employee retirement benefits, it was not mandatory on German companies to provide in the books of accounts. But when the statement was translated under the US GAAP, all the employee benefits were provided, and my dear friends, it reflected a loss. This example talks about why international financial reporting standards are required to be followed, at least for public entities. And I talked about globalization of India. Now, financial reporting through general purpose financial statement is primarily focused with the expectations of primary users. That I talked about investors, present and future, lenders, and other creators. Then who are the secondary users? Secondary users may be employees, they may be analysts, even auditors, customers, researchers, government organization, as well as general public. Even though these general purpose financial statements are not prepared, keeping in mind the primary user, please note that secondary users are also benefited. And for that purpose, there is an expectation by using XBRL, extensive business reporting language, through taxonomy, the general purpose financial statements can be translated in a digital form, and then the secondary users or even primary users can realign those statements in a befitting manner what information they require. Now, when we talk about a recent trend, the area of some extent of non-financial reporting, like social, environmental, sustainability, etc., are also being deliberated for standardization as at present at various global platforms for forming the future part of financial reporting, either by way of standalone financial statements, that is standalone those reporting, or integral reporting along with the financial standards. Analysts and regulators also require additional financial information or non-financial information, and even the financial ratios. As a chair of Asian Oceanian Standard Setters Group, I have presented to International Accounting Standard Board that many companies, not only in India, worldwide, are presenting financial ratios voluntarily, but there is no standardization of those financial ratios. And when there was a meeting of Accounting Standard Advisory Forum at London, I presented a research paper, and it was observed that different companies follow different base for a particular ratio. For example, if you consider the Accounting Standard 20 or Ind AS 33, earnings per share, I still remember when I applied for CA final, how to calculate earning per share was a basic issue. And it was accepted you take the number of equity shares as a denominator at the beginning of the year or at the end of the year, or opening plus closing divided by 2. All this is changed. Now you have to consider the denominator as weighted average number of equity shares outstanding during the year, and you have to also take into consideration the potential issue of shares for that purpose. Like in that AS 20 or Ind AS 33, there is a need for standardization of all the financial ratios also. India followed converged IFRS. I told you converged means as near thereto. That is Ind AS. More than 150 countries have either adopted IFRS or converged the IFRS. Still, my friends, worldwide, there are two views. US is not a part of international financial reporting standards. They have the Financial Accounting Standard Board, and they have issued rule-based accounting standards, while IFRS are principle-based standards. And in US, the Securities Exchange Commission, as well as ICPA, that is the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, they have agreed for FASB. I found in my jurisdiction in Japan, 3 standards are followed. Some companies follow US GAAP, some companies follow IFRS, and small companies follow local GAAP. See the confusion. Therefore, at international platform, the IASB and APSB, we are trying to bring them at one platform. And yes, the members of the Financial Accounting Standard Board, the chairman, do attend the meeting of International Accounting Standard Board. And recently, some of the financial reporting standards like revenue from customers, leases, and the insurance contracts, these standards are commonly developed by the two. Let's hope in future the FASB and IASB will bring one series of standard so that there will be uniformity throughout the world. Because even today, if an Indian company is listed on New York Stock Exchange, the financial statement prepared under Ind AS is required to be translated into US GAAP, and then only you can submit to the Securities Exchange Commission of US. So what is the recent trend? XBRL reporting, extensive business reporting language, in which information can be recast according to the own requirement of the user in an innovative way from the financial statement submitted. This statement of reporting, though already initiated by Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India as a regulator, so far it is limited use for the stakeholders. And Ministry of Corporate Affairs is trying to develop that digitization language so that it can be used by any stakeholder in a transparent way. Further, the forensic accounting has also become a part and parcel of accounting as an effective check and internal control system. Accounting under inflationary trend is also being followed but not widely used. Corona pandemic has interrupted and disturbed economies of the commercial entities and has now restarted to revive or to re-establish. But financial reporting has enhanced because of the corona in terms of additional information to be passed on to the for the use of stakeholders. At the international platform, the existing financial reporting system, still the expectations of stakeholders are more. They are talking about organization needs to create unified environment, centralizing the entire ERP data as a data bank and workflow process from which all the stakeholders can draw and upload the information. That means if this system starts, every public entity has to create through ERP the entire financial information load, and stakeholder can draw down the required information in a transparent way. For that purpose, internationally they are talking about corporate robust performance management system is required to be followed. So in near future, this digital technology and XBRL framework will address this challenge. It is also said that the future belongs to those who have an energy to lead and who have the imagination to make the things better. So far, the financial reporting is based on historical basis. However, the stakeholders are expecting the future information also, and how difficult task it is. They say, whatever the internal reporting is done and external reporting is done, there is a gap between internal and external information provided. For this purpose, they are talking about the future financial reporting should be based on a forecast also. Take into consideration the forecast so that you can give information in transparent way. So they are interested, they are also interested in social governance information, other relevant information closely knitting together. This is the reason why the International Accounting Standard Board also participate with the IIRC, that is Integrated Reporting Council, International Reporting Council. On financial reporting, we have enough information, but we are still concerned that information that is circulated internally is different and conveyed externally is different. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, through its Accounting Standards Board, continuously try to develop qualitative accounting and financial reporting in line with international standards, and even the international standard, the principles are incorporated in our local accounting standards too. Being a chair of Asian Oceanian Standard Setter group of 27 jurisdictions or 25 countries, I must inform that this elite group of national standard setters is involved in the process of giving suggestions, making, amending, altering international financial reporting standards for the benefit of stakeholders, not only in Asian Oceanian region, but worldwide. And our advice is taken into consideration, has a lot of weightage at International Accounting Standards Board. My dear friends, this is about recent trends in accounting. I'm not going to talk about taxation, but I can just highlight the recent trends in financing. What are the recent innovative financial instruments created by these public interest entities? Because after the globalization, you have to raise the funds, not only in a local market, but even in international market. There are convertible bonds and debentures, leasing in a financial way. Now, this is very, very important. Now, even sale and lease back. Try to understand a concept. A company who is substantially affected by corona, and they are suffering the problem of day-to-day financial crunch. Debt equity ratio has gone high. Financial performance of last year is not too good. In this case, the innovative way of financing is found out that you sell, say, your plant and machinery, and you take on lease back. So when you sell, you get a lump sum amount, and which is required to be paid by way of lease charges in subsequent years. And lease can be either on finance lease or operating lease. Everybody is aware about consortium financing. You're also aware about term lending with not only the fixed rate, but variable lending rate based on a base rate, maybe RBI rate or primary lending rate of the bank. We have found out in recent decades, all the loans are now repaid by EMI. But banks have acted in a smart way. Earlier, interest was charged on quarterly basis. Now, when monthly EMI started, they are taking monthly rest and calculating the interest. You can understand. Thereby, effective rate of interest per annum is more. Many Indian companies have raised the fund through GDR, Global Depository Receipt, and American Depository Receipt. What is this? You issue global deposit receipts and American deposit receipts in the foreign market and give them option. After some cooling period, they have the option either to take back the money in that currency, or this deposit receipt will be converted into equivalent number of shares, which is very prominent in India. There are foreign currency convertible bonds. There is an angel financing to the new entrepreneurs who have a technology, who have the research output, successful research, but they don't have the money. So technocrats can get the angel financing from number of financial institutions and even all India financial institutions also. Derivative instruments started in Indian as well as international market. Maybe a forward contract, maybe forwards, options. Risk is mitigated by way of derivative instruments. There is a securitization. There is a reverse mortgage loan, which is not yet more popular in India. What is that reverse mortgage loan? Take a case of a senior citizen. He requires money. During his retirement, he is not able to have sufficient source of income. So what he does? He give mortgage of his house. Take the lump sum amount from a bank. And there will be no payment of installment. But in case of the death of a senior citizen, bank give the option to them. Either the legal heirs can buy, take that house back only by way of paying outstanding sum. That is money withdrawn plus interest thereon. And alternatively, they can sell that mortgage house property and recover the money. Balance is given to the legal heirs. State Bank of India is a lead bank as far as reverse mortgage loans are concerned. Everybody is aware about bill discounting. So that's right. When I consider recent trends in auditing, when there are changes in accounting and there are changes in financial reporting, and when voluminous data is now maintained under the ERP system, auditor is not an exception. Auditor has also to do audit through computer because voluminous data is there, and that can be done by two ways. Either the data can be uploaded on auditor's computer system, and more appropriate for large organizations, the data is uploaded by the auditor from client's ERP itself. So, because of the digitization, because of the computers, the system, advanced technology, auditor is also doing the same thing. Auditor has also to check up the forensic accounting. Naturally, there is a test check system for there are auditing and assurance standards issued by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Auditor also check up the internal check and control system. Banks have started the concurrent audit system. Auditors are using the computer-aided audit tools and techniques, data analytical techniques, that is data analytical tools. And it was talked about earlier that ABCD, that is artificial intelligence, blockchain technology, cyber security, and data analytics. This is used by auditor also. Whenever there is a fraud, the first question arises, who is auditor? But my dear friends, in 1896, court has talked about the auditor is a watchdog and not a bloodhound. That means as far as he has followed the proper system to audit, he cannot be held responsible. Sometimes when we talk about advanced technology, there are pros and cons. And therefore, one has to be careful. So auditor is not required to be blamed at all the times. So auditor will be blamed only when there is a gap in the auditing. With this, My dear friends, this is a good forum. I congratulate the organizers and the convener, Yogesh Prasade and Dr. Suchitra Naik, that this international conference you have made absolutely with proper subjects and the proper theme. Being a teacher for the last 48 years, I will just quote what Swami Vivekananda said. We want that education by which character is formed. We want that education in which character is formed, strength of the mind is increased, the intellect is expanded, and by which one can stand on one's own feet. This is very important. A commerce graduate, when comes for interview in the corporate, there is a gap what is expected from a commerce graduate and what is actual. There is a large gap. We are the teachers. It is our responsibility to create generations with equipped knowledge. And for that purpose, recently, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, through our common efforts, have entered into MOU with Savitribai Phule, Pune University, wherein primarily we have taken two tasks through that MOU. Number one, in conformity with UGC guidelines, wherever it is possible to frame the syllabus, they have asked us to see the entire syllabus and give the suggestions. And we had a meeting few days before. My dear friends, the accounting standards are not taught in a manner which is required to be taught in the colleges. Forget about the IFRS. And therefore, the syllabus framing is one part, and second part is very important. We have taken responsibility of training the trainers with all the recent trends. We'll give updation to them. And for that purpose, it's very important that all the teachers must get trained so the expectation gap will be reduced. My mentor, Dr. Manibhai Desai, the founder of BIF Research Foundation, whenever he took interview of the commerce graduate, he was invariably asking one question. And that question was, I have received 100 cow from government of France. What is the accounting entry in the books of accounts? There was nothing but donation in kind. Unto the end of his life, he could not get the answer of that question. And I was every time talking about, sir, this is not in their syllabus. This is not in their frame mind. So what is required to be taught to the college students, which is updated, which is recent? Three things, according to me, are very important. And that is, you must have a sufficient technical know-how, knowledge, practical know-how. That is, the student should be able to deliver what is required. And for that purpose, we have also agreed with the Pune University that some of the TY BCom students or the MCom students can join the chartered accountant firms, even part-time basis, and get practical training to the possible extent. So technical know-how, practical do-how, and marketing know-how. This is very, very important. The Pro-Vice Chancellor talked about responsibility of a chartered accountant, and I'm very glad, but I can say in 1973, when I passed my CA examination, I was an accountant. I was the auditor. But today, my role is totally changed. I can say with pride, chartered accountant is financial doctor. Chartered accountant is financial engineer. Chartered accountant is financial architect, and chartered accountant is a business solution provider. Today, my role is changed from a mere accountant and auditor to business solution provider. Give us a problem of the industry, we will solve it. And I can give you practical example. I was in industry. This is a story of 1985. We were manufacturing the vaccine, 3.2 million doses, foot and mouth disease vaccine. Ours was NGO. We have taken a loan from bank, manufactured vaccine for the purpose of protecting the cattle of the farmers. Same time, the international private company, HEST, has also entered into the field. The day when our plant was inaugurated by the then Prime Minister Morarji Desai, on the same day, price of FMDV dose of 100 ml reduced from 16 rupees to 12 rupees. Morarji Bhai was inaugurating, and there was a news that FMDV vaccine price reduced by HEST company from 16 to 12. Our entire projections were based on 15 rupees selling price. And when it has come down, we are worried. At that point of time in 1985, the job was given to me that you find out a way out. Way out were only two. Number one, either reduce the cost or increase the revenue. And at that point of time, I found that yes, our packing material cost, wherein 20 packaging items were there, substantially reduced. At that time, I contributed to the extent of 0.95 per dose into 3.2 million doses. Therefore, I said chartered accountant is a business solution provider. Thank you for an opportunity given to me for as a keynote speaker to talk on recent trends in accounting, auditing, and financing. Purposely, I avoided the taxation due to the want of time, but I take this opportunity to wish all of you Happy New Year 2021. And good part, it was also talked about that today itself, the corona vaccine has come into the market and it will be served to the people. I take an opportunity to pray the Almighty to add to your prosperity, subtract your worries, multiply your happiness, and divide your problems with equal number of solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your scholarly insight and for breaking down the technical concepts for us and for giving us various dimensions of profession of chartered accountancy. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
प्रसादी सर तुम्ही बोलणार आहात का 10 मिनिटं ब्रेक
Request Prasade, sir. I now request Prasade, sir, to speak a few words.
Lavre sir, what a wonderful speech or what a wonderful keynote address that you had given. We are always mesmerized when we hear you, sir, and all the time we find that there are new versions which emerge out of it. We were sitting over here. Our chairman sir was telling me that he is really a true teacher. Means the way he has expressed his facts in such a lucid manner, in such a understandable manner that even a layman who has heard the speech will definitely understand the nitty-gritties and intricacies of accounting which are there. Friends, I would like to share over here to all the students. See, chartered accountancy as a career is of a very, 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 very demanding nature. Okay, the I would share one example for to all of you to make you understand what are the importance of this. See, as Jhavre sir has rightly said, ki the chartered accountants is now a business service provider. He's not only an accountant, he's not only an auditor, he's not only a tax consultant, he's not only a tax practitioner, but he's a complete business service provider. Students, please try to understand that the Prime Minister of our country has made one comment. My signature is not that important as that of a chartered accountant. That means the accounts which are audited by chartered accountants are relied upon very heavily. So they are taken at as a base for for arriving at any decisions. Only chartered accountants have got the power to audit the accounts and to certify this thing, certify the accounts. So the career is really growing to such an extent. I will share with you one example of uh, a student who had come from a very, very, very poor background, and how the career of that student was transformed, how the career of that student was transformed as soon as he started following this CA course. um, there was one rickshaw driver whose daughter was pursuing this course of chartered accountancy. He had his dream that his daughter should become a chartered accountant, and he had taken a lot of efforts to ensure that the daughter becomes a chartered accountant. Believe me, friends, when there is a will, there is a way. The daughter of that rickshaw driver was studying day and night to ensure that the nitty gritties of this course could be understood very nicely, and she could pass her exams with flying colors. And all the efforts that were taken by by that daughter was fulfilled when she qualified as a chartered accountant. Not only did she qualify as a chartered accountant, she stood in ranks. This was something which was wonderful. And believe me, when such type of feats are taking place, they are felicitated by the topmost authorities of our country. She was called at Delhi and she was felicitated at the hands of the president. And she at that particular moment said that I would like to thank my parents who allowed me to pursue this particular course of chartered accountancy. See, this course is designed into three parts. Okay, you have got a foundation exams, you have got a intermediate exams, and you have got a final exams. So once you qualify the foundation exams, you are into this particular course. You are required to do your articleship, and there are once you complete your articleship, as rightly was pointed out by the earlier speakers, there are general management courses which are taking place, and advanced ITT courses which are taking place, which upgrades the students with all this knowledge. Okay, so in short, I would like to say that you please pursue this most rewarding course. Our college is going to have a tie up with the Thane branch to ensure that we impart this particular knowledge to all the students in the vicinity, not only in the vicinity, to the other students who would like to join us in this particular forum. So we welcome you all. Secondly, our college has become autonomous. So there will be a lot of courses which will be of practical relevance, which will be started by Joshi Bedkar College, which will the courses will be helping you to generate the employability opportunities. So we will definitely pursue this courses and be take a maximum advantage of this in doing the courses. I think with this, I would end my few words, uh, and we will take a break of 5 minutes before Suresh. Okay, okay, we'll take a break after the. Okay, so we have the release. We have the release of this. The anchors would release of that. Yes, 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 yes. Over to the anchor.
Thank you very much, Prasade sir. Dear friends, this international conference on recent trends in accounting, taxation, finance, and auditing has attracted researchers from across the world. And we are really glad to announce that we have received around 58 papers across various disciplines from across various researchers in the world. So now I request our Honorable Chairman, Dr. Vijay Bedekar, and our Principal, Dr. Suchitra Naik ma'am, to release the compendium of abstracts and honor the proceedings. Please ask Ganesh to put me in focus. Thank you very much, Mr. Keeping up to the tradition, I request Naik ma'am to announce the conference for the next year. For the past 17 years, as
And now I request proposed theme to be declared by convener of next year's conference, political science head and our vice principal, Dr. Priyamvada Tukekar, would be disclosing the theme for next year's conference. Thank you very much.
Good morning, all the dignitaries who are present on virtual platform, and Dr. Vijay Bedekar sir, Chairman Vidya Prasarak Mandal, Dr. Suchitra Naik, Principal of our college, and all present in Katyan. As per the tradition of our college, on the behalf of Political Science Department, I announced the theme of next year's conference. The theme will be Women Political Leadership, Global to Local, Challenges and Opportunities. And by that time, I hope that things will be normal. We will meet offline and we will have the conference in person. Thank you.
I consider I consider it a great privilege to propose a vote of thanks to all the dignitaries who have made it convenient to attend this 17th one-day international conference conducted by Department of Accountancy of VPM's KG Joshi College of Arts and NG Bedekar College of Commerce, Thane, today on 16th of January 2021. We are I express my gratitude to Chief Guest CA Nihar Saria sir for gracing the occasion. I also express our sincere thanks to the guest of honor CA Lalit Bajaj for his valuable words. I thank Dr. Ravindra Kulkarni sir for his address. We also thank the chairman Vidya Prasarak Mandal, Dr. Vijay Perikar, for his blessings. Sir, your words have always been encouraging to us, and you have been the backbone and a strong pillar to all of us. We have just heard to the keynote speaker, C.A. Shivaji Savre, and sir, we are in really in awe with the knowledge that you carry. Sir, you have spoken extensively on conceptual and practical dimensions of this global accounting, which is really the need of the hour. Thank you, sir. We also thank our beloved principal, Dr. Suchitra Naik. We admire your relentless efforts, ma'am, shown towards making this program a success. Thank you for your continuous support and guidance. We thank Vice Principal Dr. Priyamvada Tokekar, Dr. Subhash Shinde, and a special mention to Dr. Mahesh Patil sir, who have guided us, leaving no stone unturned in conducting and making this conference a success. A big thank you for the convener of this conference for making this conference from a mere concept to a virtual reality. Thank you for Chirag Panchal for a melodious beginning to this evening to seek Goddess Saraswati's blessings. So, ladies and gentlemen, you would all agree that we have made a great start to a very thoughtful start with this opening session. I hope you all will be here and wish you a fruitful discussion and knowledge sharing ahead. Thank you.
We are waiting for Prabhu. Prabhu.
Yes. We are waiting for Honorable Shri Suresh Prabhuji and kindly bear with us. We are having a 5 minutes break. Please be online and we are waiting for his inputs.
Dear delegates, it's indeed a pleasure to have Shri Suresh Prabhuji in our midst. I request all the delegates to join, please. It's indeed a privilege and a great pride for the institution and the crowning glory moment of this conference to have the blessings of Shri Suresh Prabhuji. And as administrator, Suresh Prabhuji has held various cabinet portfolios and is known for his out-of-box thinking and has scripted various reforms and effected organizational transformation. An All India rank holding chartered accountant, Sir has been conferred with 2 PhDs. An advocate for decisive growth driven change, he is well respected for his impeccable integrity, passion, and commitment towards society at large. He has featured amongst the top 3 Indian leaders of the future by Asia Week magazine with its cover story entitled on him as the giant on the move. His mantra has been to balance the needs of human development while preserving the fragile environment. In his former role as the Minister of Commerce and Industry, he had worked diligently on areas such as trade and investment, promotion boosting domestic manufacturing, introducing an agricultural export policy, and so on. He has been a man of action, having a penchant for undertaking reforms, scripting turnarounds, and achieving superlative results by working in mission mode. It's indeed our pleasure to have him with us in our midst. Dear delegates, much more to speak on this multifaceted persona, but due to paucity of time, I concise this introduction. Over to respected Sri Suresh Prabhuji.
So, good morning, friends. Let me thank the organizers for inviting me to such an important event and congratulate them for putting in focus the issues related to accountancy, finance, taxation in a new perspective in this fast changing world. Ever since the human being is born, there has been some form of accountancy is in place. You have to account for your possessions. They're very rare earlier, but you have to keep in mental note of what you have. And as the hunters started settling down, and then they realized that they have to do agriculture maybe 10, 15,000 years ago. They had to keep account of many things about the land that they own. And there was plenty of land, of course, but still they had to know that that is mine. They had to account for their livestock, that I have so many different animals which I own. So accountancy is embedded into human mind. The concept of accountancy has been changing over a period of time. You have been accounting for the money that you own, for corporates, for individuals, for others, and how you expend that. How you earn it, how you expend it is what is broadly accounting system is. And end of the day, what you spend during a period of accounting is debited or credit or gone into your revenue accounts. What is left after that period is kept into capital account as assets and liabilities, and that is how we have been doing this accounting for a long time. So the basic concept of accounting has always been there and will remain like that. But as you are putting it into this today's program, the changing concept of accounting. Earlier, as I said, the individual had to make account only for himself. He didn't have to provide an account to somebody else. So that if he wanted to know how much I have I lost something? Have I lost my livestock? I have to keep it. Then as the civilization grew, and then he had to make sure that I keep account so that to avoid conflict with my neighbor, because they were staying in a hamlet, so they were staying close to each other, so they may not be knowing who belongs to what. So accounting was essentially for individual needs, partly for societal needs. But then you are dealing with your own resources and you are spending on your resources. Over a period of time, with the advent of corporate structures in the world, with the artificial individuals were born like corporate entities, then there was a very interesting change in this whole perspective. That you were managing a business using somebody else's money. And then you have to not only therefore give account of to your own self, but give account to somebody else because you are managing that money. So ownership and management over a period of time divorced. So the management was responsible for accounting for owners' money, whether they were stakeholders or others, or shareholders. Now, that again changed it dramatically. And then there was need for regulation. So regulators came in, they started looking into it. Then the Chartered Accounting Institute decided to come out with accounting standards globally. Accounting standards have to be followed. Auditing has to be done. And many other things happen. But now, I would like to put before you one very interesting change that should happen in the world. Should, is not happening. Are we accounting for natural resources? When the whole society, regulators, governments, public policy makers are all concerned about how do you deal with the standard, because you are dealing with somebody else's money and the society at large has the right to know. What about the natural resources that you're using without the knowledge of the providers of the natural resource? When the shareholders or the bondholders or the loanees, when they give money, they know exactly what they are giving because they are also giving from their own sources. But when you are using natural resources, nature is not giving you permission to use them. You are just acquiring them forcibly and using it. And you are putting at peril the entire society at large by using those resources. Do you have a concept, therefore, of natural resource accounting? We should try to bring it into play. In 1998, when I was the Minister of Environment, I tried to introduce this concept of natural resource accounting. Globally, we must now set standards for natural resource accounting and work on when you are using any natural resource, whether water, land, air, whatever form, biodiversity, how do you account for it? Are you paying enough back to the society when you are using those resources which belong to the society at large? So this is something which we'll have to really bring into play. So today you are discussing accounting, taxation. That's a very important issue. There have been first a direct tax, what I earn, individuals or corporates or other legal entities, government taxes them. A direct tax collected from me. Then there's the indirect tax. I don't even know I'm paying tax. When I go to the shop and buy soap, there's already tax added into it. So the collecting agency for the taxation is maybe that shop or the manufacturer. But who is actually paying it? It's a consumer who is paying it. It's indirect tax. Over a period of time, the indirect tax is now becoming more important than direct tax. And there's a very inherent problem in direct tax and indirect tax. If a billionaire is paying tax on his income, he has the ability to pay because he has higher income, so he pays. A poor income is not paying direct tax because he's below the taxable limit. But when he buys soap in the shop, the billionaire is paying the same price for the soap as well as the poor man is paying same price. The poor man is paying disproportionately higher taxes as compared to his income. So indirect tax is actually a hard burden on the poor. But we are seeing globally the component of indirect taxation is growing. Value-added tax is growing. In India, GST is growing. So the challenge for this new trend is going to be how do you bring concept of equity into taxation as direct and indirect taxes will play a key role. Taxation is necessary. Without taxation, how can society expect the government to provide them services back, whether in healthcare, education, infrastructure, law and order, many others? But how do you ensure that the burden of taxation does not fall inequitably on the poor as compared to those who have ability to pay? So this is another going to be very important thing. On a global scale, taxation is going to play a very important role in terms of global taxation. It's a new concept. Electronic commerce, e-commerce, has put this issue back into the focus. The transaction happens in one country, the supplier may be in some third country, the manufacturer may be in another country, the logistic providers may be also in many more countries. Who actually has a right to tax? Because taxation, right to tax, is a sovereign right of a government. But when there are so many chains of events happening globally, who is the one who is responsible for taxation? So this is going to be another issue which we are discussing now in G20. Also, another aspect of that, which already now becoming, is called base erosion and profit sharing, BEPS. It's a new concept. You can call it transfer pricing in Indian context, but BEPS is a much broader concept. How do you tax a transaction wherein the activity which attracts taxation happens in many places? For example, global supply chains have created the issue into a much bigger scale because the final product which is sold is assembled at many, many places. And sometimes it is possible that the company which sells the final products may have some stake in it, or sometimes they don't have it. It's the country where the product is sold is the final product. So where do you assign taxation? How do you make sure that a company which is finally selling the product is not using a tax haven to avoid the taxation and the legitimate right of the country where it should have been taxed to begin with? This is going to be a very interesting new concept which is going to become, and we in fact have agreed on that in G20 at least, on the base erosion and profit sharing called BEPS. I'm trying to be brief because we have some other programs. So you have one, you talked about three aspects, isn't it? You talked about taxation, accounting. Actually, you got four: finance and auditing. Finance is now going to be very important activity, has always been. Money matters, as we always say. So finance, over a period of time, has become very interesting, has assumed a very interesting characteristic. That money has a color, but in a way it has lost its color because money is fungible. It goes from one country to another swiftly. And in fact, the banks which transfer money also call it SWIFT software, the mechanism that is used to transfer money from one country to another. But challenge is, therefore, money is available plenty. The countries need not worry about money. If they have public policy in place, they have good governance in place, good project in place, money can come from any part of the world. So finance is important for growth, but to attract finance, attract investment, you have to put so many things into place. As I said, all these public policy, governance and others. Other aspect of finance now, which is now becoming again a global concern, is ill-gotten money, which can be converted back through a process of layering or others called money laundering. Globally, there is a growing concern. It started initially, the ill-gotten money used to be through prostitution, through gambling, through extortion. Now, that money as compared to the new illicit money that is generated through drugs is phenomenal. And the drug lords are billionaires. Their ability to dethrone governments. They run a parallel government in Colombia, in Mexico. Even Italy right now is running a very big, the biggest trial in an underground bunker against the mafia. And they have a huge network globally. So the finance, that the money that they get gets reconverted, and as a result of that, they own huge legitimate businesses because they could launder the money. It's going to be another dimension to the issues of finance over a period of time. Auditing. And I completed because I came on time. I have to go for other program, but I probably exceeded some few minutes. I'm sorry about that. And just last point on auditing, right? You have got 4: accounting, auditing, finance, and taxation. So I think I talked about 3. Auditing actually puts a lot of responsibility and onerous responsibility on the auditors. Because based on their due diligence, based on their statement, based on the assurance that the auditor offers, a lot of investors and others, including governments and public at large, rely on that. So auditing became more complex because of the underlying transaction which they are auditing. The underlying entities that they audit are also assuming different type of proportion and different type of complexion. So auditing is becoming difficult, but at the same time, it is becoming more demanding from the regulators, from public policy, from people at large. So how do you do auditing which will satisfy the people at large, but at the same time, will have effective tools in the auditor's hand to ensure that what they certify is something which is true and fair, as the auditors are normally supposed to certify at the end of their auditing period. So the true and fair is fair and lovely is a good idea. When you go to the shop, man, buy fair and lovely. But true and fair is a very difficult idea, very complex possibility. So auditors to do true and fair, certified in that fashion, is becoming very, very difficult. But essential, inevitable, legally required. So to do that, all the professional bodies as well as the government agencies keep working and keep improving the auditing standards. But we have auditors to do statutory audit. There are internal auditors, the cost auditors, there are quality auditors, there are safety auditors, There are environmental auditors. Audit is of different kind. Auditing is not just related to finance alone. So auditing is an exercise which comes at the end of the so-called cycle, because that's when you certify, then at the end you begin the new year. But it's such an important area of finally to provide finality to that entire period of under review that it really assumes very serious proportion. And I think there are challenges involved. I don't think we have time to discuss all that because already 20 minutes, I'm closing to 20 minutes. So I'm exceeding my period, which I don't want to do because I will be taking some other people's time. But I want to congratulate once again the Vidya Prasarak Mandal's KG Joshi College of Arts and G. Bedekar College of Commerce, particularly the Department of Accountancy, who are doing it in collaboration with Indian Accounting Association Thane branch. They are doing this very excellent program. So congratulations to you, and I offer you my best wishes. Thank you very much.
Prasade sir, the convener of this message, sir.
Sir, to hear from you, sir, we are in awe. Uh, no words can just put forth whatever you have said, sir. To have you as one of our esteemed speakers was a dream for the college, and I think you consenting to be the guest of honor for this particular function has really elevated us to such an extent that we are feeling very proud, and we can very publicly now acknowledge that we have successfully completed this particular conference. Sir, you had touched upon all the four aspects: the concepts of direct and indirect taxes. See, in the given limited period of time to explain these concepts in such a lucid manner that even a common layman can understand was something which was extraordinary, sir. Means we, even the students of our college who are undergoing the studies, have literally understood these concepts in totality, sir. Then accounting for biodiversity, a new concept. I think, sir, we would like to have you as a full, whenever you are having time, to take your time and have a full-fledged lecture on this particular accounting, sir. Accounting for biodiversity, the aspects of global taxation that you emphasize is going to play a very important role in the present scenario is well taken, sir. The examples of e-commerce that you had given have really opened the eyes as far as the present trends in accounting and the aspects which are going on. The concepts of transfer pricing and BPS that you had explained were really explained in a very lucid manner. Your acumen in accounting the various aspects of about the accounting, finance, taxation, and auditing is beyond doubt, sir. The money laundering aspects which you had touched upon will definitely open the eyes of everybody who are dealing with this particular concept. In respect of auditing and the role of the role of an auditor which the auditor has to play has been really explained in a very nice manner, sir. So overall, we are all spellbound by the lecture that you have delivered, and we wish that you should continue for the rest of the sessions also. But considering the paucity of time that you had expressed, sir, with the full depth of our heart, and on behalf of our college, on behalf of our chairman, on behalf of our principal, and on behalf of all the teachers and the students of this college, I extend my heartfelt vote of thanks. And so thank you very much for gracing this occasion, and we would definitely like to hear much from you. So whenever you have a time, it would be our pleasure to hear in this context again, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I see, particularly participants, there are two more sessions after this particular session. So I hand over the mics to the organizer.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Can we start? Yes, sir. Dear delegates, we welcome you to the first plenary session of this conference. We are glad to have with us Chairman and Moderator of this session, CA Mangesh Kinare, ex-CCM of ICAI. He has been a practicing CA for the last 28 years, and he has held various pivotal positions as member of Western India Regional Council of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Secretary of Western India Regional Council, and Chairman of Western India Regional Council of ICAI. He was appointed by Government of India as Independent Director of MOIL Limited, was the state government nominee on Finance Committee of Baba Saheb Ambedkar Technology University. Sir has presented papers and delivered lectures at various ICAI forums. We are also elated to have as our guest speaker for this plenary session CA Varadaraj Subramanian. I would like to introduce our guest speaker. Sir is the Chief Financial Officer and Head of Legal and IT Godrej Agrovat Limited. Sir has taken over as the Head of Finance and Systems in 2005. In 2010, he also took on the additional responsibility of the legal and secretarial functions of GAVL and its group of companies. A commerce graduate and a chartered accountant, Sir is also a qualified cost accountant and holds a master's degree in financial management. Sir is a member of the National Committee on Financial Reporting of CII. He is also the member of Cost Accounting Standard Board of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. Sir has been the recipient of several awards and certificates such as CA CFO Award in the agricultural sector from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. It is indeed a great privilege to have both these guests in our midst. May I now request CA Mangesh Kinare, the moderator of this session, to take over.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, you're audible.
Yeah. I think what I've discussed with Varadarajji, that being his subject, I think he should first deliberate on this subject we have discussed yesterday. As it is, I think Suresh Prabhuji has opened up this subject in terms of the recent trends, because he has touched upon certain aspects like you can e-commerce and accounting for e-commerce and the accounting crossing the international barriers and how to account for these kind of transactions and the challenges faced by the accountants to account for such kind of transactions where the transaction is happening at one place, accountant is sitting at another place, and transaction is happening not only in one place, it is happening at different places, because the verticals of transactions happen at different places. Seller may be at one place, buyer may be in one country, logistics may be in another country, the ordering may be from some different country. So he has touched upon the subject, and I think perhaps he has given a good foundation to Varadarajji to deliberate on this. And I think whatever I want to say, I will just see, because it's a college program organized by college. So what I would do is that, having a little bit experience in that teaching aspect also, I try to give this aspect from the perspective of the teaching arena at the end. And I think that's why I think Vadraj should start with the subject. Perhaps he can give me some time. I know his ability that adding something what he has said is very difficult for me. But yes, definitely I'll try and see whether any other perspective can be attached to it. So I would request Vadraji to start the subject, and then we can discuss and we can sum up at the end. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Mangesh ji. Am I audible? Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
Okay. And can you also see the screen, the presentation? Just doing some basic checks. Can the organizer see the screen, the PowerPoint presentation? Hello.
No, I think they have to allow you share screen.
No, I have done that. So I have shared the screen, but
any organizer is here?
Yes, sir. Sir, you are not share the screen, sir, till now.
Allow him share screen.
Yes, sir. Sir, you have to click on the share screen option. Okay, that's left. Let sir join first.
He has gone out actually.
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, he has left the studio, sir. So
okay. So till the time he joins, perhaps I'll just touch upon this subject once again, the recent trends. Friends, as I mentioned, the accounting is changing. I mean, Kanish, right? You're Kanish?
yes, sir.
Yeah, please do let me know whenever he joins, because I don't want to encroach upon in his time. So please do let me know so that
Yes,
I
sir,
can
yes, sir.
stop there. Yeah. So
Okay,
friends, basically the accounting and the recent trends in accounting, for that purpose, we have to understand what is the recent trend of a business scenario. As Prabhuji has rightly pointed out, that business scenarios are changing. It is no more a case where a seller is selling a goods to buyer and buyer is buying. I mean, that can be one of the aspect, but it is no more as simple as that. There are certain businesses which are doing like this, of course, and the majority of them are doing. But majority of the businesses, we all know that the aggregators are coming. We all know that there is a online marketing or online kind of transactions are taking place. Even a restaurant which is just near to your house, you don't go and book there directly. You don't go and eat there, or you don't go and take the parcel. You simply book the order on some kind of an aggregators. And that will definitely, or that has definitely changed the accounting scenario. Yeah, I think he has joined. So let him continue.
Yeah, I logged in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've shared the screen, but I do not know why it's sort of not visible. Yeah.
Sir, you have to select your entire screen, sir.
Sorry?
Sir,
Your
there will be
entire
option
screen.
downwards there.
Yeah,
Yes,
I've
sir.
done that.
Then click on the share button.
Yeah, but
No, sir, actually, I have not received it, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it's now proper.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Sorry. Yeah. So sorry for the technical hitch in starting the presentation. I hope now the screen is seen and I'm audible. Yeah. Yeah. So friends, today I will be talking about finance, the way it operates in the industry context, and what all sort of gets covered in the finance function, how this particular function has evolved over a period of time, and what are the latest changes which are happening in the landscape in the finance function in industry. So that's what briefly I will be talking about, and how we can sort of be geared up for those changes. So to start with, I think the first hardcore sort of role which a finance and accounts team has in an industry is the accounting role, and it covers a very large gamut of sub functions within it. There's the accounts payable role, the accounts receivable role, you have the GL, the MIS, the financial reporting role. It also includes bill passing, invoicing, bank reconciliations, and several such tasks which are associated with the accounting part of the role. When I joined Godrej in 1994, so almost 26, 27 years back. Almost 95% of my time I used to spend in this particular role. It was very significant part of the time was sort of spent on this role. The second area is about compliances. You have income tax, now GST, Provident Fund, ESIC, several such compliances are there. Yesterday I got a WhatsApp forward stating around 170 compliances are required per annum for any corporate entity. And so those kind of compliances are there in any organization. These are non-negotiable. One needs to comply with it. And one needs to have a very, very good understanding of these different statutes which are involved. And these statutes also keep on changing regularly, right? So these two roles which are there, the accounting and compliances, used to form a significant part of the time which a finance professional in the industry used to spend. And I always say that if to my team that there are two basic rules which are there. One is that of a trusteeship. So as we are trustees, the finance professional is a trustee for several stakeholders: the shareholders, the employees, the banks and financial institutions, the government, the creditors, the customers. We have a responsibility towards all the stakeholders. This responsibility includes in ensuring that the organization, the company is managed in a manner which is appropriate. It follows all the ethical values. It also ensures that it is compliant with the laws of the land. Also, very important that all the accounting standards have been followed. The financial statements reflect the true and fair state of affairs of the organization, and also to ensure that there are no frauds which have been committed by the company or on the company. All this sort of are critical parts of the trusteeship role. And I would say that's the backbone of the finance function. But in today's era, trusteeship role is necessary, but not sufficient. The expectation from any finance professional in industry is not only to take care of the trusteeship role, but equally important is the business partnering role. And in business support, there are several areas like treasury, insurance, but most important, I think, is the analytics area, where a finance professional can actually contribute to the growth of the business. So no longer can a finance person take a back seat and be a passive part of the journey of the organization. He needs to keep on actively contributing to the business and having a business partnering kind of mindset. He should be the go-to person for the CEO, for the business head, for the business teams, for any problems which they face, for any guidance which they require, any suggestion which is required in how to drive the business. So, as I said, the trusteeship role is very important, and I don't want to undermine the importance of the trusteeship role. It is a necessary but not sufficient kind of role. And business partnering and business support is equally important and is sort of required in today's world. Over the years, I've sort of met several finance professionals, and it's very difficult to find finance professional who have a very fine balance of the trusteeship role and of the business partnering role. There are finance professionals who are very good in the trusteeship role, and trusteeship role involves controlling, right? You have credit controls, you have inventory controls, you have to report numbers the way it is appropriate, which may not necessarily be always be palatable to your business associates. And hence you are not expected to be very popular, right? So a trusteeship or a controller is not expected to be very popular amongst his colleagues, amongst his peers, amongst his business colleagues. and it's very difficult for ensuring that you do not compromise on the trusteeship role, but at the same time add value to the business. That becomes very critical, and getting that fine balance is very important. So people who are more leaning towards trusteeship role tend to be more, I would say, cut and dry. They will be focusing on the compliances a lot, but may not necessarily add a lot of value to the business. While there are finance professionals who are through and through into the business partnering part, where they support the business a lot. They will be involved in all commercial negotiations. They will be completely with the business head. But many a times they compromise on the trusteeship role, which is also not acceptable, right? And so it's very important that this balance is met. Fortunately for me, I have been working in the Godrej Group, and Godrej Group is known for its ethics and moral values. And I can, one thing which I really enjoy is that there is no kind of interference from the promoters on any matter. For last 27 years, not once have the promoters sort of tried to ask me to report the numbers in a particular manner, or sort of express their intent on what should be reported, or for that matter which banks to sort of borrow money from, or which insurance company to go to. I think no interference, absolutely zero intervention. And thanks to that, we as an organization and we as a group have always sort of upheld the compliances, the accounting standard requirements, and have always reported what is right. And that's a very, very big comfort for any finance professional in today's world. It's a very, very big comfort, and I don't want to sort of undermine this particular comfort. So that's broadly the, I would say, the role which a finance professional in an industry plays. And I will sort of move on to how this has evolved and some parts of this. So when I sort of started my journey, there were manual records, and you had a cash register, cash and bank register, a purchase day book, sales day book, ledgers, which are all manually maintained. And then eventually you sort of end up drawing a trial balance. And the moment your trial balance tallies, that was the aha moment for any finance professional then. And people used to be extremely joyous that they have been able to tally the trial balance. There were people who were experts in this space. If there was a difference in trial balance, they knew how to identify those differences in trial balance. Okay. And honestly, when from a manual era, people moved on to a computerized system era, this particular, I should say, skill set became redundant, right? Because in a computerized system era where you have ERP, the trial balance tallies of its own. You don't need to tally it, isn't it? So came the computerized system era. Again, there were, the starting point of this was we had separate accounting systems in the computerized system. There was a server for purchase accounting system. There was a different server for a sales accounting system, and there was a different server for a financial accounting system. None of this will talk to each other. And you sort of, there will be the finance team which will pass the posting entries into the financial accounting system. And there were challenges of this system about with several reconciliations between the purchase accounting system and the financial accounting system, so on and so forth. Now, that was the second stage of computerization, if I were to say. And then finally, we have ERP solutions which are completely integrated like SAP. And, where all the modules are integrated, all the entries get posted automatically. You don't need to do anything. There's no question of reconciliation between a purchase accounting system and a financial accounting system, for instance. And that was, when we moved on to a full-fledged ERP system. At that point of time, ERP systems were pretty expensive and not within the reach of several organizations, especially the SMEs. And here I would like to draw a point that, over a period of time, we have seen several solutions which are very affordable, right? So at that point of time, we felt, oh, ERP systems, maybe they're in large organizations, but what about SMEs? Mid-sized enterprises. But today, almost all enterprises have an ERP system, very affordable. There are several affordable ERP systems like Tally, which are available in the market, right? So things do evolve, and one needs to be sort of geared up for this evolution. And that's what I wanted to sort of highlight. And all this changes, with time, because when, as I was mentioning, that in the earlier days, we used to spend in business review meetings, we used to spend a lot of time on determining what is the actual profit, because there were islands of data. There was no central repository. So a person sitting in Khanna in Punjab, or a person sitting in Tirunelveli in down south, will have a different set of data with them, and the person sitting in the head office will have a different set of data. Consequently, the profit numbers will not reconcile, and you will have a big argument on, what the right profit number is, rather than reviewing the business and ensuring the appropriate steps are taken to grow the business. That's what was the system earlier. But with systems like ERP, systems like SAP, you have one single truth, one single view, wherever you are sitting in the country, be it, as I said, Khanna or Tirunelveli or Guwahati, wherever you might be, there's one single truth. We call it as Ek Omkar. Wherever you are, you see the same profit number. There is no debate. There is no discussion around that. You just focus on what actions needs to be taken, basis those numbers. So this is what was the first stage of evolution from an accounting perspective. And from here, we move on to the current stage, where we have a lot of robotic process automation, lot of automation of routine, mundane, repetitive tasks. For example, bill passing. Now, for bill passing today, we would have several people across the country. We have around 54 factories across the country. Each of the factory, there are, it's a separate independent profit center. There are purchases which happen in those plants, and there's bill passing work which is involved. So we have significant number of people involved in this task. But today there are solutions which are available in the market, where a robot can sort of take care of all the activities. So you need to scan an invoice. You need, obviously, the goods received note is there in the ERP system. The quality check parameters are already there in the system. The purchase order is there in the system. So basis the scan of the invoice and the supporting document, like lorry receipt, etc., the bill passing happens automatically. The payments happen seamlessly. Okay. Now all this can be achieved through robotic process automation. Now what this means is, all these people across the country who are involved in this work, this work all of a sudden may become redundant. Today, still, many of the solutions are, I should say, reasonably expensive. But I'm sure over a period of time, with evolution, there would be, just like Tally was for small and mid-sized firms from an ERP perspective, there would be solutions which would come up, which are more affordable and which can sort of take care of these activities in times to come. So one needs to be sort of geared up for this particular eventuality. GST returns can be automated. Several things can be automated out here. Bank reconciliation already gets automated. Auto invoicing is possible in system. And the last, I think, stage is artificial intelligence, which is the most evolved stage in the journey of automation. This involves forecasting, budgeting, predictive analysis, simulations, a lot of such areas where artificial intelligence can be applied and are very, very crucial and critical. But today, this particular stage is just evolving and not yet. I would say the robotic process automation is more evolved right now. Artificial intelligence space, especially in this particular domain, is still evolving and is out of reach for even large organizations. Several mid to large organizations. Very large organizations have already deployed some of these solutions. So we have, let's say, a poultry business. Now the lead time for, so there are three stages. There is a grandparent bird, then you have parent bird, and then eventually parent bird lays eggs, which we call as hatching eggs. You get day-old chicks, and from day-old chicks is what you get the chicken which you sort of consume, the real good chicken. Now the entire lead time is 1.5 to 2 years. So you have to plan well ahead of time, and basis several parameters. There are certain seasons when the poultry consumption goes down. For example, Shravan, the poultry consumption comes down. While there are certain points of time, especially Christmas, New Year, which is more celebratory kind of period where the poultry consumption goes up. But then there are also other kind of factors which impact the poultry consumption and the price. Now, if one has an artificial intelligence kind of solution which can predict what is the likely demand for poultry, what is the likely price for poultry, I'm sure people can take more well-considered decisions while making placements. And still, you can't avoid certain eventualities, but I'm fairly sure that at least the placements can be properly done in a manner it is optimal, and the company makes good profit. So these are the various, I think, stages of evolution which we are seeing. Now, how does it impact us? I think we talked about the three areas: the accounting, compliance, and business support. The first phase of the first part of the function, accounting, is greatly automated thanks to ERP solutions which are there. And whatever is not automated, like as I mentioned, the bill passing process or the invoicing process, etc., can easily be automated through a robotic process automation solutions. And this is the low-hanging fruits for a robotic process automation kind of solutioning. And even in the compliance area, there are a lot of these returns which have been automated either through your ERP kind of systems or through robotic process automation. For example, the latest GST returns, several GST returns which we need to file, have all been automated in many companies using the RPA. However, tax planning is something which is not yet part of any of this automation process and still leans heavily on expertise. Similarly, business analysis, you have got BI and analytics dashboards. Several dashboards are there, but I think it still is not, I should say, well popularized, and there is a lot of reliance on expertise in both this business analytics, business support, and treasury and insurance kind of areas where you need to negotiate with banks and financial institutions. Can this be automated? Yes, but I think it's still it's still further a long way ahead of us in automation of these subsegments. Now, what does all this mean? Is to upgrade. because many of the traditional roles which we were used to, so any finance professional who used to enter any organization, his first few years used to sort of go in these tasks like a bill passing or an invoicing or any of this kind of areas of work. Now, all of a sudden, these areas are going to be automated and these rules are not going to be available. And if these rules are not going to be available, then what? Then one needs to sort of keep on upgrading and be in space which is more relevant. In our organization, we have a phrase called as "Jo shikel to tikel," meaning only a person who keeps on evolving and learning will survive. And in our case, with this changing environment, we need to keep on evolving. We need to be on the learning curve, up in the learning curve, and ensure that we are well equipped with those skill sets which are more relevant for future. Some of the things which I feel which will always be relevant is the strong technical expertise, be it in taxation, income tax, GST, the accounting standards, the various statutes which are there. I think these are going to be the bedrock for any kind of finance professional. They need to be well equipped and very strong in these areas. I don't think anything is going to sort of take away this particular expertise, the relevance of this particular expertise. The second area, which is very, very important, is business partnering. One should be a friend, philosopher, guide for the CEO, the managing director. He should be the go-to person for any kind of solutioning, business solutioning. He should be the conscience keeper for the businesses. I think from those perspectives, the business partnering role will always be relevant, and the CEOs and managing directors of various or the business heads of various businesses will always rely and will always depend on the finance professionals to sort of help them with this. And who better than a finance professional to sort of guide them? The finance professional is the closest to the numbers. He understands those numbers. He is trained to analyze and interpret those numbers. So he is the best person around to help a CEO and business head in this respect. I think this role will become very, very crucial, and the time spent on this role will be significant going forward. The third area which will continue to sort of be relevant would be the commercial functions, be it banking and treasury, be it insurance, be it forex management, and like areas where people will still have to negotiate with banks and financial institutions for loans and other products. People will still have to innovate and create um, financial products which are relevant for those businesses, for the respective businesses. I think all this will still be relevant even in time to come. And the third, last area, the fourth area would be the strategic function areas, which are more into mergers and acquisitions, business restructuring. This doesn't happen very frequently, but yes, I think this is one area where the businesses lean very, very heavily on the CFOs and the finance professionals to take decisions in this regards. So these are what are the I thought areas which one can focus and ensure that we continue to be relevant in the finance function for future. Because if we are if we take a view that no, things are not going to change it might take 3 years, 5 years, but maybe 5 to 10, 7 years or 5 to 10 years, things are definitely going to change. And unless and until we are sort of geared up for that, we will find ourselves to be not relevant for the finance function of future. So some of the key areas: be a subject matter expert, like a tax expert, be it an income tax expert or a GST expert, be an accounts expert, understand the accounting very hardcore, accounting very, very well, understand the concepts very well, understand the accounting standards very well. Be a statute expert, understand several statutes, be it the foreign exchange statutes, be it the Reserve Bank guidelines, be it your provident fund, ESIC kind of guidelines and statutes which are there. So all of this we need to be very good at. And I think from a mindset perspective, have an owner mindset. Take complete ownership. Ensure that you are able to give innovative solutions to the businesses. You are able to bring to the table very, very apt solution which takes care of all the risks which are involved, which mitigates all the risk, and at the same time are very innovative to solve business problems. I think a business head or a CEO will come to you only and only when you are able to solve his problem, when you are able to solve business problems, and when you are actively able to participate in the growth, not be a passive participant in the growth, because I think there's no space for passive participants in the growth of the company. And that's very important. Have commercial acumen. I think these are some of the few areas which I felt are very, very crucial for any finance professional for a future. And so these were some of my thoughts. I thought I should share it with you. I have tried to keep it as crisp as possible. And thanks a lot for your kind and patient hearing. I also take this opportunity to thank KG Joshi College of Arts, NG Bedekar College of Commerce, the chairman, the principal, and the convener, Mr. Yogesh Prasade, for inviting me for this session. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Varadraji. Friends, as I mentioned, I would like to touch upon certain things. And definitely, there's no question of adding something what Varadraji has said. Because as I mentioned earlier, he has given a very nice picture of the recent developments and what is there, for us as a finance professional or accounting professionals in future. And he has given a very nice picture, or rather, I can say the exhaustive picture in a very short span of time. Just want to touch up upon additional aspect. I can say that considering the perspective of the conference is basically what I understand from the organizers, that it is basically consisting for chartered accountants, students, as well as the teachers or the professors, I can say. And from that perspective, I think chartered accountant perspective, I think what Varadraji has said is almost known to us, and rather we are also gearing up in that sense. Our role as an accountant, I'm not saying only chartered accountants, as an accountants or the people who are pursuing with the accountancy or the commerce background or the finance background, is no more a record keeper. We have understood that from this talk. It's no more a record keeper. It is basically a reporting. Now we have to analyze the reporting out of the records which are being kept. So I can say the responsibility is doubled in that sense. We have to keep the records also, and we have to analyze that record, in a proper perspective, and keep it so that it will be kind of helpful to the business growth. In that sense, analyzing the accounting records or analyzing the finance record, in that sense, that's why chartered accountants should always call it a business solution provider. So we should be a solution provider from the perspective of the finance. And that's why Varadraji has rightly touched upon. Gone are the days where one can be right from scratch to the end, same person is doing the same thing, all the things. So these are the eras of the specialization, expertise, and one should try and get expertise in each and every aspect. I have seen people who are getting expertise in receivable accountings. So one has to get kind of because receivable accounting is no more keeping a books of the debtors, but what are the measures to be adopted for recoveries? What are the measures to be adopted for solutions for recoveries and all? So these kind of areas are coming up now for accounting. cloud accounting is throwing one more major challenge in front of us, because the accounting is at a different places, rather at a different place altogether than what we are doing. So cloud accounting itself has its own niceties or challenges in that sense. Standards which are being now implemented, there are, as I said, there are international transactions are taking place. Those standards are also, international standards are applicable, and international standards are, if you happen to study or if you go through, more of a subjectivity has come in that, rather than standard aspects which you have been learning in the what you can say, the traditional accounting. So more of a subjectivity, opinions or the valuations. So these professionals are also getting more importance. These are also finance professionals. These are also accounting professionals. The accounting knowledge is necessary or must for all these professionals. So valuations or opinions or kind of resolution providers. So these are very important. In a simple terms, to give an example to students, bank reconciliation statement, in a very what you can say, the hot topic for students. So how to prepare a bank reconciliation statement. But as Varadaraj has rightly stated, now it is coming through the software. There is no question of preparing a bank reconciliation statement. Now, what is important is, what are the entries in the bank reconciliation statement? What are the effects? Whether these have been properly been followed up, and what are the effects which have been given in the books of accounts, whether these have been properly conducted or not. So from preparation aspect to the implementation or the usage of that I think application of knowledge, that is becoming more important. Analytical mind, how I'm going to analyze these accounting records, that is going to be important. Again, from the students or professor perspective, there's one topic which is called as a reading of ledger account. I think these kind of topics have to be more given thrust, and have to be more, I can say, elaborated or taken in detail for developing that habit among the students, that how the student, from the age of the students, of course we have to follow all those golden rules. Of course we have to see how expertise, and we have to get the expertise in accounting, but at the same time, how to develop an analytical mind from the perspective of accounts. I think that is a great challenge for professors or the teachers also, and students also have to have that takeaways from the accounting education in a current scenario. So friends, I think we have to understand, it may be if some students are listening, they may feel that, what we are doing, it whether it is redundant or what. I'm not saying it is redundant. In fact, it is as important as it was, because the fundamental knowledge or the foundation of the knowledge is very important. But while doing that, I think we should start developing the analytical mind. Now, why? Rather than what I am doing, we should start developing why aspect of it. Why it is so? Why the outstanding expenses is a personal account? Why it is not a real or this thing account? So I'm giving you a simple example. So why aspect? Why these kind of things are prepared? What is a current assets and what is a exactly fixed assets? Now these kind of questions should start coming in the mind of a student, and from teacher's perspective also, I think these kind of you can say the teachers also should strive to have this kind of an interest developed in the students, and that is a challenge, I think, for entire accounting fraternity to say in the near future, how to have a paradigm shift from the basic kind of a conventional record keeper to an person who is a reporting, analyzing, at the same time having the equally rather, I can say, the thorough knowledge of accounting. Accounting knowledge you cannot simply forgo and start building this kind of structures on this. It has to be a thorough knowledge, but a challenge is how to develop these habits of reporting, how to develop this habit of analyzing, how to develop this habit of application of mind. And more so, we should develop and structure the syllabus and also the sessions, perhaps calling people like Varadaraj also to have a case studies aspects. In fact, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has long back shifted from typically solving the problem, especially the final level, to a case study based approach. An open book examination has now been introduced in Institute It doesn't mean that you can directly get the answer from that reference. Always you can take from the books and analyze yourself. So I think this is a challenge, and everybody should take away. I mean, this is a fantastic session we had to have a kind of a mindset rolling or a ball rolling, and have our perspective also planned accordingly. So from all these students perspective, as well as a teaching fraternity perspective, I think this is an eye-opener session to have our own kind of a path planned in that sense, and can experiment in future in that regard. Thank you very much for the organization for giving me this opportunity of, I'm not saying chairing this session, but I can say the supplementing this session of Varadarajji, because I don't think that I can chair or I can add something which Varadarajji has said, but I have only supplemented certain things from the perspective of the conference. And I think it was a wonderful session. Thank you very much to the college, to the organizers, the principal madam, and Yogesh, my good friend, and it was nice listening to Varadarajji also. Thank you very much. I hope I have handed over to organizers.
Are we audible, sir?
Hello, are we audible now? Yes, we would like to thank both our guests for the first plenary session. Guest speaker Varadaraj Subramanian and chairman and moderator of this session, Mangesh Kinare, sir. It was indeed a pleasure to have you both, sir, for this virtual platform. Thank you so much. We look forward for your close association with our institution in the future also. With this, we conclude our first plenary session. Over to the second plenary session. Thank you both, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Suja Roy Abraham. We now move on to the second plenary session of this international conference on the topic Trends in Financial Industry, Technology, Culture, Conduct. For this session, we are privileged to have as chairman and moderator Assistant Professor Aparna Dharmadikari. Ma'am has over 6 years of teaching and research experience. She is pursuing her PhD from SNDT University on economic analysis of participatory development in Maharashtra and is currently associated with St. Xavier's College, Mumbai. Dear friends, we are fortunate to have as our guest speaker Mr. Mukesh Israni, Currencies and Emerging Markets Business Controls, Asia Head with JP Morgan Chase, Singapore branch. Over to you, Aparna ma'am, for the proceedings of the session. Thank you.
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. Uh, I actually feel that I am the only teacher economist among the great minds of CAs of our community. So therefore, I don't consider myself as a chairperson of this session, but I consider myself as a fellow learner because I treat this as an opportunity to understand different perspectives with respect to accounting, auditing, and the field of finance. So therefore, we will be having the exchange of different ideas. And once again, I thank the Joshi Bedekar College Principal Dr. Suchita Naik, and I owe a lot to Dr. Vijay Bedekar. And special thanks to Professor Yogesh Prasade, who invited me to chair this particular session. See, the title for this session is The Financial Industry, Technology, Conduct and Culture. As a teacher of economics, I feel that this is the trinity that we have in the field of finance. So technology is very much there, but along with technology, the role of conduct and culture in the financial field, that is really very important. So the perspective of developing countries and the perspective of the developed economies in terms of finance and this trinity is very much crucial. So vis-a-vis the developed countries, what kind of scenario we can see and we can observe in the developing economies is equally important. So the developing countries in developing financial systems, do we treat this as a trinity, or we treat this as a trilemma that we face, some sort of trilemma that we face? That's a very crucial question that we need to deal with it. So to be at par with the international financial system and that the kind of financial liberalization and integration we have, where do we stand as a nation? That's a pretty crucial question that we need to deal with. So therefore, in this session, I look forward to hear more from the speaker today about the developing countries' perspective to look at finance, and I would look forward to learn more from you. So, without much ado, I request the speaker to start his session, to start his deliberation. Mr.
Thank
Mukesh
you.
is back.
Thank you, Aparna. Thank you very much for the introduction and the background. And also a big thanks to my alma mater, Joshi Bedikar College, and Prasade sir. I think both of this have contributed to the place as to where I am in some way, shape, or form, big or small. So quickly, jumping on to the topic, culture and conduct, that's the thing that we'll be discussing today. Now, before I kind of go on to define what culture and conduct is, let's just have a recap of the events that made headlines in 2020. And that's in the world of accounting and finance. The first event is to do with a company known as Wirecard AG. It's a company which is incorporated in Germany and is operating payment processes and also financial, and also as a provider of financial services. At the moment, this company is kind of defunct, but with its 22-year-old history, the company was engaged in e-commerce, digitization of retail sector, mobile payments, and issuing payment cards. In 2015, Financial Times. In 2016, there was a report which is known as the Tara Report. And then in 2017, a Manager magazine published an article detailing that there is something going wrong with this company and there is probably an alleged misreporting of their financials. On 18th June 2020, the company came out and they said that they were missing 1.9 billion US dollars in cash in their accounts. Then comes 22nd June, where the CEO was kind of being arrested for inflating the sales volume. This is one of the biggest events that happened in 2020. Then the second event, which kind of kicked us out, or the whole financial industry or accounting industry, is a company known as Luckin Coffee. This company is kind of domiciled in China and operated more stores than Starbucks in that particular location. And they kind of came out in April 2020 stating that they had misstated the financial reports to the extent of $310 million roughly for the year 2020, for the year not 2019, sorry. In addition to this, if we leave aside what happened in the accounting industry, let's quickly have a look at the financial fines that were imposed on some of the biggest banks in the world. The number of those financial fines is roughly about 11.4 billion US dollar. Now, the number, when you hear billion, you might kind of get a context of number, but just in case, 11.4 or 12 billion is the number which kind of resonates with GDP of countries like Fiji, Bhutan, and Maldives. That's the magnitude. And there were 10 names who contributed to these fines. And the first three names, Wells Fargo, Goldman, and JPM, kind of made up to more than 50% of that particular amount. The reason Goldman was charged around 4 billion US dollars in fine was they kind of helped raise money for some of the sovereign funds for Malaysian government. And those funds turned out to be the piggy money for the politicians. And that also led to outcast of Prime Minister of Malaysia, Najib Razak. The second thing was Wells Fargo. They were charged 3 billion US dollars fine. And they were charged that amount for creating certain fake amounts. The last thing was JPM. JPM was charged about roughly $1 billion for kind of colluding and rigging the market. That's related to spoofing in some extent. Now, the reason why I'm kind of bringing up all these events together is to kind of help you understand what are the things that can go wrong in the accounting or the financial industry. And there are many safeguards as compared to what happened in 2007, 2008, where there was a financial crisis in the world. India was not much impacted, but the rest of the world was. Post that, and what we see today, about 10 or 12 years, there are a lot many things that have kind of been built up to combat these kind of issues. And none of the organizations that I have kind of named so far, Wirecard AG, or Luckin Coffee Company in China, Goldman, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, they would want to have these kind of incidents being tagged to them. Don't think it essentially reflects what these companies want to be known for and their expertise in their field, but it did taint them in some possible way. And this essentially is the discussion that we are going to have right now as to what is culture and conduct and how it kind of implicates you and the industry as a whole. If you kind of have a time to analyze any of these incidents, and I think you should all do, there is one theme, there is one crux to all these incidents. And that crux is what was the driver to this incident? And the driver is human beings. People like you, me, are the ones who actually did that. The core to this problem is people. And more than people, it's essentially their motivation as to they considered something which is good for them, better for them, or they put ahead their desires or their ambitions beyond the organization or rest of the people who were kind of working for that particular organization. So, and when you kind of go ahead and do something like that, that essentially formulates your conduct as to what you are. And that also reflects upon the culture of the company to which you kind of belong to and how you contribute to it. In all these incidents, there were certain factors which kind of contributed to the failure of culture of the organization. Let's quickly recap, or let's quickly go through those items. The first one is lack of clear corporate values and priorities. Now, what happens is if the management of an organization does not kind of set the tone in terms of what the values of the firms are, what do they believe? It could be as simple as providing excellent services, keeping a foothold on the market, expanding the scope of their business, and how to do business right, and the expected behaviors to do it right, that kind of contributes to this conduct related instances. The second thing is governance gap. In organizations which are big in size, there are many departments and many business groups which operate within the organization. And if these departments or the sub-organizations within the large corporate entity operate in a micro way and don't sync up with each other, it kind of creates idiosyncrasies. Then the third thing, which kind of contributes to a culture and conduct issues within the accounting or financial industry, is competing objectives. That could be focusing on short-term financial performance as against the long-term sustainability of the franchise. The fourth point, which can contribute to these instances, would be employee and employee mobility. Employees stuck with each other, they don't have opportunity, and they kind of naturally tend to do something which is kind of not right. Last and the most important thing is increasing complexity of the business and the shifts in the business model. You kind of, organizations have a natural tendency to kind of expand, grow, and doing so, the business model kind of keeps shifting. If you're not as much aware as to what your business model is, how complex it is, and whether you have a good hold onto it, there might be some loopholes which people or employees can take advantage of. So the theme of culture and conduct that we are discussing at the moment is something where organization as a whole has to take a hit due to something where employees have contributed to matters which doesn't look good on their own personal behalf. It creates a liability for them as well as the liability for the organization as a whole. And the factors that we discussed so far are lack of clear corporate values, governance gap, competing objectives, employee skills, mobility opportunities, and the complexity of the business. Moving forward, I think if any organization, and more so for the people who are in this conference, especially the students, when the first milestone as part of every student's career is to kind of clear your academics, get good scores, and kind of land yourself in a good organization. If you want to assess what kind of organization you are, there are few things which kind of help you determine where you are and whether you're in the right place or not. There are some organizations which are quite clear. If you take some of the big names in India, Reliance and other names, they're quite good. They run a very good culture. But you can determine them as to what you can determine on your own as to what is happening. The brand value is the first thing. And the second thing is when you join a particular organization, how does the organization work? And that could be judged in the sense of what's the tone from the top, the board, senior management, whether they are setting the core values and expectations of the management as well as the employees within that organization. The tone from the management kind of creates a culture to kind of work in a way which is right for the organization. Then the second thing is accountability. If something goes wrong, who's accountable for that? And it's not about saying, it's not about kind of shifting responsibility. It's about responsibility to stand up and to own that particular event. The third is challenge. Normally, when you kind of treat up your path in your career, you're more on the vertical side. I think we kind of tend to naturally listen less and speak more. Think and people at the top should be open to kind of being challenged, whether their ideas are okay or not, and seek feedback from people sitting within that organization. The last and the most important thing is incentive. For employees, there are two things which kind of keep them motivated. The first is career progression, right? If they are capable, and the second thing is the financial incentive. If they're performing well, are they paid well enough or not? If these indicators in an organization are kind of working in sync with each other, they kind of indicate the culture within the organization. With that said, I think we should by now have some idea of what culture and conduct can help us with. The first and the most important thing is a good culture and conduct in an organization can help reduce risk. What kind of risk it is? It could be a financial risk, it could be a legal risk, any kind of risk that kind of taints the name for that particular organization. Then the second thing is it also mitigates the risk of regulatory scrutiny and the risk of related supervisory action and monetary fines. It does do that. Third, it kind of strengthens the quality of your assets in the organization. And those assets could be anything. People working in the organization, employees or asset for an organization, and also other assets in terms of the technological innovations that an organization does, and also the corporate contribution that that organization kind of makes to the society. The fourth important thing which a good culture and conduct can kind of put across is it promotes innovation for new products and also gives people a platform where they're kind of recognized if they kind of come ahead with ideas which makes a difference for the company and for them as well. Next thing is, depending on what culture you run in the organization, it can help you either to retain the people within your organization, or it can help you to kind of do the exact opposite, where the turnover rate for employees in your organization would be high. And last but not the least, it helps to protect the branding for that particular organization. So with all that said, I think I would want to kind of end this note with few more key points. The first is for the students within this particular organization, once you kind of have your degree and you kind of are looking good on paper, you have worked hard to kind of get those good scores, it's essentially when you get out into the field, put across your career and join a good organization. And there would be a certain point in your career where I think you would have to make a call as to how do you want to be recognized. It's also to do with what kind of banker or an accountant or a financial analyst or professional you would want to be recognized as. What would be your legacy? And the third and the most important thing is, how would you want to be remembered? If you think about these questions, in addition to all the knowledge that has been imparted in all the plenary sessions today, this will help you to kind of understand what culture and conduct means. When you go out in the world, kind of get a job, work for yourself and work for the society, you are not a person in your own. You are the system, and you are also the person who's kind of driving the system. And that's not as much to do as doing things right, but also kind of doing the right things. So That's all about culture and conduct. And I think for the benefit of this audience, pretty sure each one of you might be close to accounting and financial industry. In addition to that, as to what are the trends in terms of how to enhance your career, what are the skill sets you need to adapt, there's another dimension that kind of needs to come across in your profile. And that's to do as to what are the recent mishaps or disasters that kind of happen in this particular industry. And are you as much aware and how you can avoid from that situation coming upon to yourself? That's about culture and conduct. Thank you. As a last note, I would like to thank my alma mater, my college, once again, Prasade sir. Thank you very much, and also Madhura. That's about it, Aparna. Over to you.
Thank you, Mukesh. Thank you for this fantastic session. I think me as a person, I have learned a lot from you and the deliberation that we just had. So I won't call this as the remark from the chairperson, but there are certain things which I would like to point out here. That when you were saying that people and then the tendency of the people and people being the problem in the financial system and the financial functions that we have, I think I'm reminded of a great economist, J.N. Keynes, who stated that there is an animal spirit that is at the core of the financial function and financial activities that we have. And this animal spirit, it has a great potential to change the picture drastically. So I think and I felt that you were pointing out the same thing, that how the animal spirit has the potential to change it. The second point which I would like to mention here, that financial technology and the kind of fruits that that we are enjoying currently because of the fintech, that is financial technology, it is all good, but then the way in which it has changed the picture in developing countries vis-a-vis the developed economies, that has to be somewhere touched upon, that has to be seen, and the comparative analysis is really important. And the two C's here, that is conduct and culture, are very much important for bettering of the financial systems that we have. So conduct on the one hand and the financial culture that we have, it has to be inculcated. And for that, the lesson that you have given us, the message that you are sending with us, that is that doing the things right and doing right things, I think both these aspects are equally important. So what are we doing, and are we doing in the right direction? That is something that all of us have to think about. So from individual level till the macro level, what are we doing here? So doing things right from the individual organization, that is organizational structure at micro level, and then extending it to the macro level, to the aggregate level, that is, I think, the most important message that you have given today. So with these remarks, I think this was a very useful and very fruitful session for all the participants of this organization. So thank you once again for giving me this opportunity. So I'm expressing my gratefulness towards Joshi Bedekar College of Arts and Commerce, Dr. Suchitra Naik, principal of this college, and Professor Yogesh Prasade for inviting me to this conference. So thank you once again for this opportunity and this session. I mean, we come to the end of this session.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you once
Thank you, Aparna ma'am, and thank you, Israni sir. That was a really eloquent case-on-case understanding about culture and conduct, and thank you, Aparna ma'am, for summarizing the same. Sir, I would like to add that being an alumni of the college, I'm sure you indeed would have become a motivation for many of our current crop of students. Thank you. With this, I conclude the second plenary session on the topic Trends in Financial Industry, Technology, Culture, and Conduct. Thank you. Dear friends, as we are going through these enriching sessions on our one-day virtual international conference on recent trends in accounting, taxation, finance, and auditing, it's indeed a pleasure that one of our colleagues, Dr. Neelam Sheikh, Coordinator, Department of BAF, has been recognized by the Indian Accounting Association with an award in the Talent Search Award 2021 in recognition for her valuable contributions in empowering education in accountancy. I congratulate Madam on behalf of the entire Joshi Bedekar family and on behalf of the entire audience who are virtually with us in this conference today. I now pass on to Sujara Roy ma'am for the next plenary session.
Dear delegates, welcome to the third plenary session entitled Technical Analysis of Shares. The chairman and moderator of the session is CA Kamlesh Sabu, the regional councillor member, Thane branch of WIRC of ICAI, and managing partner of Krishna and Associates Chartered Accountants. Our guest speaker for this session is CA Rachna Ranade, India's leading and fastest growing finance YouTuber. She has achieved the milestone of 1 million subscribers in a span of 1.5 years. She had featured in the topmost position of an official YouTube blog titled 9 Women Bosses Who Inspire Us on YouTube. CA Rachna Rante is also a postgraduate diploma in management and master in business studies. Over to our moderator, CA Kamlesh Sabu, who will lead us to this session.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. And I think I'm audible. Hi, Rachna. How are you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I am really thankful to the management of VPM's Joshi Medical College of Thane, and especially thankful to C. Yogesh Prasad and C. Madhura Joshi from the Department of Accountancy for having this 17th one-day international conference, and best wishes to them for the near future. And I am really fortunate that I am sharing virtual screen with C. Rachna Ranade, who is sensation on YouTube now, and having very vast knowledge of market. And I just remember one small rule of which has been said by legendary Warren Buffett. The rule number 1 is never lose your money, and second is never forget the rule number 1. So, and to understand these all rules, we need the experts, and here the expert is with us. To understand such rules, we need expert, and expert is with us, and to make these rules very simpler. So now, see, Rachna Ranade will speak on the overview of the equity tradings. And now I request Sri Rachna to please open the flow of her knowledge and let us know how to deal with this market activity now. Rachna, all yours.
Sure. Thank you, sir. So I think what we should do is that we should focus not only on technical analysis, but I personally feel fundamental and technical analysis go hand in hand. We being chartered accountants, many students are also who are attending the session might be trying to pursue chartered accountancy, or definitely are having more or less liking towards accountancy and finance. So I feel that before understanding fundamental analysis, if you go to technical analysis, then I personally feel that the journey is not complete. So whenever I try to pick stocks, whenever I try to choose stocks, at that time I ensure that step number 1, I do a good fundamental analysis of the company. And if I feel that yes, this company is fundamentally strong, then I go ahead and I do a technical analysis of the company. And the third stage is buying or selling the stock as per my analysis. Okay. So the very first question, which is the most popular question, and which so many people ask me that, Rachna, how do you pick stocks? How do you choose stocks? So for that, please understand there is no magic formula. No one comes in my dreams and tells me that, Rachna, this stock is very nice, you should buy this. This is only and only a byproduct of research and research and research. So someone had asked me that, how do you pick stocks? So, Vidya Balan had said in that movie that it's only entertainment, entertainment, and entertainment. So something like that. How do I pick stocks? It is research, research, and research, nothing else. Okay. So for that extensive research, step number 1, as I mentioned, is fundamental analysis. Okay. Now, what is fundamental analysis? It's an analysis wherein we try to understand not only the company, but we try to analyze the industry to which it relates also. Okay. We not only analyze the industry, we also try to analyze the economic scenario of our country and economic scenario of our country as compared to other countries in the world. Okay, how are we placed? So there are 2 approaches in fundamental analysis. One is known as a top to bottom approach, and one is known as a bottom to top approach. So what is that? Simple. If I do a top to bottom approach, one is known as the economy analysis. Okay, pura India ka analysis, followed by that industry specific analysis. And after industry analysis, we do a company analysis. So it's like a V, which is a top to bottom approach. And if I'm doing a bottom to top approach, it's obviously like again V only, but in the inverted fashion, wherein I start with the company analysis, then I go to industry analysis, and then I go to company analysis, then I go to economy analysis. Okay. Now let's take this with the help of an example, because when we start talking about all these theories, all these approaches, it can become a lot of theoretical. I don't want to keep this theoretical. I'm sure all the students who are attending this session would want to have more and more of practical examples. There will be many students who will be here for tips, but unfortunately you're not going to get any single tip here. You're going to get only one point, which is analysis, how to do analysis, how to do research. Okay. I'm sure latest everyone follows Twitter, follows what is trending on the internet, and I'm sure something which went really trending, which went really viral just 3 odd days ago, was something related to CNBC, wherein one of the persons, one of the anchors, I can say, who was a part of a show called as 2020 on CNBC. He has been questioned by SEBI on taking certain questionable trades. Okay, now I'll tell you why I'm giving this example. You'll understand the reason of this example in another 2-3 minutes. Okay, what that anchor used to do. That anchor used to buy certain stocks. Okay, around 3:15 to 3:30. Let us say today he buys. Assume today is a Monday. Today he will buy few shares of a particular company, few in thousands or whatever, a huge quantity you can say. He will buy it today around 3:15 to 3:30, and tomorrow in the news show he will say you should buy the stock. Okay, and what that person is to do is that same day, so let us say on Tuesday, he will sell that stock at 9:15. So you can imagine that those people who don't understand anything about the stock market, what they do, have a cup of tea in the morning, and while having tea, while sipping tea, they'll just put on these news channels. They'll see what these experts are trying to tell. At least these experts know more than me. So whatever the expert tells, I'll blindly buy or I'll blindly sell. Whatever the expert tells, I'm going to follow that. And you can imagine now, whenever an expert from CNBC is trying to give certain information, a commoner, a person who doesn't understand a lot about stock markets, what he will do, or this XYZ person, he has said that buy the share, blindly buy it. And what that person was doing, he was buying it one day before. And when he gave a buy call on television, what he was doing is he was taking an exactly opposite trade. He was selling that stock. And SEBI has questioned all these things. And SEBI did kind of a test check audit. And believe it or not, this is just a result of the test check audit. It was found that he has earned more than 2 crore rupees. Okay, this figure will definitely keep on increasing with more and more of investigation. 2-3 crore rupees almost he has earned just by taking these trades. These are typically called as BTST trades. And what are BTST? Buy today, sell tomorrow. Okay, but this is totally unethical. What was being done? Was he doing it from his own account? SEBI doesn't allow it. Was he doing it from his own account? No, he was doing this trade from his wife's account and from his mother's account also. Okay, why am I telling all these things to you right now? There is a reason behind it. Who fell as a trap? Who was the victim? Victim was only that person who did not understand analysis, who did not do his or her own analysis and just entered into a stock by listening to the analyst thoughts. Okay, these are the people who are going to, number one, lose out their money because they're going to enter into a stock without any research of their own. And number two, these are going to be the people who will then say stock market is equal to gambling. Stock market is equal to satta, because they have lost money. Na? So why, I hope you have understood the reason of research. I'm not saying that you should not watch these TV shows. I'm not saying that you should not watch anything on YouTube. You can surely watch it. Understand the perspective of that person and then try to apply your own analysis. Okay, so I hope you have understood the importance of doing your own analysis. Now the big question, how to do own analysis? And that is why I was talking about the two approaches, top-down approach or a bottom-to-top approach. Now, if I were to do a common sense investing, okay, I'll give you an example of a stock which I have purchased. Okay, because I have purchased it doesn't mean directly you're going to buy it right now. Okay, it has already gone up pretty much high. Name of the stock is Bharti Airtel. Okay, those who know that on YouTube there is something known as memberships. These are paid memberships. So those who feel that they want to learn more, I give out some paid videos. These are called as the pro investor members. Okay, so they pay me a certain they pay YouTube a certain amount every month, and for that I give certain special stock of the month. Okay, which I believe that I feel that this company is worth analyzing. I give a detailed analysis of these companies. Okay. And I had put forth this Bharti Airtel research in the month of November. When I gave my research, that stock was around 495 levels. Okay. And yesterday, which is around 15th of January, it crossed 600 mark. So this is a return of more than 20% in 1.5 year. 1.5 month. Okay. Well, does this mean that any and every stock that I say will give so much bumper returns? No, not at all. The point which I want to try to explain here is that how did I choose Bharti Airtel? Why Bharti Airtel? Wasn't there any other stock? Yeah, there were so many other stocks. Why did I choose it? So this is known as common sense investing. Okay, what is common sense investing? Number one, telecom industry, how it started and how it is positioned today, there's a big gap. There's a big difference. Okay. Earlier, if you remember, it started with 8 players, 10 players, 12 players. And then slowly and steadily, all these sundry chiller pillar players, these started vanishing. You can remember these names like Aircel, then Uninor, and so many players were there. Okay. It started with, if I were to take it from the top, it started with, I guess, BSNL, BSNL nahi some other company it was in the initial phase. BPL, I guess. Originally it was BPL. Then it started, then BSNL, then I guess Airtel came in, then Idea, Vodafone. So from a monopoly, it started going into more and more of competition. And then a lot of competition. Then price wars, cutthroat competition. And then at one point of time was a big game changer. And everyone knows that what I'm talking about. It's Reliance Jio. When Jio came in, when it came up with its free plans, then many telecom players failed to stay in the competition. Okay. And that is why the excess competition started dropping down. Now, what do we have? We have only 2 to 3 major players. Number 1 is Jio. Number 2 is Bharti Airtel. Number 3, if you consider Vodafone Idea, okay, as one of the major players. BSNL, if you want to consider, your choice. Okay. I don't even consider that as one of the big competitors. But now you can imagine such a huge population of our country. Okay. Everyone has, surely knows that we have more than 135 crores of population. And to cater this big population, we have only 3 major telecom players. Technically speaking, only 2, Jio and Airtel. And third one, I can say Idea, Vodafone, but that is a big question mark right now. So when I actually tried to do this, so this is common sense. There is no rocket science behind this. This is common sense investing. That if we have such a huge population, if we have only 1 or 2 major players in the industry, then why not do an analysis of one of these? Jio right now is not listed. Everyone knows that. Jio is a subsidiary of Reliance Industries. So no question in directly purchasing Reliance Jio unless and until you have access to purchasing unlisted shares. Okay. So that is where I took up Bharti Airtel for my analysis part. When I started doing my analysis, I found that there are so many terms, like I'm sure everyone knows that there was a court case which was going on, the telecom companies versus our ministry, which was on the AGR dues. Okay. I'll not go into what are AGR dues and all that. If you want to know more about AGR dues, I'm going to say this many times in the session. If you want to know more about AGR dues, you can go and check out on my channel. You just have to search the term AGR dues, Rachna Ranade, and you'll get that video on that. So what are AGR dues? Why was there a tussle? So just to sum it up in a one-liner, government wants more money from telecom companies, and telecom companies says, oh, this much is not our liability only. We are not going to pay so much. It's a tussle between these two. Finally, what happened was that the court, the cases went up and up and up, and finally Supreme Court gave a decision that whatever the ministry is asking, you have to pay that. Okay, but we will give you a staggered payment. Staggered payment is basically pay in slots. Okay. Now, if I talk about Bharti Airtel, a majority chunk of the money has already been paid by Bharti Airtel. Okay, so their first installment of this staggered payment does not come in March 21, but directly comes in March 22. Okay, so a major chunk which has to be paid now, that comes in March 22, they still are good for this year. Okay, number 1. Number 2, if I'm talking about the auctions now, coming up auctions for 5G, they already have sufficient infrastructure right now, is what one of the management, I read in one of the management commentaries right now, that 4G, though they are obviously enabled, but even for 5G, they feel that whatever infrastructure they have right now, majority of the infrastructure is of such technology that can bear 4G as well as 5G. So I can say in simple words, capital expenditure that we call CapEx, major capital expenditure is already done by them. Okay, so fresh capital expenditure will be comparatively pretty less. Okay, comparatively less fresh capital expenditure is comparatively need of funds is on a lower side. Okay, so now understand from the funds perspective, major capital expenditure is already done, so need of funds is not that high. Second, if I'm talking about the AGR dues, it's not coming up in this year also, it's coming directly in 2022. So major outflow has been taken care of. Third thing is how much is inflow. Now let's talk about inflow side also. One is outflow, one is inflow. So for any telecom companies, what you have to analyze is that how much is their ARPU. ARPU is average revenue per user. Okay. Before Jio, before Reliance Jio, ARPU was around 300 rupees. So if I say 300 rupees ARPU means what? On an average, a telecom company is earning 300 rupees from a single customer. Okay. So Rachna pays on an average 300 rupees bill to Vodafone Idea. That is ARPU for them. Okay. What Reliance Jio did was that they said we don't care about ARPU. Even if our ARPU is less, it is okay. We are focusing more on total revenue. Now you can imagine how total revenue on a very ad hoc basis will be calculated. I'm not saying exactly ad hoc basis. How can I calculate that? So for example, if I say that 300 rupees is ARPU, okay, and number of customers which a company has is, let us say 100, just for simplicity of calculation. Okay, so 300 is their ARPU. 100 customers that telecom company is having. What is the total rough revenue? That is 300 into 100, which will be 30,000 rupees. Correct. What Reliance Jio said is that we don't focus on that 300. Understand the multiplier effect. We don't focus on 300. We focus on number of customers. They said even if our ARPU is 10 rupees, we are okay with that. We are okay with the 10 rupees of ARPU also. We are focusing on what? Number of customers. Attract more and more customers. When we have a solid base, so initial phases ARPU might become initial phases, the total revenue might be less, but as and how our customer base builds very strongly, then what we will do, we'll start increasing the revenue little bit. We'll start charging the customers a shade higher, and that's where our total revenue will be impacted on a positive side. This strategy was very well worked by Reliance Jio, and this was the point where other telecom sectors, other telecom companies were not really comfortable competing with. And that's where Bharti Airtel was able to stand in that rough phase. And they were still able to, take challenge of these headwinds and still move forward. And now what is the position? The highest subscriber base is of Jio, agreed. But second highest base, customer base in India is of Bharti Airtel. Okay, this is how the company is standing in the entire industry. Okay, so I hope you're understanding how I'm going from a top to bottom, from a economy analysis to a company analysis approach. First, what did we say? First, we said that such a big population in our country, 130 crore plus population. Industry, who are the players in the industry? Only 2 or 3 major players. Who is amongst them? Okay, Jio and Airtel, top 2, but Jio is not listed, so Airtel. Now let's see what is the financial position of Airtel. In that, what did we say? How much is the outlay? How much is the inflow? In outlay, we said AGR dues, okay, taken care of for this year. Second, we said capex, major capex taken care of. Major outflows we have considered. Then coming to the inflows, ARPU is one of the major inflows. Okay, so ARPU also there now increasing. If you know, last, I guess I'd read about the Q2 data, if I'm not mistaken, Q2 data, that is from July to September data. Their revenues have increased significantly. Their ARPU has increased, number one, agreed, but their customer base also, this is a very interesting data point which I got when I was doing analysis of Bharti Airtel. It said that the subscriber addition of Airtel this time was higher than Jio. I'm repeating, this time the subscriber addition for Airtel was a bit higher than Reliance Jio. So if all things are on track, then why not analyze this company? Okay, so this is how I can do a base analysis of that company from a top to bottom approach. I can go down so much more into details. Then I'll do a balance sheet analysis. Then I'll do a P&L analysis and all that. So this is how I'll drill down deep. But okay, so I did a good fundamental analysis, agreed. But then the second question is, if I feel okay, fundamentally company is very, very, very strong, no doubt about that, then how will I decide whether I should buy this company or whether I should stay away from this company? For that, what you need to do, you need to know what is technical analysis. Okay, so now I hope By now, you might have understood what is the difference between fundamental analysis and technical analysis. Wait. Fundamental analysis will tell you whether this company is worth investing or not. So how did you understand? Ma'am, how will I understand company is good or not? अरे वही तो बोला ना पिछले आधे घंटे से, वही तो चल रहा है कि how do you analyze a company? How do you shortlist a company? You can do a bottom to top, top to bottom approach, whatever suits you. With that, I found out from the telecom space, Bharti Airtel suits my thought process, suits my analysis. I did a deep analysis. Okay, after that I'm comfortable. Okay, Bharti Airtel is good. But is it good investing right now or not? Is it good at this level or not? Shall I buy it right now or not? This question is answered more by technical analysis rather than fundamental analysis. Okay, so just to sum up quickly, which stock to buy? If you want to answer this, which stock to buy? For that, fundamental analysis is going to give you an answer. But if you're asking me when to buy, that when part is going to be answered by technical analysis. Okay, I hope this is absolutely clear. Difference between fundamental analysis and technical analysis. Now, for those who are kind of beginners in technical analysis, you need to know that what is technical analysis in short. Okay, so technical analysis basically is nothing but understanding the chart patterns, understanding the movement of stocks, how the stock prices have moved in the past, and based on the past patterns, it is trying to predict what will happen in the future. Okay, we all know that fashion is something which happens in a very similar way. Like let us say, if I'm talking about my parents, when my parents were young, whatever fashion they had, like bell bottom pants and all that, that fashion went away. But does it mean that it will never come again? It will, for sure. So whatever happened in the past is going to happen in the future. And how do I predict the future? I'll predict the future based on the past trends only. Okay, that is nothing but technical analysis, trying to analyze the future based on past. Okay, now if you want to analyze this, analyze what happened in the past, for that you need to analyze the price movements. To analyze the price movements, we have different types of charts. Okay, there are two very common types of charts. The very first one is known as a line chart. Okay, and the second one is known as a candlestick chart pattern. If you want, I can show you absolutely. So I have prepared a PPT. I have not even started my PPT. I'm just, whatever is there in the PPT, I'm directly telling you only. But instead of showing some screenshots of technical analysis, I would like to share my screen directly. Those who are from the technical team, can you tell me if I can show something on the internet directly? Tech
Yes,
support
ma'am.
people, can you? I can, right? I'll just have to share my screen. Then I say,
Right, ma'am.
Then what do I say?
Then, ma'am, you have to select your entire screen. You have to select your entire screen and then click on the share button.
Okay. Entire screen and then share button. Perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
Then I'll just
Yeah, ma'am.
It's
visible now, ma'am.
if you can just tell me if my screen is visible or not.
Yes, ma'am. It's visible now.
It is visible? Perfect. Perfect. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Nice.
Okay, ma'am.
So now this will help me to give you a very practical approach on technical analysis. Okay. So I'll give you a simple example. The first one I talked about Bharti Airtel. Second example, let me give for Jubilant Foodworks. Okay. So Jubilant Foodworks, all the college going students, I'm sure you know about this company. This company makes what? Pizzas. And which pizza? The Domino's pizza. Okay. So this is again a company which is one of my favorites again. I in fact had talked about this share, Jubilant Foodworks, when I was invited by CNBC TV 18. I was with a show, I was on a show known as Smart Money, which was hosted by Sonia Shenoy on CNBC. And that was aired, I guess, in the last week of December, wherein one was aired on the last week of December, one followed in the first week of Jan as well. In the last week of December, I discussed about this stock, Jubilant Foodworks. And I had told at that time that when the stock was around 1200 rupees, I had started tracking the share. And since then, I've loved the way in which the stock has moved. Okay. But to understand the thought process, first is again fundamental analysis and then followed by technical analysis. Quickly to give you brief in just 2 minutes, fundamentals of Jubilant Foodworks. Number one, Jubilant Foodworks is into pizzas. It's in the QSR space. So what is QSR? QSR is a quick service restaurant. So you drive in, collect the food, and you go away, like McDonald's. Okay, very close to that. So with the current lifestyle, with the working population, with more and more of young people in our country, I think pizzas and burgers and all these are going to be still the hot favorites. Whether it is healthy or not is a totally different question. But I think college going students are going to definitely prefer all these foods. Second thing, they have been very proactive. Jubilant Foodwork management has been pretty proactive, whereby they have not only entered into pizzas, they also entered into donuts. I'm sure you might be aware about Dunkin' Donuts. Third, they also forayed into what do we call that? Ready to cook food. And one example of the brand that they introduced is Chef Boss. So Chef Boss is a brand that they introduced for ready to cook. They also forayed into biryanis. This is a very recent news about biryanis. And I guess they call it as Dum, Egg Dum. Egg Dum is the brand name that they are promoting for biryanis. Now, see, when they forayed into biryanis, even I was confused that what from pizzas you are going to biryanis. Is there any connection between these two? So when I read a report on that why they went ahead with biryanis, a very nice reason was given. They studied the ordering patterns from Zomato and Swiggy. And they found out that the highest ordered item on Zomato as well as on Swiggy was biryani. And they said that if this is such a big market, we are leaving that, we are keeping that untapped, and that is why they forayed into biryanis. Okay, so this is again fundamental analysis. This is nowhere connected to technical analysis. How many products are they launching in the market? Are these products profitable or not? What is the segment bifurcation of this? What is the segment revenue? How much they get from pizzas? How much they get from biryanis? All that will be a part of fundamental analysis. So assume that I did a fundamental analysis of Jubilant Foodworks. And now the big question is that whether this some analysis is here. I'll just quickly delete that. I'll show you. Don't worry what I did. Just give me a second. All right. Perfect. Right. So now let us understand what are all these things. I'm not sure whether many of you are really aware about all these things or not, because there might be some people who are doing this for the very first time. Because technical analysis is something which is not really covered in many syllabuses. So I thought that I should be just talking about it in a little bit more detail. Okay. So I'll just quickly tell you what is this. So basically, I'm just trying to zoom in. Just hold on for a second. Okay, so this is still trying to zoom in. I hope this is visible very nicely now. Okay, so this is known as a candle. Okay, this is known as a candle. No need to tell me this is a green candle, this is a red candle. Okay, but what does it denote? A red candle denotes that the stock price went down on that particular day. Okay, and red candle denotes that the stock price closed higher on that particular day. So if you want to analyze, what is this red candle? Means what happened? What exactly happened? I'm just keeping my cursor here. And above this, you will be able to see OHLC, open, high, low, close. If here, right here, okay, you have to follow this as well. Okay, so again, I'm putting this cursor here. Here you can understand that the stock price opened at 1,815 on that day. The high was 1,827. Okay, the low was so low as 1,742, and it closed at 1,754. Why is this a red candle? Again, understand what was the open price. See this part you have to see to know the figures. What was the open price? O stands for open. 1,815 was the open price. Correct. What is the closing price? 1,754 is the closing price. So the stock has corrected quite a bit on the same day. Correct. Almost by 75-80 rupees, this stock is corrected on that same day. That is why you can see opening price is higher, closing price is lower. That is why the candle is red in color. Okay. Now if you come here, this is a green candle, big green candle. Now, what will have happened in this case? What would have happened in this case? The closing price will be higher than the opening price. What is the opening price here? Opening price, again, where you have to focus. This is where you have to focus. O opening. What is opening price? You can say it aloud. Even if you are alone in your room, it is okay. Your parents must feel that you are really studying something very important right now. Okay. What is the open price? Tell me. 1,770. Perfect. Correct answer. And what is the closing price? Closing price is 1,832. Correct. So again, it's a big jump in the stock on the same day. Okay. So I hope you have understood when a red candle is formed and when a green candle is formed. Red candle happens when closing price is lower than the opening price, and green candle is formed when the closing price is above the opening price. Okay. Now, based on these candles, how do I understand whether the stock price might go up or not? Okay, for that, there could be certain candlestick patterns, or there could be certain an entire feature, I can say, which I have to focus, based on which I can predict what could happen in the future. Okay, so now understand, I'll just try to draw something for you. Not sure how a rectangle will be drawn here. Yes, rectangle. I want you all to focus only on this area. Okay, I'm still zooming this in. Okay, now if I'm focusing on this area, I'm trying to tell you about a 3 candlestick pattern. Okay, this 3 candlestick pattern is known as a morning star candlestick pattern. Is it because it is only 3 candles put together is a morning star or what? No, it's not that case. How are 3 candles placed? The very first one is a big red candle. Okay, where the stock price has closed below its open price, big red candle, which is followed by an indecisive candle. Indecisive candle means what? Open and close are very close to each other. The stock didn't fall too much. Okay, this typical, the second type of candle is a typical doji kind of a candlestick pattern, like the Jesus Christ plus. Okay, that is like a doji candlestick kind of pattern. Okay, this one is also kind of a doji. You can see here that plus. Okay, so there is a doji candlestick in between, and which is followed by a big green candle. So what are the 3 candles? These have to come back to back. Huh? There can't be candles in between. These candles have to be back to back. Which 3 candles? First big red, followed by a doji, and then a big green candle. If this happens, if you can see this, by the way, this put together is known as a morning star pattern. If this happens, then what? Then there is a great chance that the stock might rally in the next 2 to 3 days at least. So what happened? Understand, if you were able to catch this early, let us say just 15-20 minutes before the closing of that day, stock price here is around, let us say 1820, you captured it. Okay, what happens on the next day? The stock went up by 3.15%, single day up move. Okay, this is immediately after the morning star pattern was formed. Okay, how did I understand 3.15% up move? Again, focus here. Open, high, low, close, and this, whatever you can see into bracket, this is up or down on that specific day. So now tell me how much up move on the single day? 3.15%. Second day, 0.68%. And third day, again 4.15%. So even if I just ignore that beach wala candle, it is like 3% and 4% back to back. It's like a 7% move in 3 days. Okay. Now, how did I predict that the stock price might go up? I predicted that the stock price might go up because a morning star pattern was formed. Okay. Is there only one pattern? So no, there will be thousands and thousands of patterns. There will be so many patterns that you might get confused at one point of time also. Okay. Now you might say it's always nice to see what happened in the past. Tell me what is the current scenario. That will give us more clarity. Okay. Now to understand the current scenario, I'll just give me a second again. I'll try to squeeze in the data. Right. Okay, so now let us analyze what has happened from November 2020 in this stock. November 2020 till current date. Okay, we call this entire pattern. See, this is a typical case of what? Those who do technical analysis, I'm sure you might be knowing about this. This is typically a case of uptrend. Okay, uptrend means what? It's continuously going up. And exactly reverse of that. See, for example, this area. This area is what? This is a downtrend. It's continuously going down. Okay, I hope you have understood what is uptrend or downtrend. And if you want to know a little bit more technically, these are formed typically by higher highs and higher lows. Okay, now you might be, oh my god, now what is this higher high and higher low? I'll tell you. Just drawing a rough line right now. It's not very precise. Okay, but what is a higher high? I'll tell you. See, in the uptrend, what happened? This high was made. This high is around 2,600. Then the next high is made. Next high is around 2,800. Then the next high is made. This is around 2,974. Okay, so the highs are going higher. I hope this is clear. These are the high points of the candles. Highs are going higher. And what about the lows? So if I try to connect the lows now, these are like the lows. This was the low point. It went, so went down, was here, again went up, came down, again went up, came down. Okay, so I hope this is very clearly visible, everyone. Whatever we are seeing right now on the screen, that is a classic example of an uptrend, number one. Wait, but this is also called as a channel. Okay, I hope you can understand this. Visually, it's very clear. This is known as a channel. Okay, this is the upper end of the channel. This is the lower end of the channel. Okay, how did I think visually also it's very clear that the stock price has not gone above this way too much. Neither has it come down below this way too much. Okay, but what has happened? Understand. Day before yesterday's trading session. Now I'm trying to zoom in. Day before yesterday's trading session, what had happened? See, it has closed below this channel. Okay, it closed below this channel. So this is a sign that something might go wrong. It has broken its support level. Now there are two terms again coming into picture. This channel has two parts. One is known as a support level. One is known as a resistance level. Okay, very simple terms. One more time. Support level and resistance level. What is the support level? This is support. Stock is taking support here. The price went down. It waited, went up, again came down, waited, again went up, came down, again had taken support here. And what is the exact opposite of that? Resistance. Resistance means what? It is not able to go beyond that. Correct? What is resistance? It is not able to go beyond that. So here you can see it went up till here, but it was not able to go further. Came down, went up, again till here it went up, came back again, went up till here, again came back here. Okay, so now people are sorry, it is so simple trading. Buy here, sell there, buy here, sell there. Wait, if you buy here, it has not reversed. Right now what has happened is that it has broken the channel. Okay, so if you ask me ideally what will happen, ideally, yeah, don't blame me if things don't go according to what my analysis says. Ideally the stock price should go down further right now. Why? Because the support has been broken. Okay, support has been broken, that too with a big red candle. Here you can see that on a single day it moved down by almost 2% on a single day. Now what might happen? What might happen that if the selling pressure continues, it might go down and down and down till we can see some reversal. Okay, so if you ask me, Rachna ma'am, what should we do here? Shall we buy? So I will say don't buy right now, because all those people who are new in the market, they feel that they have understood a very nice mantra. Be greedy when others are fearful, and be fearful when others are greedy. Okay, you'll read some nice quotes and you'll feel that yes, I've understood the mantra of investment. Now here everyone is fearful. Oh, it has fallen down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 back-to-back days. Sansani case ban rahi hai to, right? 5 back-to-back days. This stock is falling like anything. So now everyone is fearful. I have to be greedy. Buy. No, I don't think this is the right time to buy this stock. Why? It has broken the support. Now we can have a further fall also. To how much is a big question. So for that, you'll have to trace back and you'll have to find out what was the earlier support that it took. Okay, then we'll have so what am I doing? I'm trying to predict the future. Kitna niche jayega, till what level will it go down? And if I were to predict what can happen, for that what will I have to do? I'll have to check out in the past. What was the price that it took as a great support in the past? So it can go down till there and take a support. So if I want to check that on a real-time basis a little bit, let me just again zoom in. Now here you can see that this was the earlier resistance. Okay, so here you can see that it went up till here, again went down, again went up till here, again went down. So if I want to draw a trend line here also, somewhere around this level. This is the level. Here you can see originally it has acted as a resistance. Correct? I hope you're able to see this. I'll just try to do this. Okay, originally, again one more thumb rule. Original a resistance, then becomes a support. I'll repeat. Originally a resistance, then becomes a support. Originally this was a resistance. Here came down. Again went up till here, came down. Down. Now this was broken. Now can you see here? I'm trying to zoom in again. This resistance was broken, and that too with a big green candle, and it went up. Now it took a support here, and again it has started going up, correct? Now what is this level? This level is of 2450 roughly. Okay, even if I round it off, rounding it off can be around 2500 level on an upper end. Okay, so if you ask me, Rachna, till what it can drop further, so if I were to say, it may drop till this level of 2500. Okay, this can be like, oh, this is a very strong support for the stock. Going below 2500 will be very difficult for the stock. It's a terrific support. Now I hope you have understood how did I try to predict the down move. Down move can be predicted by checking in the past. Okay, so I think these are so many, there are so many base rules. You have to see what are the support levels, what are the resistance levels, how is the channel looking like, is it in the uptrend channel or is it a downtrend channel? Okay, so even if others are fearful, I will not be greedy, I will wait and watch. Could there be a little bit buying here if I want, if I feel okay, fundamentally company is very good, I have shortlisted this company based on fundamental analysis, can I buy a small quantity here? Because buying small quantities is okay, but don't buy a big chunk here, don't buy your entire money here, because if you are buying out your if you're spending your entire money, if you're investing, sorry, not spending, if you're investing your entire money here and if the stock falls further, you invested your entire money at this level and then the stock went down till here, then what is stock market? Satta, because you lost money, na? Okay, so don't do that. Don't invest all your entire money at one shot. Be patient, invest in lots, bits and pieces of investment. Averaging all these are going to help you stay longer in the market, and that's where you'll be able to stay in the market. You'll be able to see the market cycles for a longer period of time, and that's the entire fun of staying in the market for a longer period of time. Okay, so well, if you still want to know the smaller support level, so does it mean that there'll be a free fall till 2500? No, there can be minor supports also. So visually I can see a support at this level as well, this level where the stock has seen. So if you still want to check, so visually again you can see that this level, sorry, see, if you see here again, the stock went down and bounced and went down and bounced and went down. It is somewhere around this level. So first support I can say, what I can see visually is around 2650, 2670 levels roughly. If it breaks that also, then it will go down further. Okay, and if you want to know more about how to check out supports, resistances, for all that, again, there is only one place, YouTube channel, where you can just go and type out Fibonacci retracement. Okay, I'll spell it out. It's FIBONACCI, Fibonacci retracement. So you can find it out from here also. So this is like, if you check out this is like a trishul, like a fork. If you check out here it says fib retracement. So I've taught in that YouTube video how to use this fib retracement. That's how you'll be able to understand how to use this to find out what could be the support levels, what could be the resistance levels. And based on these, you can take a buy or a sell call based on your own analysis. So I just quickly like to wrap up what I said in the last almost 45 minutes. Number one, never rely on others' studies. You can use that to filter out stocks. Don't directly buy those stocks. After filtering the stocks, second, do your own analysis. But out of that, what is the first in picture? First is fundamental analysis. If you are comfortable with the company's fundamental analysis, third thing, do is a technical analysis. Technical analysis will help you to give an answer whether this is the right level to buy or not, or should I wait and then buy. Okay, so if you have done all these analysis, then I can surely say that the probability of you making profits is higher. Will I say, 100% you will make profits? No. If I'm saying this, I'm lying. Even today, after being in the market for almost 14 years now, still I can't say that all 100% of my trades go in the way that I place these trades. But I can surely say that if I do a fundamental and technical analysis both, then 7 out of 10 trades are correct. 3 still might go wrong, because market hai. It has actually shown औकात दिखाई है कई सारे investors को कि market is superior to the investors. So don't feel that I know everything. I will now take all huge positions and I'll surely make profits. Don't do that. Invest wisely and stay in the markets for a longer term is a small piece of advice from my side. I'll be happy to take few questions if students have few questions. I don't know whether this facility is there or not, but I just thought that I should keep the last 5-10 minutes for questions maybe.
Yeah. If any questions are there, please, all are free to ask. This is a really open forum, and Madam is really happy to share her idea. But don't ask for any tip.
Yes, yes.
She already mentioned that.
Madam, we don't have that facility. So may I now request the moderator to take over?
Yeah. Then, can I continue then? I don't think so that any question is there. Yeah. And what Rajna has taught us that we must go for those companies which are fundamentally strong. This is one of the basic funda of this investment and to the investors. Simple example in my front that we always used to buy a bike and everybody is passionate about the Royal Enfield Bullet. Then we can understand जब अभी सभी को बुलेट पसंद है तो आइसर मोटर का शेयर क्यों नहीं भागेगा? Definitely that will run because of this is the fundamental story what she is supposed to tell us. And second thing, technical analysis is very much important because uske bina this is not possible to how much we are supposed to earn from that particular share. This is going to be helpful to you that technical analysis and technical analysis is always need research and research is very well explained by Rachna ma'am. And I am really thankful to Rachna for giving her valuable time and expressing that her the widened knowledge in just 45 minutes. Everybody must have must been gain something from you, and I also gained something, madam. Yes, you have put your everyone should put their fruits not in a single basket. We must segregate this our money and put it in a small buckets and small investment companies. That is going to helpful to earn. So this is my humble request to each and everyone that the work and the investment what you are supposed to doing, just first to study those shares and then go for the investment. And that is for that is from our side. Thank you once again to the VPM Medical Joshi College and especially to the Yogesh Prasad sir for giving us an opportunity to speak in front of all of these gentries. Thank you once again, Rachna. Bye bye.
Thank you, sir.
Over to the moderator.
Yeah. Thank you, CA Rachana Ranade and Kamlesh Savu sir, for joining us and giving us a scholarly insight into the technical analysis of shares. We look forward for your association with our institute in the future also. Thank you, both of you. Thank you so much. With this, we conclude our plenary session here. Please stay connected with us, everyone, all the delegates. Analyst on.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good
Hi,
afternoon.
Hazrat. Hello,
Good
everyone.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Saurabh. Hi, Partha sir. Hello, Mr. Kedar. Hello, Prabhakar sir. How are you?
Hi. Yeah. Good afternoon, Mutaja ji.
I, I think Mutala sir has also joined. Just give me 1 second.
I'll just do a check. Can you hear me all?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear.
Yeah, thank you.
I think a session is due in the next 5 to 7 minutes, right? Around 1:30. Just also doing a sound check, video check, in case everyone can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hi, Murtaza boss. Good afternoon.
Hi, good
Hi,
afternoon,
Murtuza.
Saurabh, Partha, Mother.
Yeah, good
Good
afternoon.
Good
afternoon,
afternoon.
Prabhakar ji, Kedar.
Yeah, good
Hello.
afternoon, Murtaza ji. I hope the sound is clear.
Yes, clear.
Okay.
I think
Yeah, so Mazhar, I think we shall wait for the session to kickstart, correct? We'll be
yeah.
on mute. Yeah,
Yeah.
till the time. Okay, fair
There
enough.
is one
Perfect.
more of our panelist, this Kala Krishnamurthy. I think he briefly joined and got disconnected. Uh,
No worries. We'll wait.
yeah.
So actually, because of some emergency at program of ICI, I traveled to the Navsari and Vapi branch. So I am
Oh,
on my way from Navsari to Vapi. So Mazhar will be stepping in to moderate the panel on my behalf. He will be there
sure.
online. So Mazhar is apprised of everything. We for Kala to join in, and I think we can start then. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine. I think Mazhar will get a good experience, right? On the job experience.
Yeah. So it's always been an on the job experience as
Yeah.
far as consulting is concerned.
Right.
Great. Hi, good afternoon, Kala madam. Can you
Yeah,
hear
good
us?
afternoon. Yeah, I got it. I'm going. Thanks. Yeah, good evening. Good evening, all.
Yeah, good evening, Kala. Yeah.
Great. I think let's just wait till they let us in.
तो लगेगी ना डाल दे अब बोल ओके
Hello. Good afternoon to all the eminent panelists and welcome all delegates to the panel discussion on one-day international conference on recent trends in accounting, taxation, finance and auditing. Let me take the privilege of introducing the panelists to all the delegates over here. We are honored to have Mr. Prabhakar Iyer. Sir is the Chief Finance Officer of Inagram Micro India. We have Mr. Kedar Jagtap. Sir is a team lead FICO process and GRC ERP with McKinsey Europe AG, Stuttgart, Germany. We are also honored to have Mr. Parthasarthi S. Sir is a chartered accountant currently working for Nayara Energy Limited as the Chief Accounting and Transformation Officer and is responsible for managing finance, accounting, taxation, insurance, digital transformation initiatives of Nayara. We are also equally honored to have Ms. Kala Krishnamurthy, Madam. Ma'am is currently working with Inam Asset Management Singapore Private Limited as a COO and Director. Ma'am has more than 25 years of experience in investment management, corporate finance strategy. Ma'am has diversified leadership roles and was a part of management team in corporate restructuring, risk management, financial management, to name a few. We also have Mr. Saurabh Pashine. Sir is a chartered accountant and is associated with Vodafone for more than 13 years. Sir, his significant contribution has been recognized in various verticals like SAP implementation, process governance, internal audit, etc. We have as moderator of the session CA Mr. Mazhar Lokanwala, Senior Management at Protivity India member firm. We have also been fortunate to be joined by CA Murtuza Kachwala, Secretary WIRC of ICAI. Now I hand over the reins to Mr. Mazhar Lokanwala, moderator, to carry on with the panel discussion. Thank you. Over
Thank
to you,
you.
Mazhar.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So a very warm welcome to all our panelists and a very good afternoon to everyone. So to set the tone of our panel discussion, it is basically around the buzzword, which is the automation, the machine learning, artificial intelligence. A lot of jargon is being thrown around here and there. And we would want everyone on the panel to probably throw some light on what it is and how we go about it, what is the future like, because it's all hazy as of now. So I think Mr. Kedar has gotten disconnected.
No, I'm here.
Yep,
I think
yep.
Saurabh is also.
Yeah.
I think Saurabh is also on the backstage.
Yeah, I think there is some technical challenge. Yes, Saurabh is also joining. Great.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yes,
Good to have
thanks
you.
for letting me. Yeah.
Great. So I will start off with Mr. Kedar. Kedar, can you just help us out with what is machine learning and artificial intelligence? They're just common words being thrown around, but what
Yeah.
is the true meaning and how do they tie up with the whole finance function?
Yeah, so let me start. Actually, it's everybody in the digital world today is always throwing this terminology of artificial intelligence, machine learning, etc. It's very important to know what basically this means in simple terms. So, artificial intelligence means basically it's a way of using technology or computers basically to make predictions and allowing them independently to perform or take a course of action or to do certain things. And then machine learning, when it comes to it's nothing, it's interconnected with artificial intelligence. Basically it's a subset of artificial intelligence. When we talk about machine learning, actually it's a way of how computers are able to perform or learn something which humans used to do in the past, like perform certain activities without being explicitly programmed to do that. So they are actually just picking up something from the way humans used to do something and perform the task. So, and then when I have explained these terms now, how what's the role in finance or accounting when it comes to machine learning? Basically, when you look at financial accounting processes, there are always things which are repetitive in nature. There are always things which are being done, which have high volumes, which we require high analysis or processing of data is required. I can give you certain examples when it comes to machine learning. Take an example that company has to always pay a lot of invoices which come in. So company incurs expenditure, invoices comes to the company, they come in great flow. And imagine the fact that you get like hundreds and thousands of invoices. And let's say if you had a technological capability to scan the invoice, and once you scan the invoice, if you had a OCR on that, let's say like a optimal character recognition, which is picking up the fields from the invoice, like what was the purchase order number, what is the material which has been actually procured, what are the prices, etc., and it automatically basically picks it up from the paper scan image and then puts it into your ERP system, automatically, and then does a three-way match, basically a three-way match, a match between what has been ordered, what has been received, and what do you want to now pay to your suppliers. Another example which I could give in terms of machine learning would be performing bank reconciliation. Bank reconciliation is also sometimes a tedious activity, a time-consuming activity. But if you have if you have a program which actually imports your bank statements, compares them to your bank book in your system, and actually serves a bank reconciliation to you on a platter, then this is the way the machine learning is actually helping us to adopt activities from the humans which we used to do. Of course, humans are intelligent, machines are not that intelligent, but what machine have the capabilities to replicate human behavior, learn it in a certain pattern, and then apply the speed, because humans are when it comes to human capability of processing data, it is quite limited. We are a bit slow. Machines are actually much faster. Now let me take an stance on artificial intelligence. Basically, I mean, how can we make predictions basically and apply them? Artificial intelligence in a holistic perspective, when you talk about it, plays a lot of role in month-end closing processes, as well as processes which are guided for financial planning and analysis. Basically, analyzing big data, analyzing trends, giving the capability for financial planners and analysts basically to apply trends from the industries, and actually do your budgets as well as analysis. So I take an example that if you are planning a budget for the next fiscal year or the calendar year, you can get inputs based on certain patterns, how customers have been ordering, how suppliers have been paying. Another example could be cash and liquidity planning, for example. So let's say, of course, you have aging reports in your system which tell you when the customer is going to pay. But on the top, let's say if you apply the customer paying pattern, not only how he's paying to you, but if how he's paying across the industry, if this is applied on your cash and liquidity planning, then you will have a very realistic forecast of your net working capital basically, and you will not go wrong with that also. So let's say reducing human intervention, reducing the possibility of errors also by using technology in a right manner. So that's I will stop here, because I think in a simple words that I can summarize this as what AI or machine learning means. Yep. Thank you, Mazhar.
Yeah, great. Just one clarification. So is it replicating what we humans are doing by a machine or by a code run, or is machine learning also evolving by itself? Does it also
Machine,
evolve by itself?
of course, machine learning, as I said, it's the ability of the technology to learn itself without being explicitly programmed. So machines are actually picking up just like humans how we learn, you know, with a natural ability. So without being actually been influenced, machines are learning and picking up things on their own. Yeah.
Great. I think that quite sets the tone of what we are going to talk about. So I would want to come to Partha sir, to you. Since you've already spoken about machine learning, AI, and the audience has a fair understanding of what it is, do we really need it in an organization? Considering India, we have so many people, human resources, etc. What is the need for RPA? Like, what is the rationale? If I want to build RPA in my organization, what should I go and tell my boss?
Yeah, thanks, Samazar, and very happy new year to all of you. A good question, really a tough choice for every of the organization to choose whether they need to go for an RPA or not. First of all, let us understand that like RPA is not going to supplement RPA is an automation process, right? And even within the automation process, there is multiple maturity levels, right? And almost everybody has gone through a desktop automation. So when I see a desktop automation, and I think in the finance fraternity, everybody is hands-on on Excel and everybody runs through a macro. So we are able to get the macro without a technological support. But assume a situation where this macro can automatically run without you or me logging into a system, correct? So that can be a rule based. So what is required for us to log in, and where what I would call as a digital workforce. Instead of a manual workforce, there is a digital workforce. Prima facie, it is envisaged to supplement the manual intervention. Wherever the manual touch points are there, can we invoke a digital workforce? And every organization will have its own appetite to do it, right? I would not recommend that everybody should go ahead and venture into an RPA. Again, it's a call of individual organization. They need to carefully take the benefits and the consequences. So primarily in a large scale organization, like what Kedar was talking about, an ML, a kind of a concept where you are having an OCR, where it is trying to transcribe the images into a data. After that, what happens actually? Can this OCR and the SAP or any transaction processing system can be triggered automatically to create the invoices? So that's where this kind of what we call as a bot, like in robotic process automation, we normally call it as a bot. Within the robotic process automation, there are multiple methodologies which are there, where it can make perform a simple rule, or it can be cognitive by itself. So it can learn by itself and perform the next action. So in sum and substance, I think every one of us have gone through an automation journey, and RPA is a path in the journey, right? So again, previously when the RPA started, maybe 3-4 years back or 5 years back, the investment were huge. Today, I don't see that kind of an investment, because I think the things are available on the cloud. You would be able to use these things on a pay-per-use module. So if you wanted to venture into it, maybe you can just go ahead, relook into your process where there are manual touch points which are there, which you could automatically drive and do it. A simple example, maybe I think we have a lot of CA communities who are there, whom you wanted to just have certain information which you need to collect from the clients. Maybe you can just trigger it through an automated mail. And when you
I think there is some technical glitch. Mr. Partha has gotten disconnected. I think let us wait for like 10 seconds if he can join back. I think we shall continue with Partha sir once he joins back. I would actually wanted to move to Kala madam. So I think Partha sir was trying to touch upon certain need for RPA, where he actually mentioned certain manual interventions, and that is where he got disconnected. Ma'am, I would want your views that, okay, I have identified the need, but is it that important? What are the importances that artificial intelligence brings out, specifically to our accounting and auditing profession?
Right. Happy New Year to all. Good evening and greeting to the organizers and all the eminent speakers here. Thanks to the organizers for giving me the opportunity. And coming to your questions, what I'll do is I'll touch on the importance, also on some of the challenges. I think my previous two speakers have said about the machine learning, and he was also speaking about RPA, Mr. Parthasarathy as well. The organizations have been combining AI with other technologies such as robotic process automation to automate many mundane tasks performed by accountants today. This allows accountants to redirect the time that they used to spend on such tasks towards performing high value, high impact tasks. More than 75% of finance leaders around the world today believe that AI would have a significant impact on the way finances drives data-driven insight. Traditionally, data was collected only for analysis as primarily being numerical and structured, but text, videos, and image can now also be analyzed. These kind of data are unstructured and previously not thought as usable for analytics. However, the big data storage systems, whether physical or cloud-based, are now able to store and process such unstructured data. With more data available for analysis, solutions crafted for clients can be even more customized and optimized. The removal of routine tasks will allow financial specialists to get closer to business decision making, providing more of their expert opinions and advice. To take full advantage of this, they may have to overhaul their business structures, procedures, and skill base so they can offer up-to-date advice in almost real time. Adding AI to accounting operations can also increase output quality by minimizing human errors. AI can mimic human interactions in many cases. Auditors, they can also use machine learning tools in audits that can read documents such as sales and lease contracts, perform trend analysis, and identify outliers. This reduces administrative time spent on reviewing audit documents and allow auditors to spend more time on areas that involve significant estimates and judgment. Digital audit, it's a connected data driven audit. And I think for an A proof of concept, we see nowadays drones. Maybe they enable airborne drones to monitor inventory during the auditing process. Although AI has clear benefits, the implementation of such technologies in finance functions can be challenging. Resistance to change from teams within the organization is a key risk, as many may choose to adopt a wait and see attitude. In a survey conducted recently in Singapore itself, they say that the quality of finance data produced by AI cannot be trusted as much as data from financial systems. The top risk cited in relation to turning non-financial data into reporting information or maintaining data privacy, data security, and the lack of robust data management systems. Significant efforts are therefore needed to extract, transform, and house the data appropriately and securely. However, this can be a double-edged sword where a lack of proper data management or cybersecurity systems can predispose organizations to significant risk of inaccurate insights, data breach, and cyber attacks. And the other one is managing this period of transition is going to be a real challenge, a balancing act, a big psychological shift. Managers will have to work much harder to attract and retain staff in this situation. Despite these challenges, the benefits of AI technologies remain compelling. The competitive economic environment and rapid technological advances will drive adoption, with the potential of AI technologies to be a game changer for accounting and finance. Adoption is inevitable, and a sound AI strategy is paramount to successful adoption.
So I think the need and importance is paramount, but I think what you also mentioned that if it is not implemented correctly, it can really go down south. So this is basically the GIGO, the garbage in, garbage out, and throw out. And if there is processing which is misplaced, it can really lead to horrific decisions, I would say. So great. So that is bringing out what is the importance in accounting. I would want to go back to Mr. Kedar and just wanted to know that, okay, there was traditional audit and accounting that we used to do, but now how does the role of the auditor change? Because there are a lot of manual activities that were being done by the auditors will now be automated. So what is the role of the new auditor, I would say, in the environment of machine learning and artificial?
Okay, let me touch the role of the auditor. Basically, when these terms, of course, came in into the industry, as well as companies started using AI, machine learning, RPS, etc. Of course, auditors need to react to this. First things, they need to actually adhere to the basics. So you need to understand, okay, now technology is being applied instead of humans being performed tasks. So auditors first need to get a thorough understanding of the technological environment which is being used. They need to actually understand what technologies are being used by the company. They need to actually scope it out properly. Then they need to actually, once they have actually scoped out the technologies which are being used, they need to understand controls surrounding these technologies, basically general controls like access related controls, who has access to these technologies, how these technologies are built, how these technologies are changed, etc. Because why it's essential to do these general controls and a review of general controls, because if somebody gets unauthorized access, if somebody makes changes to these unauthorized changes to these bots, RPAs, or machine learning tools, of course the processing there will go wrong. And at the end of the day, because transactions are then going in, basically the source of transactions are getting accumulated, and then you are actually getting accumulated into balances which land up in your profit and loss and in your balance sheet. And this is what basically the auditor is signing off at the end of the day. So it's very essential for auditors basically to focus on IT general controls or general information technology controls there. Another special focus in the general IT controls, as Kala madam mentioned here, should be placed on cyber security, because usually people focused on operating systems, databases, application level controls, but there are threats which could be inside the organization, but there could be threats which are coming also from outside the organization. So auditor needs to also scope this in. Then, when it comes to the bot or the RP or the machine learning itself, the auditor needs to understand the process properly, and then he needs to also he needs to actually consider what kind of application controls are in place when the bot is actually doing this, and then he can. There also, here comes the role of basically machine aided tools which the auditor himself can apply. Basically, there are platforms which are available on the market. For example, an auditor can consider using process mining tools, for example, to see whether the bot is applying the process in a consistent manner. Are there deviations? Is it making mistakes? Are human interventions necessary sometimes? Then also, when it comes to application controls, can an auditor actually use governance risk and tool compliance tools basically to check automated controls which are placed by the RP or the bots in an efficient manner? At the end of the day, please remember, in the old world, auditor used to actually rely on sampling techniques, to get assurance. But now, with the use of tool, auditors are looking to get 100% coverage, basically, because you are able to actually use these tools in terms of process mining, or GRC tools, basically to get an overview of the complete set of data rather than doing a sample based review. you know with this, I would like to thank all the panelists for giving me this opportunity, Mr. Murtuza, as well as Yogesh Prasad sir, as well as the principal of this college. I have been an alumni of this college, so thanks a lot. Yeah.
Great. So, thanks, Kedar, for bringing the auditor side of the story. I would actually want to reach out to Saurabh. Saurabh, from an industry perspective, sitting on this side of the table, what is the kind of control automation that we can look at, and which would ideally probably complement the current audit process, be it the statutory audit, which is the finalization of the balance sheet, or if at all there is an internal audit that is being done within the company or an external party. So, want to know your views around the control automation part.
Sure, Mother. And first of all, thanks again for giving this extreme opportunity wherein I can come and express my view. And this is one of the topics which is really quite close to my heart when it comes to controls automation. And having spent 13 years approx in the industry and getting an opportunity to implement quite a few of controls automation rollout projects, what I have noticed is, first of all, we have to acknowledge that all these depends as per the maturity curve of any organization. Yeah, we cannot just have a one size fits all kind of concept here, wherein we would say, okay, X company is doing this type of control automation, so let me also bring in. And I am sure all the speakers are emphasizing on these, and of course, the audience would also have acknowledged this so far. So, if we go to further and dwell into what type of control automations we see across the industry, across the world, mainly I would focus on two basic verticals here. One of them, as we all know, is process related control, and another is access control, what we in short call AC. Access control AC and process control PC. When I looked at these two verticals, I see there is a high level of penetration in AC part. It means that control automation has gone up ahead in its maturity curve, and we are seeing companies who are having more than 60% of automation around the access control part, which is quite easy because you have the data, it is quite structured, and then it is easy for the companies to process it and reach to the conclusions or the results what they are expecting. Wherein, if you come to the process control side, I haven't seen any company which has achieved more than 25% of control automation in this part. And I'm talking about the FTSE 100 companies like that size of population. So, what I'm telling is there is a lot of headroom available for control automation vertical to go up in the ladder and say that, okay, these type of unstructured data can also be processed, and we would be having not even semi-automated, completely automated control, not only performance, but also the monitoring and providing the results to the statutory auditors or internal auditors the way they want. I will take a pause and would also highlight on a couple of things which I have noticed as a few examples, because of course, if I keep talking, I do not want to encourage the other people time. So I would give few examples quickly. When we started this journey, in my current company, Vodafone also, we used to talk about tools like Alteryx, SAS-based tool, R, Python, all these. However, when I started doing my own study in this particular subject, I realized that there are companies which are offering end-to-end solution. SAP GRC, most of you are aware. However, there are other companies, and I'm not endorsing anyone, but just to name some of them, are like SOC or Audit Board. Then we have something like Workiva, and all these companies actually provide you a single platform, and in that platform you have a capability of connecting not only to your ERP but other legacy systems as well. You can get in the baseline data, you can do the high load data crunching, and then provide the results. And all these results are basically the kind of traditional controls that we see, the three-way match, whether the PO has been raised on time or was it raised post making a payment or after receiving an invoice. So these type of things which we used to monitor as a sample base, now it is possible with the kind of data mining or process mining kind of tool which Mr. Kedar was also mentioning, end to end and in a single platform. And since the single platform will be enabling us to have audit trail, it is quite easy to reduce the manual effort, not only from auditing side, but also from the auditor side. And that's how we see that auditors have to, I would say, get ahead in terms of their own understanding of this subject matter, because this is gonna be the future. Yeah. So with this note, I think I will take a pause and back to you, Madhu.
So, Saurabh, just one point I wanted to ask you on this. The machine learning and the artificial intelligence and the robotic process automation, which Partha sir also touched upon. These are the tools for control automation? Just for the clarity of the audience, we going to be using machine learning, artificial intelligence into control automation, and is control automation output of both?
So let me take one more minute and quickly explain you the concept of control automation first. What is control automation? We use this word quite often. See, control automation starts with data source identification, because in a lot of big companies you have a lot of systems. Some of them are ERP, some of them are legal. So first you have to identify what all systems are your financial reporting relevant system. In short, we call them FRR. Once you identify the data source, you have to make an interface to fetch the data from these systems and get it into a common platform or a cloud or a data warehouse, this data extraction also needs to happen without any manual intervention. This can happen via bot, this can happen via interface. There are a lot of tools available, API and all that. I will not go into the technical details of them. However, once you have this interface built, then we talk about data processing and data analysis. Now, for data processing and data analysis, we use these terminologies like AI built techniques, then RPA, wherein the set procedures or set number of steps will be performed without manual intervention. However, the journey doesn't stop here because we're talking about end-to-end control automation. We have to go a step ahead and see that once the data analytics or data processing has happened, do I provide this information into the management, uh, the kind of report which management expects, because they don't want to see the 550 GB data. They just want to know where the exception lies. So we call this exception reporting. Once the exception reporting happens, all these comments for the future reference of auditor needs to be maintained with time stamping, and then the access needs to be provided to auditors, which could be stat auditors, internal auditors, or whosoever are authorized. So this entire thing end to end is considered as control automation, and all these tools and techniques like AI, RPA, interfaces, these are enablers to achieve this control automation. This is how it.
Great,
I
great.
hope that
Right.
clarifies. Yeah, Muthu.
Yes,
Back to you.
yes, quite a bit. It basically connects all of it together. So, but I think we've missed out one enabler, which is cloud computing. So I would want to reach out to Mr. Prabhakar. And cloud computing, what I know of is basically my OneDrive or my Google Drive, in a layman word. But I would want you to, talk about what is cloud computing, how does it all fit into the AI, ML, and what are the security issues? Because there are a lot of these memes that are moving around WhatsApp that your security is breached, and everyone knows everything about you. So what is the whole buzz around the cloud computing and its security?
Thank you, Mazhar. Good afternoon, everyone. Happy New Year. I was listening to all the eminent panelists talking about AI, robotics, and how to control and how it can be used. Cloud also plays a very important role in the overall digital technology that we are talking about. And as we go ahead year after year, the digital technology is revolutioning, and cloud has been one of the most disruptive technology in the last decade. And it is going to become more and more adapted by all the people, whether it is the startups or the SMEs or the large organizations. And therefore, it is very important for all of us as a profession to know more about the cloud and what is cloud computing. One of the most important aspects of the cloud is that organizations want almost every moment accurate, comprehensive, and real-time information. And everyone wants a convenient plug and play type of a solution. They don't want that I'm stuck here, I cannot do. If I done a work here, can I go and somewhere else and start the work from that and complete it? That's one of the key things that everybody wants as a convenience, to have a plug and play digital solutions. And also in terms of cloud as a technology, it provides to organization high level of productivity as well as operation efficiency. So these are most important part of the cloud. And let me just quickly take through in terms of what is cloud computing that we generally talk about. Cloud as such is not the real cloud, that something is there in the cloud. If you see in terms of the services of cloud, that could be, one can categorize into three types of services as a cloud: infrastructure as a service as cloud, software as a service as a cloud, or platform as a service as a cloud. So if you have to look at, most of us all have got a Gmail account, and we send the email. We can access the Gmail from laptop, from a mobile phone, or from anywhere in any place, and we can have multiple access of Gmail. And that is simple example of cloud is being used. All our data, all our information is stored in the cloud platform by the Google, and that is what we are accessing. And the easy way to access is to any of the devices. You are not restricted by any devices. This is a simple example you can take like that. There are many examples you can look where we are day to day adopting to the cloud technology. If you go to the music and you stream the music content is stored in a server, and you stream whatever music you want, and all of us can stream the music at any point of time together. So there's no question of any conflict or any clash. So that is the benefit of cloud. So what is infrastructure as a service, as a cloud provides, is a storage. It is a place where people can store their records, data, informations, and they can be accessed to plug and play, as I said, to any devices from any place. That is the infrastructure as a service where large organizations provide the necessary storage space, which you can use it for whatever you want. You can store your documents, you can store your photographs, you can store anything and everything. When you come as a software as a service, there are many CRM solutions, the payroll solutions, the accounting solutions, many other softwares which are available in the cloud space, which can be simultaneously utilized by various people. And this helps in terms of optimal utilization, more importantly for the SME side, where they can't afford to use the software or invest in large amount of storage and server. They can pay as per use. The amount of storage you use, you pay. The type of software you use, you pay. It's a pay per use, which is very, very convenient for all the people, including for the audit firms and including for our own practicing chartered accountants. We can use the cloud technology for our own audit. We can keep the necessary data in a way that in which we want. We can give the access controls to the people the way in which we want, and there can be a secured usage of the data and the information. Instead of sending 10 MB file by email or 10 MB file by USB drive or anything else, you can store it and you can access it from anywhere. Then comes as a platform as a service. This again is more from a perspective that the technology development people can actually use cloud platform for developing a software, for developing the customer specific needs, whatever is required as a platform of a service. All these services are provided by well-reputed, very large IT organizations, and these are well secured, and they have good amount of protocol of security that they manage and maintain in terms of that. Again, if you see, just to little bit more looking in terms of the benefits that one can have from the cloud, it is scalable in the sense as you progress, and if you have a good service provider with whom you have got an engagement of the cloud, you can actually increase and take the benefit of the technology that they bring in the cloud in your business, and you can grow as per the needs that you want. That's very important thing. Second important aspect is the entire technology management, including the security part of it, both in terms of infrastructure, services, and in this thing, is everything rested with the subject matter experts like technology experts who are the cloud service providers. And therefore, individual small organizations or a SME type of an organization need not worry about the security features, the security protocols, and the IS infrastructure requirement. Those are taken care by the service providers. So all in all, cloud is growing more than 40 to 50% worldwide, and is also significantly growing in India. Still, it has to get much deeper into the SME segment, but that is the day for the future, that most of the people will actually be accessing and doing work, everything in the cloud. Whether you use AI, whether you use robotic, or whether you use any other thing, it is question of which platform and where will you use. Whether you will be working in your server placed in your house, in your own organization, or you are going to take the support of the cloud service providers. That's how it works.
Right. So I think you've already touched upon one thing that I wanted more clarification. So in simple terms, is working on cloud safe? Considering a lot of data security issues, data leakage issues. Say, for example, if I'm working in the healthcare, I have all my patients' data which is uploaded, and if there is a breach, India, I don't know, but internationally, I think that my entire company can get wiped out with just one data breach. The penalties can be huge. So how safe it is, and should we take any precautions? You mentioned if the service provider is good. So is there some evaluation to be done on the service provider or my infrastructure?
Yeah, that's very important. In fact, data privacy and data security is the most important thing, and all of us are well aware of the controversy of WhatsApp that is going in the current time. So two things one has to understand. Again, in terms of cloud, there are three types you can say of cloud services. One is public cloud, and second is private cloud, and is the hybrid cloud, because the security and the risk involved is different for each of the thing. The public cloud space is basically where the entire IT infrastructure, server, everything is external to the organization, and it is managed and served by the external IS services. And that right from the IT infrastructure to the security and maintenance, backup, and the contingency plan, everything is managed by the cloud service provider. In terms of private cloud, it is basically your own internal organization, the IS, who maintains the entire IT infrastructure and the security part of it. So and it is accessible on everywhere and anywhere basis, but it is totally under your management. Hybrid comes where the organization says that, okay, some part of it I will be using the public cloud space, and some part of it I will keep it within my IT organization and I manage on its own. So when it comes in terms of security, especially the data security part of it, one has to be very clear that the cloud service provider is very important in this, because if you are not evaluating the cloud service provider based on what your business needs are and what is your business engagement are, you will be ending into a problem, because as you grow, you will require the service provider to keep giving you more and more support in the cloud space, or else you cannot have half of the cloud in one place and half of the cloud in place and create an issue for you. So engagement with the service provider is very important. Second aspect is the entire security protocol that the service provider manages, that needs to be properly evaluated and understood. If you see in terms of that data security, so if the data security, there are various sets of security. At the user access level, there is a data security code, which comes from the user authentication, multi-factor authentication, role-based access authorizations that are available, and sometimes TOTP, time-based OTP, one-time password. These are the type of user access that are available. So robust, what you can say in terms of data security, by allowing access only to the correct person based on the role, is to be defined by the organization, and it has to be provided by the service provider. So once this is taken care of, the access related security is not going to be a challenge. But everywhere it is question of the fact that if you are not diligent, you will face a problem. So the service provider has to diligently follow all the protocols, and as an organization, it is equally important for you to give the proper access to the right people and to the right role. That's the one part of it. Second, if you see, as the data is in transit, the most important part is, as the data is in transit, is it secure? So security plays a very important role at the time of data in transit. So the data has to be to the SSL encryption mode. And even in terms of data, when it is in transit, it has to be, if you see many of us, when you use many of the softwares, it gets automatically logged if you are not using the particular software or particular this thing after a period of time. So these are the access, these security controls during the data is in transit. It should have an automatic way of locking down the account if it is not used for a certain period of time. It should also have a token based validation. If you see many of the banking transactions where we have to give the authorization, it is based on token based authorization. So these are the securities available as such to see to it that data is going in a secure way, it is used by secure people, and is going in an encrypted form. Now, that is not enough. While data is in transit, the security of feature also is built around data on rest. When you are not using churning the data, when you're not using the data, that's the time actually the cloud service provider or IT platform sees to it that all the sensitive informations like passwords are encrypted and stored. That is proper. The data is stored behind the firewall so that nobody can attack it or take it out. There is a proper backups that are encrypted on, and there are premium encrypted disks in which it is stored, so that it is not easily accessible or easily taken up by anybody else. While data and rest as a security is important, the next aspect in cloud, and is very important, is that elimination of data breach. You can't allow anybody to breach the data and get into it. So that is again very important, as I already covered in the previous thing. The validation of the password, the one-time password based on timing. These are important things which will ensure that if there is any breach, then the account will get logged, it will not get access, and you will not be able to take it forward further. And last but not the least will be the elimination of data loss. While the data is in transit and everything is going on, it's very important that no data is lost. That is very important from an organization perspective. And that's why, again, here also the various security features are built in by the various cloud service providers, which are very important. Various multiple layer of access application, gateway, firewall, web server, all acting under the SSL. These are the various security measures that are there in any of the cloud transactions. Now, coming to your point, so working in cloud is absolutely secure. engaging a proper service provider, having the necessary technology and security features is very important. And the third important part of it is if there is a malified intention of taking your data and doing something wrong, then that is a fraud. No security can be for fraud. It is basically you are secure as far as your data is concerned. You are secure as far as your access is concerned. You are secure as far as how to operate is concerned. And if the service provider maintains all these protocols, you are absolutely secure. But if there is a fraud of some of the person in that service provider company pulls up the information and sells out to someone and all those things, that is something beyond the control of anyone.
Correct, correct.
Yeah.
Thanks. So a lot of points were brought out with regards to the risk and the counters. Saurabh, I would want to reach out to you from a company trying to implement cloud. From a company trying to implement cloud, what is the, say, from an automation angle or from the readiness angle, what are the steps that I should look at if I want to be implementing cloud computing in my organization? So I would want your answer to come from a more of a automation perspective. What can the controls be set? So a lot of things were spoken about data in transit. There was also access control, which you touched upon, which Prabhakar ji also touched upon. Something around that is, what we know.
Yeah, sure. But before I dwell further into this question, I'm absolutely happy the kind of detail given by Prabhakaran sir. And this is really important for each one of us to understand that all these technology are there for us to help. However, if the fraud kind of thing happens, then it shouldn't be blamed on the technology. It is important to find the root cause and fix it. Yeah. Coming back to your question, Mazhar, that see, cloud computing, like Prabhakaran said, explained that there are three types of cloud: private cloud, public cloud, and hybrid cloud. It's important to see that what type of services your service provider is going to offer. And if we talk about big service provider, there are more than 100 kind of services that all these service providers are offering. Not only the data storage, data encryption, but also data analytics, algorithm, which can help you to find the exception and all. So first of all, we have to understand the need of business and then decide that, okay, what type of services I'm gonna take from these service providers. And that's that identification, or I would say the first step for each and every organization to consider what are the basic needs. First of all, am I going for cloud services just because my stakeholder want or just because my management wants? What is the need? First of all, if you are a mid-sized firm, probably right now there is no need to have a cloud. If you have a good kind of server which is within your premise and you are making sure that it is secured enough. This cloud thing is there when you have a big data size and probably you are not able to afford on-premise servers. Then you should think of these cloud computing and cloud-based kind of services. And like Prabhakaran sir also mentioned, it's very important to understand the cost impact of these things. If you are a startup or if you are a newcomer, initially migrating from on-premise server to cloud would be a huge cost investment. So unless until you have a 5 or 10 years of horizon and then have very clear understanding that what are services you can avail with these type of service provider, I won't suggest you to directly take a decision of going to cloud computing. Yeah. So that's how it works. That first identify the need, why there is a need, and then what are the major reasons because of which I want to go to cloud. Once the identification is done, the second part comes of the data migration. Data migration also has to happen in a very structured manner. If there is no structure manner, then like you also mentioned, Mother, earlier, garbage in, garbage out, will end up having the mess of data which will not provide us the kind of exception reports that we are looking for. Yeah, that's a data migration which also has to happen in a secured way. That's the second bit. Then the third bit, obviously, we should know that, okay, how frequent we need these services to use, for what all areas we need to use these services. Are we going into the transactional kind of thing? Because the computing word says that we are gonna compute something, correct? And it's like no matter where the data resides, that computing has to happen over the internet, over the cloud. Yeah. So that's the big probably silver line that we have to understand and then decide that, okay, I understand what type of data or report my management is looking after, my stat auditor or internal auditors are looking after, and these are the kind of information I can provide. And that's the reason I am going for this cloud computing kind of mechanism. And this has to be kind of in tandem work with your control automation journey. So we spoke about the control automation, the 5 buckets like data source identification, data processing, data analysis, and then reporting, and then maintenance of it. So cloud can help you in each one of these things. Because earlier what used to happen is there were big data server rooms which used to be maintained at one location, and then the connectivity was established of those data servers. Nowadays, no matter geographically where you are, once the data is available on cloud, you can connect with a less latency. So latency is very less when you use this cloud computing kind of services. So that's one of the benefits again. So keeping that in mind, you can make this into a part of your journey and then go for that 5 or 3 years at least, because this journey is not like overnight journey or a short term. It has to have that horizon of 3 to 5 years for a big organization. And once you have that clear identification milestones defined, then of course the cloud computing with all those security measures that Prabhakar sir has already mentioned, needs to be taken care of, and then it will be quite smooth. That's how I look at it.
So, very good point brought about Saurabh about the journey, and we've already spoken about all these tools, the need, the importance, the role. So, Partha sir, I would want to go back to you. I would want to know your experience in this journey of automation, cloud computing, and I think in the last 1 year we've all been going, or we are still going through the entire COVID scenario. So we want to know what is your experience in this journey from going through the entire automation curve.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think everybody has been part of the journey. I think the pandemic was so abrupt that it did not differentiate anybody. I think whoever has adopted this journey, maybe they immediately started working on it, and whoever was not part of the journey, I think they immediately embraced it and do it. I think what we call it is a fear of missing out, right? That was more evident, and I think people were very quick to do the decision because that has become a necessity. Yes, indeed. Our organization has been investing very heavily on the automation part because being in an oil and gas, I think that's where we can bring innovation. I think what exactly Kedar brought out about the OCR capabilities, I think we went ahead with this automation of the entire AP system, revamping the entire AP system, where we have also built in some cognitive capabilities, wherein which the machine learning, wherever it has got some deviations, it curates itself and it improves it. So it's basically an exception-based invoice processing, right? The other factor is also a digital documentation, because we have moved into a digital documentation much ahead of the automation journey, because that is a very crucial factor which determines an automation, right? Or a machine learning, or an RPO, or any of the processes which we are doing. And then all our entire logistic networks have been connected with the automated platform, which allows us to see and operate. Because in oil and gas, being a refinery or being a retail outlet, obviously these are very sensitive and very secured places, right? So where we have a very limited involvement of the manpower, and it can be automatically used, right? So that came very handy in terms of during the COVID scenario, where you need to maintain all the protocols. And the advantage also is that, like, in this kind of a very automated system, obviously you also build in all the logs and the exceptions, which is very much available for the auditors, and whether it's an internal auditor or an external auditor or anybody who does a control audit, right? He has got an access, and always they can get convinced. And that is also one of the key factor. I think most of the companies who have embraced the automation journey were successful in closure of these audits. And one of the key things, what I'll say is, whenever you close an audit and you just get the financial sign, it takes a week after the board is done, if you're not listed. With the digital signatures on, you don't have that luxury, because you have to complete it on the same day, right? You don't have that. So everything has become more systematic, and the more important factor is the change management in any of this automation or any of the things which we are trying to do. I think this pandemic was very forceful in getting the change management very faster, and we became very adaptive. And maybe to conclude, how the way I see the future of automation or the digital transformation, I will say, is that I think the first and foremost is the replacement of the documentation part, right? We have been heavily investing on the physical documentation. So there are multiple ways of managing this, starting from a simple digitization of the document through an OCR or getting into a blockchain. So it is invariably a wider space of a digital journey. And definitely this topic has been touched upon by Prabhakar and Saurabh on the cloud. Yes, the investment in the scalable architecture on the cloud, and have an API-based connectivity, which also secures that the minimal data is transferred, right? And whatever is relevant, because now invariably we are using the entire banking infrastructure. Everything is going through an API, because you are getting on a messaging part, you are getting your balances. How do you get the balances, right? So this is completely through an API. So the data transmission becomes very, very minimal. What is relevant is only getting transmitted, and what you want it. And of course, the security comes into the as a primary focus, because obviously you are going to operate all your systems, and you are going to expose all your system, whether it is a legacy system or a cloud-based system, from anywhere, right? So the kind of a controlled environment you would have enjoyed in your office may not be really available when you're operating from a home. So the last node connectivity, what we call as a last node secured connectivity, that is much crucial, and in terms of an investment, because you may invest on a cloud, you may invest on an infrastructure, but obviously you need to also take care of that part. With the other MLs, AIs, RPAs, etc., obviously we have to be now encouraged to have a blended workforce, right? So and the RPA doesn't really replace the manpower, right? You're only going to supplement the manpower and reskill the manpower. So maybe the message which has to be very loud and clear to the employees is that, like, we are reskilling you, not replacing you. So that way, I think the guy who's from a business can do a much better job in terms of getting a bot, rather than a technology guy who can do, because the guy who does a business knows exactly where the loopholes are there, where the manual interventions are there, where it can be avoided. So if you wanted to build a system, get these team to build, which will be a long-lasting one. And in terms of an audit and other things, I think we should always focus on an alternative procedures to substantiate, corroborate, or validate certain data. I think so. We should not be going with the historical way of doing it. I think the way in which the technology moves on, and I think we also need to move on.
Great. So, good, Partha sir, you touched upon the people. I would want to reach out to Kala madam. Do you really feel that this technology can, I would not say replace people, but reduce my workforce? That is one question, like, all of us want to know. If we are driving AI, we are driving machine learning, we are driving automation, inadvertently, are we reducing our workforce? So I just want your views on that.
Right.
Is
I think
my thought process aligned with yours, or you have something completely on the contrary?
right. See, I think Mr. Partha also just mentioned that it's supplementing the system and reskilling the workers, not replacing it. And while AI may seem to present limitless possibilities, it is still important to match human skills and knowledge to these technologies. I always say this is the real intelligence, and we are the one who found the artificial intelligence. But we place more importance on the artificial intelligence. There are limits to what can be done using AI. While AI techniques can mimic the human cognitive ability of learning and recognizing patterns, it cannot yet replicate human intuition and logical reasons that responds well to complexity and ambiguity. Therefore, as the adoption of AI and other related technologies becomes more prevalent, organizations will also increasingly need accountants who have technology skill sets as well as a deep understanding of the business and accounting context that surrounds data and insights derived from the data. In other words, if the next generation of accountants possess sound accounting knowledge and proficiency in accounting technologies, including AI, then the combination of technological and human strengths can lead to exponential improvements. But if you see all these aspiring accountants, like so long we had only accountancy, now we have accounting data and analytics. This is what the courses that has been also encouraged in all the universities. As with the transformation initiative, the human factor is critical to ensuring its success. The evaluation in AI technologies is changing the roles and responsibilities of accountants, requiring competencies. These competencies are important to effectively identify and apply cases for AI technologies and facilitate effective collaboration with other stakeholders, including IT, legal, tax, and operations during implementation.
So I would also want to know that with regards to the technology replacing people concept, is it that I'm just throwing in a conspiracy theory question here. So is it that we are guiding the machines, or the AI is somewhere we are actually working around it, and the AI and the machine learning is actually guiding on what we are doing rather than it being the other way?
See, this is like we need to, I think, complement each other. It is not like they are guiding us, we are guiding, and now like Saurabh also completely, explained the full controls we have. Mr. Prabhakar was telling about all the cloud computing, everything, the risk associated. And as he said, we need to reskill. Even Mr. Patsadi was, it's like we have to, it's always, unlearn and relearn. That's what we need to do also when with the changing environment. As I said, COVID has changed for everyone. It has created impact. It's not for you, me, or any specific industry as yes me. So this is one where it has put us all the challenges of automation. Even you say that no, I don't want to move. I don't want to become into automation. I don't want it. It's not possible now because this is where we are all pushed to. It is applicable for everyone. So we need to relearn, unlearn, and also complement. This is how we need to going forward do this.
Great, great. Thanks. So
And once again, sorry, nice to know, sir, Mr. Kedar, you're an alumni of this college. Nice to know that.
Okay. Thank you.
great.
Yeah.
If I have Murtuza online, I had a question for Murtuza sir. I'm not too sure whether he is able to connect. I think there is some technical issue with him connecting. Anyways, with that, I think there was a lot of discussion around what is AI, ML, robotics process automation, the need, the importance, the role, and the journey, and the question whether it can replace or supplement something. I think a lot of insights is packed in 1 hour. I think it was super speaking to all of you. I'm sure the audience have also been able to grasp the nitty-gritties as well as the importance of this entire thing, and which Kala Madam brought out in the end. We don't have an option anymore. We have to do it. We have to unlearn, and we have to read. So on that note, thank you guys. Thanks. Over to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, brother.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
everyone. Have a
Bye.
good day.
Okay, thank you everyone. Over to the organizers. Good day.
Hello? Yes. We were indeed fortunate to have a galaxy of eminent personalities for this panel discussion. We sincerely thank the moderator and the panelists and look forward for your association with our institution in the future. Now we'll have the felicitation of our guests on the dais.
May I now request our principal, Dr. Suchitra Naik, to felicitate the chairman of Vidya Prasarak Mandal, Dr. Vijay Bedekar. I request Madam to felicitate Dr. Vijay Bedekar. Thank you, Madam. I now request convener of this conference, CA Prasade, to felicitate our principal, Dr. Sujitra Naik. Thank you, sir. I call upon Nitin Vadvinde, sir, the co-convener, to felicitate the convener of this conference, CA Yogesh Prasade. May I now request Madhura Madam to felicitate the co-convener of this conference, Professor Nitin Vadvinde. Thank you, Madam. May I now invite our vice principals as well as the faculty of accountancy to be on the, yes, and the faculty of accountancy to be on the dais for a photo shoot. I request vice principal. Yes. Raul sir from the Department of Accountancy. Yes. Request all the faculty of Accountancy Department as well as our vice principals to come forward. Tokekar madam. Students.
डिपार्टमेंट से मेंबर्स को यार टोकेकर बैठ
Madam is
Sana, Dipti madam. Dipti madam.
She is in the conference room. She's call.
सचिन लाइव जा रहा है ना मैडम क्लोजर यस
Thank you, everyone.
all the delegates. We'll have a lunch break and then we begin the next session at 3.
Meantime, college information.
Yes, meantime, the college information will be can be viewed on the screen. Thank you so much, everyone. Good afternoon, dear delegates. We will be back at sharp 3 p.m. with our next plenary session. So kindly join on time in 5 minutes.
Seriously?
Namaskar. First of all, good morning to everyone. Myself, Professor Kiran Hazarika, Member University Grant Commission. I would like to extend my thanks and heartfelt thanks and gratitude towards Indian Accounting Association. This is Thane chapter. Especially to my gratitude to Dr. Arvind Loharji, Chairman, and Nishant Jhaji, Secretary, and Dr. Kuldeep Sharma, Treasurer of IAA, for giving me National Talent Research Award 2021. Actually, I don't know how I am contributing to the educational research innovation development. Being an academician and a member of University Grant Commission, I'm associated with so many committees member. Especially, I'm member in UGC Scheme for Transdisciplinary Research in Indian Development Economy, and in another committee, UGC Standing Committee member for conferring autonomous colleges, and member in Guideline Review and Formulation Committee, member in Research Capability Development Committee, and member in, especially I'm feeling great enough that I am member in Atal ranking of institution innovation achievement area, that is called under the Education Ministry, and I'm as so many member in visitors member in so many central universities also. So once again, I am going to offer my gratitude to the Indian Association, Accounting Association, for giving me National Research Talent Search Award 2021. Thank you very much.
So, ये खत्म.
on recent trends in accounting, taxation, finance, and auditing. Dear audience, we now have with us Enable Administrator DCP Sachin Patil sir to deliver his talk on the topic cyber and financial crime. I'm definitely looking forward to a very energetic post-lunch session. Over to you, sir. Sachin,
Thank you
sir?
very much. Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. Let me introduce myself. I'm Sachin Patil. I'm a chartered accountant as well as a IPS officer of the 2006 batch. I've previously been the DCP Cyber Mumbai City. Presently, I'm posted as Superintendent of Police Nasik in Maharashtra. The topic that I'm given today relates to cyber crimes and the economic offenses. Will I be able to have a presentation as well? If I may.
Yes, sir.
I'll just share the
Anyone
screen.
from the tech? Yeah, sure, sir. Technical. Yes, Kanishk, are you there?
Yes,
Could you
ma'am.
please coordinate with sir? Yeah, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Sir, there will be option down there of screen share.
Yeah. Whether the presentation is being seen?
No, sir, you have to share your screen, sir. You have to select your entire screen and click on the share button.
Yeah. Just a minute.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. There will be a small screen. You have to click on that and click on share button. Yes, sir. It is shared. It is shared, sir.
Okay. So whether you can see the presentation?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So the topic that we are going to discuss today was cyber crimes, the nature of cyber crimes that are taking place, the cyber security mechanism that we have, and the cyber laws that deal with it. Basically, there are various types of cyber crimes, and for us, the most important type relates to financial frauds as well as hacking and web defacements. How many of us do remember that during our preparation phase or prior to that, we used to have emails or say SMSs or messages saying that we have vowed a particular amount in a particular legacy, or see some of our some family member has died somewhere in a foreign country and he has left behind a huge fortune, and if we want to share that fortune, or if we want to have access to that fortune, we need to give them certain details. So that was the basic nature of cyber fraud that started. That was in the nature of fishing. Like they used to, like in case of fishing for any fish, what we do, we hang a particular bait to the fishing net or to the fishing pole, and then it's left into the water so that the fish comes and has a bite of that bite that's sent. So in a similar nature, to grab attention of a common person, there are in fact two methods in which we can grab the attention of a common person. One is either by fear or by greed. So basically, in those emails, they try to grab your attention through this method of giving you a particular a greed mechanism. Like, can I? So the basic cyber frauds of the olden days, they mainly dealt with the phishing attack.
Sir,
Yeah,
so sorry to interrupt. Have you stopped the screen sharing?
yeah. Because can I just keep the screen as well as the presentation simultaneously?
Yeah, it was like that only, sir. It was
Okay.
simultaneously being shared. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir, it's perfect.
Thank you. Uh, so now the first question that comes is, where do these people they get access to your information? Where do they get details of your email addresses? Where do they get details of your credit card numbers as such? See, internet basically, the internet that we access is basically through search engines. The most common of them is Google. We might be accessing other search engines as well. But through these search engines, we are just able to access 10% of the cyber space that is there. There's about 80% of the internet which is not accessed directly by us. That is in the nature of a dark web. There are various layers to it. We have the deep web, the dark web, which we rarely access as normal human beings. There are many things that are happening in this dark web as well. Just as in the normal in the normal working, we have this term called underworld. So similar to that, dark web is the underworld of internet, where many things are happening. Some of you might have heard of the Silk Route or the trades of arms and drugs over the Silk Route. So these things they normally happen in the dark web, which has an empty number of data with it, and this data is sold for a particular price. Normally in the nature of cryptocurrencies. So what happens if you get a particular person's email address? So how can you try to grab or try to get information from that number? That is through sending some link which might lure him into your trap. So that's how this financial fraud started off. Nowadays, the recent most important type of such crime that we are seeing is, we have recently started immunizations program. Today itself, we have launched the immunization for COVID-19. So in that process, the individuals who are to be immunized, they are registered on the COVID platform of the government. And under that, the person is supposed to receive a SMS stating that on such and such a date at such and such time, he should come to the immunization center to receive the vaccine for COVID-19. So nowadays, what the kind of the way in which fraudsters are using this particular thing is that they are sending similar messages to people and telling them that in case they want to get themselves vaccinated for COVID-19, they need to give some information of theirs. So when the person like Aadhaar number, PAN number, and the mobile number, and after getting those details, these fraudsters they ask for the PIN number that might have been received on the mobile of the person. The only advice that I would tell to the people is, whatever happens, never share your PIN with anyone. मैं तो यहाँ तक भी बोल देता हूँ कि चाहे भगवान भी आपको आपसे आपका पिन नंबर मांग ले, उनके साथ शेयर ना करें, because that's an authentication that is basically used in the digital age. We also have this denial of service and distributed denial of services attacks, which are basically professional in natures, which are used to bring down a particular server. Similarly, virus is the most important form of cybercrime that we have seen from many years. Similarly, software piracy is taking place, pornography, fake profiles, matrimonial frauds, and cyber terrorism is taking place. From a financial professional's point of view, the important types of cyber frauds relate to the bank accounts. And getting access to that bank accounts. If we see which is the most important thing nowadays in our life, it's this, a simple mobile. Why? Because most of us have all our information on this device. So if as a person who wants to do any criminal act, the first thing that I should try to break into is your mobile phone and try to get access to all the information on it, because it has information about my location, my bank details, all my personal passwords. So nowadays, mobile is the most important thing in our life. I still remember in olden days, there used to be some movies which used to show that there was a magician, और वो जादूगर की जान जो है वो एक तोते में होती थी. Similarly, the phones are the parrots nowadays. वो तोते की तरह है. So we need to keep our mobiles secure in terms of technological, that is technical wear upgradation, hardware and software upgradation, as well as our own human wear upgradation. We should know the cyber crimes that are happening around us nowadays and keep ourselves abreast and active to see that we do not fall prey to such crimes. In terms of hardware, what we need to do is hardware and software. The mobile software needs to be upgraded, whether it's Android or iOS or any other operating system. जो भी लेटेस्ट ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम रहेगा वो अपलोड करना या फिर उसको अपडेट करना ज़रूरी है, because every new updation bridges some loopholes that may be there previously and that may have been brought to the notice of the particular company. दूसरी चीज़ है, if you can keep a good antivirus system on our mobile or our computer systems, whichever we use to access the digital information. तीसरी है, keep ourselves abreast to know the various kinds of cyber frauds that are happening. जैसे मैंने कहा कि the first and the basic principle as a human being is do not share your PIN number with anybody. As financial professionals, we need to percolate this information down to our clients, because if we take care of our clients and their families, this will be a good service that we'll be doing to the financial world. Because many times we see that our clients, without their knowledge, amounts gets transferred from their bank accounts to some other accounts, which are many times in foreign countries as well, or in India, and they are withdrawn instantly. And at times, one of the persons that these people call are us as financial professionals. So as I said, we need to keep our electronic devices or digital devices updated. There's another aspect to it, like there are many apps that are downloaded on our mobile and our digital devices. If you see, most of the apps, they ask for various permissions from you. They want permission to your cameras, they want permission or access to your databases in terms of your contact lists, your photo galleries, your mic, your location settings and everything. The issue is, while downloading the app, just check out what information is essential for that app. Similarly, if everything is ticked positive when you're downloading the app, you can change those settings once the app is downloaded on your system as well. That you need not give access to some things which the app doesn't require. Like if I'm using a photo editing app, then it might not require access to my mic or to my contact list many times. Also, download the apps from authorized app stores. If you're not using a particular app for many days, just check out whether you have disabled the access of that app to most of the things on your device. Secondly, if you receive any link, whether via any messaging platforms or any OTT platforms, which you think is suspicious, do not press on that link, because it might just be a link to any malware which may be stationed in your device later on. And as I said, keep your operating system and your antivirus systems well up to date, because they are able to identify such threats. Now coming to the banking transactions, whenever we are doing any banking transactions need to be done from the secure banking platforms, because these have encrypted data communications between the bank server and the user, whereby even if the data is hacked by anyone, the data is in an encrypted form and he won't be able to use it. Normally, some fraudsters, they create some websites which are similar to the websites of various banks. One needs to be careful that he is accessing the website of his own bank. So normally whenever the web address is there, just check out whether it's a secured website. So normally these web addresses, they start with HTTPS. The normal web address has the acronym of HTTP. The secured websites will have HTTPS, which is a link to the secured website. Secondly, many times what happens in case any amount is debited or credited, mostly transferred out of our bank accounts, the first thing that we do is search the net for the call centers of these banks. Many times these call center numbers also turn out to be fraud. So one of the basic precautions that we can take is just call up your local bank branch which is there, or your relationship manager who is allotted to you, and just tell him that a particular cyber fraud or banking fraud has happened in your bank account. The third thing relating to banking sector is you might just receive a call from your bank, purportedly the person in front may be saying that he's calling from your bank. He might not have any information about your bank or your bank account details or your card details. He'll try to get it out of you, because these fraudsters, they play on the psychology of the person as well. They try to put him into fear, so that telling him that in case he doesn't share the information, his card will be blocked or his account will be deactivated, or they try to induce him if he gives, then there'll be a reward of some 1,000 or 10,000 rupees that will be credited to his account, and that reward or that particular scheme is applicable only for that next 1 hour or 1 day. So the person is put into this fear or this lalach scenario, and they end up giving the information. So my only advice in these cases is, in case the person in the front on the call is trying to threaten that the card will be blocked or the account will be blocked or your points that you have earned will be lapsed, just tell him that whatever the case is, I'll be coming down to the bank branch and I'll check it out there. Because when we go to the bank branch, you realize that no such call has been made by the bank. So from the banking fraud point of view, I would request everyone not to share their OTPs, not to share their details over the phone. Another kind of fraud that is there nowadays relates to these fake profiles that are being created over most of the social media platforms, which may be in the nature of some social interaction groups or matrimonial websites. One needs to be quite careful while dealing with such profiles. We have had many cases wherein very good lucrative profiles were created on matrimonial sites and other social media sites, whereby the person was shown as a single person, well settled in London, or the female was shown as a well settled lady in London, and the person was lured into the trap. They shared some intimate details which were later used by these fraudsters to blackmail the person. So they blackmail that in case they don't shell out a particular amount of money, then these pictures will be made public onto the cyber platform. That is one of the kind of frauds that's been happening. Another kind of fraud was such where the person showed himself as a well-settled man in London through his social media profile or matrimonial profile, and lured in some ladies. Then after a couple of days, he told that he wants to sell off all his property in London and he wants to come and settle down in India. And he'll be transferring some jewelry from out there to the person who is based in India. The person in India had only met this fraudster through social media account and had never seen that person in person. Even though they had talked over the mobile phones, the account or the mobile number that was used by the person invariably and had that international code of the country from where he was trying to say that he was in. Like in this case, it had a +44 code showing that the person was staying in London. However, this fraudster was using this card that was purchased out there in India itself. He never used to keep his mobile on ordinary call. It used to be always on Wi-Fi networks, because international calling would have been quite expensive for this fraudster. So he used to always keep it on Wi-Fi networks in India. So what happened? This person told that I'm in London and I'll be sending some jewelry for you, and you kindly get it cleared from the customs out there in the country. After a couple of days, a day or two, the lady in India, she received a call purportedly from Delhi Customs Office that there was a parcel which was there in her name, and when it was scanned, it revealed that there was a huge amount of jewelry. The valuation is about 50 lakh to a crore, and she will have to pay a customs duty of about 2 lakhs to get it cleared. The lady also thought that maybe it's a genuine call from the customs, and then she was given an account number to deposit the amount. She did not verify about the account number. She deposited the money, and once the money was deposited, there was no other call from anybody. She did not receive any parcels, as well as the profile that was created on the social media account. It also got deleted. It was also deleted. The person lost an amount of 2 lakh rupees. Even that bank account where this money was transferred, turned out to be an account where KYC norms were not followed, and it was difficult to track down the criminals because the amounts were withdrawn from various cities. So we need to be a bit careful while dealing with such things. It's always better to take such things with a pinch of salt. Cyber terrorism, I won't be dealing much into it. So in financial frauds, as I said, the basic types of frauds that we see here are the credit card or debit card frauds, which are in the nature of phishing and phishing attacks. In phishing attacks, various fraudulent emails are sent to the victim, which ask him to click on a particular link, whereby he later on gives in his username, password, and all those transactions, which are used to withdraw amounts from his account later on. Sorry. Similarly, the phishing attacks take place in which the victim receives calls on his mobile, and where the person in the front is impersonating as a bank official or any other kind of official. Like as I said, in the last 15-20 days, people have been receiving calls purportedly from people who are working on the vaccination program for the vaccination of COVID-19, and they're saying that since my mobile number or your mobile number has been selected for this vaccination program, we need details from your side. So such types of information should not be revealed. Nigerian lottery fraud is the oldest fraud that most of us have received. I think 99.99% of us have received such emails wherein some legacy of ours was traced back to some foreign country, and some purported relative of our had left a handsome amount of money out there, and we were supposed to give all our details so that we could get that money. Invariably, after parting with those details, we realized that we have even lost the money from our bank accounts. So one needs to be careful on this point. One of the important frauds nowadays is this email spoofing. I'll just tell you one example of it. There is a multinational company in India which has a huge tea business. It controls about 50% of the tea business in India. They used to purchase their machinery from European countries. So normally most of the amounts that were transferred to Europe were directly through the modern system of direct fund transfers into the accounts. So what used to happen that the supplier, the European supplier, when he was about to supply the machinery, he used to send an email that we have this and this bank account, and the amount may be transferred on it. And since the suppliers were well known to this company in India, they used to know the bank account details, and they used to invariably send the amount on that bank account. Once what happened, they received an email purportedly from that foreign supplier stating that we have changed the bank account and the funds may henceforth be sent on this new account details. The email address was just similar to the email address that they used to be using previously. However, there was the change of one or another alphabet. Like if it's financial, FINANCIAL, they might just change the email address to FINANACIAL. So just a word here and there, and they used to send the email. Even this company, without realizing that it might be a fraudulent email, they used to note down the new email, the bank account on which the payment was to be made. In this case, what happened in one of the cases, the email address that was sent by the supplier, it was hacked in between, and they changed the account numbers. So even that might happen. They changed the account number to the fraudster's account number, and they send it to the company in India. Even this company in India, without verifying whether the bank account has really been changed through any other source, they send the amount into the new bank account details. The next day, they called up the company in Europe that we have transferred the account to your new, transferred the amount to your new bank account. That's when they realized that the foreign company has not changed its bank accounts, and there was a fraud which was committed through some unknown entity. Fortunately, the company in India, they approached the cyber police quickly. They also approached their banks to stop the payment in case it's been released from the bank account. Unfortunately, by that time, since it was an online transfer, the funds were transferred from the Indian bank to the foreign bank. In this case, to the advantage of the Indian company, since they had approached us within 6 to 8 hours of the transaction, we were even able to ask the bank in the other country to stop any forward transfer of those payments. The amount involved was in the tune of around 8 crores that was transferred from here. Fortunately, before the amount could be transferred from the foreign branch to any other branches, the amount was freezed out there. And this happened because the information was communicated very quickly and within a short span of time. Unfortunately, if they had realized about this fraud, say after a day or two, or maybe later on, then it would have been difficult to freeze the bank accounts into which the amount had gone. Because many times these fraudsters, they use this technology of transferring the funds from one account to other and then withdrawing it systematically over a span of an hour or two. So in case you realize that you have been a victim of any financial fraud, the first thing that you should do is just call up your bank from which the amount is transferred and tell them that such and such fraud has taken place. Ask them to freeze the bank account and ask them that to check the bank accounts where the amount has been transferred and also communicate to the banks further to freeze that account so that the money doesn't leave the financial system. Secondly, inform the police, inform the cyber cell, as well as the local police station in which jurisdiction you might be staying. Because the earlier that we are able to freeze the particular bank accounts, the better chances of that money not leaving the organized market trade. Because once the money gets out of the banking systems or the e-wallet systems, it becomes difficult to track down the flow of the money. In fact, I would use this opportunity to make an appeal to the banking system as well to see that the KYC norms are followed strictly, because many times it was realized that the bank accounts were opened in the names of people who did not even have the financial capacity to have that much funds being transferred into their accounts and being withdrawn in a short span of time. Invariably, these people were used as pawns. They were paid some commission for the use of their financial accounts. Another kind of fraud that is more common nowadays is the ATM fraud, wherein the scammer, he tries to get access to your ATM details with the use of a camera or some other technology to get details of your debit ATM card as well as the PIN. See, if somebody just finds your ATM card or your debit card, it's of no use to him until he has access to your PIN as well. So what these people do, they create some mechanisms in the ATM system itself where they are able to access information of both these things, your card details as well as your PIN details. There is this thing called scanners, which are able to scan your card and store that information, which can be printed onto another card which is used by the fraudster. But that can just store your card details. The fraudster also requires your PIN details. So how does he get access to the PIN details? He uses various systems for this. One of the common old systems that was used was to fix a small camera which will be able to capture your PIN when you enter the PIN in the ATM machine. If you see on the left hand side, we see the original ATM machine that is there. On the right hand side, we see that where the card slot is there is a card reader that is inserted as well, which reads and stores the data that is there on your card. Similarly, there is another type, the typing keyboard, that is put over the original keyboard that records your pin details. Similarly, there are other things that are used, like the camera system, as I said. Similarly, sometimes thermal imaging systems are used, because whenever you're pressing the keyboard for the pin number, there is a thermal pressure that is applied to it. So if we see that when a thermal image is taken, if the thermal image shows a highest amount of heat on a particular button, on a particular numerical number, it means that that is the number that was pressed the latest. The number having the least thermal energy on it will be the number that will be pressed first, because after pressing the first number, it will have some time for thermal dissipation. Then the second number will press, third and fourth. The fourth one will have the highest thermal imaging on it. So fraudsters, they use many of such things. So the best strategy that we use nowadays is to just hold one hand over the other and press it either with a pen or with a pencil, because that way neither any thermal imprints will be left behind, neither will any camera be able to capture that. So these are the small things that we need to, these are small precautions that we need to take care in our day-to-day life. Hacking is another important thing that is affecting the business world. Hacking may be in the nature of denial of service attacks, as well as there might be some virus dissemination into the system. Nowadays, what happens, like many businesses are seeing that their systems are hacked, and the hacker asks for some amount in the nature of cryptocurrencies to release the data on your system. See, in 99% of the cases, the hacker never releases back your data onto the system, even though you might pay him the amount. So the best thing, or the best precaution, is keep your systems updated, keep your firewalls and your antivirus updated, because these are the things that will save you from such things. Also, if possible, keep a backup of your data, because in case any of your data is hacked into and it's made unreadable, then you can just reboot or just clean up your systems and load in the data that you have already stored somewhere else. Software piracy is one of the things that is increasing nowadays. Pornography is another issue, and child pornography, pedophile is one of the issues that, as a law enforcement agency, we are facing all around the globe. This is in the nature of fake profiles that are created on social media platforms, as well as many matrimonial sites. As I said, matrimonial frauds are increasing day by day, because if you see nowadays in our society, since the level of education is quite high, and both the males and the females, they are working, so these fraudsters try to follow your social media accounts to get information about you. How does a person, or how does a fraudster know about your personal life? He gets these informations or these links from his social media accounts. And see, the best thing to know about a person nowadays is just Google him out. You'll get all the data about the things. These are just some of the precautions that we need to take to prevent online predators from having access to our data. There is an old story that does prove in this point to some extent. a thief who had robbed a house was caught by the police. He had robbed the house wherein the people from that house, they had gone outside for a couple of days. When they came back from the trip, they realized that their house has been robbed. They lodged the police complaint. The police was able to track down the culprit after a couple of days. So when they were questioning him, they were quite puzzled, like, how did you know that the people weren't there in the house? So he gave in some interesting inputs. He was like, sir, I had been following their social media profile for many days. I knew that they were gonna go out for some days. And when they had gone there they had gone for a trip, they had posted their photographs of the trip. That enjoying in Hawaii. So while they were enjoying in Hawaii, that was the right time for me to burglar into the house. So as I said, you need to be cautious about who you are sharing your details with. So some of the points were like, don't post too much of your personal details on social media, networking media, where everyone can see your details. Restrict it to the people that you can trust. Similarly, avoid topics related to your gender, age, location, etc. And don't share your problems of home and school, etc. on your social media, which can be viewed by all. And take security measures like privacy settings and set the limit of who can view your profile and the details. Delete most of the emails that have been received from unknown sources. Similarly, hide your personal information like interests, hobbies, family details to outsiders. These are some of the tips to the young netizens. And some privacy tips relating to social media platforms. So, how to keep our digital communication devices safe is firstly update your antivirus protections, use personal firewalls, update anti-spywares, encrypt your sensitive data. Similarly, use a strong password. Change the password at regular intervals. See, most of us, we keep the same password for everything, right from our bank accounts to our computer accounts to our household key, like digital locks on in our houses and everything. Similarly, scan all your email attachments, create a backup of your files, don't share the passwords, and don't use pirated softwares. And as I just said, single password for all accounts. As far as possible, avoid it, just to mitigate the risk. It's like in the financial stream, as we used to say, don't put all your eggs into the same basket. बास्केट कहीं फूट जाए तो एटलीस्ट कुछ ना कुछ तो एक बचना बहुत जरूरी है. These are similar tips for mobile security. Also, another nowadays the important thing is our Wi-Fi security. Most of us use Wi-Fi for digital communication nowadays. So the thing is, like, as far as possible, keep your Wi-Fi router or your password well protected. Don't share it with many people. And secondly, that identification of Wi-Fi should be kept in the off mode. People around you should not be able to know that there is a Wi-Fi in your house. Now, if we see in the future, the thing that is there will be the Internet of Things. Now, what is this Internet of Things? Internet has entered our life like anything. It has entered our mobile phones. It has entered our air conditioners, our light switches. It has already entered into our vehicles. So in the future, say in 5 to 10 years, most of the things that we are using today will be run through internet. By now, most of you have various devices like Alexa or Google in our houses, through which we can turn on any electronic devices, say our air conditioner or electrical switches. So in the future, 5 to 10 years, most of the things in our household or daily usage will be run through internet. So we need to keep ourselves well aware of the developments in the cyberspace and how to protect ourselves from being defrauded. In Internet of Things, our daily usage, like even our cars, will be run through internet. So if anybody hacks into the systems, I can control your car at what speed it might run. But there's one shouldn't be afraid of such uh, frauds, because we can keep our systems updated and use right firewalls and right antivirus devices to see that nobody else has access to our electronic systems. The future scenario of our cybercrime will be in the nature of increasing fraud cases relating to phishing, lottery scams, job scams, wherein the person need not be physically present there. In the olden days, see, robberies used to take place where the person used to come, used to rob, and then used to take the physical money away. Nowadays, the person sitting in some other country can rob us through cyberspace by getting access into our bank accounts and transmitting or transferring money from our bank accounts. Similarly, we need to take care of the increase in matrimonial frauds, debit card frauds, credit card frauds. Similarly, data leaking of banking customers also leads to phishing calls, and data theft from corporates and false cases by employees who resign from the company is also on the rise. See, one of the important ways that many times fraudster use to obtain your information is like if we visit any festival or any big mall nowadays, the people who say that you can win a particular card free of cost by just giving your details, there'll be a lottery. I don't say that all lotteries may be fraud, but there's a likelihood that the information that you share there can be used by that person for a cyber fraud. Similarly, while changing your bank details, check out that the source is an authentic source for it. These a small list of the cyber, because the Information Technology Act deals with most of the cyber crimes. Just skip 2 3. So see, this is the family that is there. So it has both cyber immigrants, that is the people like us who never had cyberspace when we were in our schools. The first mobile phone I saw was when I was in my college. That too, it was a huge mobile phone. The size has reduced, the functionality has increased. So we are like cyber immigrants who have immigrated into this platform of digital age and cyberspace. Our children, these are cyber natives. They have been having this cyberspace right since their birth. If you observe, most of our children, they know many things better about our mobile than ourselves. When my child was about 1.5 years old, by that time he had already realized how to open the mobile and put in uh, that particular access form that was to be given. So the next generation is a cyber native generation, and for them, this is the start of their cyber journey. So we need to share these precautionary measures with them as well. Thank you. That's the end of the PPT.
Thank you very much for that enlightening session, sir. I can only but agree with you that technology in the wrong hands is a deadly weapon. We are indebted to you for taking out your valuable time and sharing the knowledge with us, sir. We are really obliged. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
So,
In
with
case
this,
there are any questions, yeah.
yes, sir.
In case there are any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer those.
Yes, sir. Just a second, please. Sir, I trust there are no questions as the presentation itself was lucid clear. Thanks a lot for that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, sir. Dear delegates, I request you to stay on with us. We will have our valedictory session with Dr. Rajneesh Ratna at sharp 4 p.m. Thank you. Welcome, Dr. Rajneesh, sir. We would be starting with the valedictory in 5 minutes. I request for your cooperation, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Rajneesh has to join now.
He's joined already.
ये वीडियो ऑन रखना है. A hearty good afternoon to all who have joined in this conference. We now move towards the close of the proceedings, and I welcome you all to the valedictory session. We are fortunate to have Dr. Rajneesh Ratna to deliver the valedictory address. On behalf of Joshi Bedekar College, I welcome him on this virtual dais. Dr. Rajneesh Ratna is currently working as Associate Professor at Gedu College of Business Studies, Royal University of Bhutan. Before joining this position, he has worked as Associate Professor at ISBM Pune. An alumnus of IIT Kharagpur, He completed his MTech in HRD management and PhD on exploring the dynamics of learning organization. He has been the recipient of
Welcome, ma'am.
prestigious awards such as the BIPES Best Educator
Sure,
Award
ma'am.
2020, the ICMDR Best Researcher Award, and Best PhD Thesis Award by ESN Publishers. He has been invited as a resource person for a number of seminars, webinars, and workshops, and has been the keynote speaker at national and international conferences on subjects such as innovations in marketing and education, technology reforms after COVID-19, and policy engagement at ASEAN. He has also conducted management training for organizations like Tata Motors, CRPF, and Bhutan Power Corporation. He has also provided consultancy services to organizations in India and Bhutan. He has more than 50 research papers to his credit, which many have appeared in Scopus list. He has also contributed chapters to books, study materials, and the EPG Pathshala project of the Government of India. It's my privilege to hand over the reins to such an academically active personality, Dr. Rajneesh Ratna.
Good afternoon. I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for such a deliberate introduction. And respected, good afternoon, all. Respected Chairman, sir, Madam Mandal, and Chief Guest, Principal Dr. Suchitra Nayak, Pro Vice Chancellor Dr. Ravindra Kulkarni, Honorable Shri Suresh Prabhu, sir, Member of Parliament, eminent session chairs, keynote speakers, moderators, participants, organizing team, and special thanks to CA Madhura Joshi, and last not least, the contact person, the big thanks to him, Professor Nitin Wadne. When I got this invite, definitely many things was going on. That what could be the right address, what could be the right topic to discuss here on this platform. And from many last 8-9 months, we have developed, we have acquired a different skill set, which we have not used earlier. We are well versed with social media side. We are using we are practicing on software. Many more things are there. But in fact, this topic is recent trend, which is we are talking to accounting, taxation, finance, and auditing. Why we are looking for the recent trend? So one just a small quiz I was having with myself only. Is it maybe because of this pandemic we are talking about the recent, or we are looking for the recent development in last 5 to 8 years? So definitely we can sense that, yes, it is about last 1 year when this pandemic started, and it has given completely adverse effect is there across the people, every sector, everywhere. But as a teacher, as a researcher, as a professor of faculty of professional courses, especially the audience sitting here, they are from this account. We are somewhat different from other papers like history, geography, many more. Especially we can say the art subjects we are having. Professional course is somewhat the modus of operandi is different. And we need, because in other courses, we are not able to see our performance.
I'm not talking about your feedback. I'm not talking about your promotion. I'm not talking about your research paper, articles published, awards you have received. Our real input is we are inculcating professionalism in our students. And when they're performing, our input is being used as the close collaboration is there, academia, industry. Our input is being used in very the real Guru Dakshina is coming there. You can see yes, Joe. Sir, I'm audible to the audience. I think some technical glitch. Yes. Or
Yes, sir,
live.
you're audible now. Yes, sir, you're audible now.
Yeah, madam, I'm audible to you. So, okay.
Yes, sir, you're
We had
audible.
some disturbance, right?
Yes, slightly. I
Yes.
guess the network was went off.
So,
Yeah.
yes. So I was just scratching and trying to find out what exactly we are supposed to discuss here. What recent trend we are looking. And this Guru Dakshina, I have already explained that our input is industry is taking as an input, and when our students are performing there, this is what the real Guru Dakshina is there. Nothing is going to give that much of satisfaction when your students are following in different position. You are saying proudly, yes, this is my HR student passed out in 2010. Now he or she is director HR, and this. Now the recent trend we are talking about last 1 year. What was the situation? And what are the advantages, challenges we have? We'll go one by one. First, the audience, I am assuming either the teacher, participants, or students of BCom. For them, we are having this pandemic. We are forced to move from this journey. We have started like our course curriculum. So why this kind of balance was completely disturbed? What are the changes has taken place? Adverse effect we have seen. So problem with this pandemic was it is full of uncertainty. When lockdown was announced, when the arrival, we have seen this, that slowly it has landed and moved from one country to another country. So biggest problem what we had here is it is full of uncertainty and level of uncertainty, unprecedented level of uncertainty. We are not able to make any decision because we are not having reliable data or information is not available. In our lifetime, this is the first time we are going through that situation. But one thing we have gone through and we have seen that as an audience which is sitting here, all professional bodies, all faculty members, and especially I'm talking to the students, those who are final year or they're about to complete and they're planning to move into the industry for the job. What we are finding, what we are seeing here in this pandemic, only one business was working, and that is, we can say, e-commerce. Throughout, we have noticed, throughout, we have seen that e-commerce business, even though we have the very difficult situation, and the platform was able to. So, what is the point I'm just trying to highlight is that, yes, recent trend is talking about that we should learn. If we have not learned yet, this is the time. Now we should learn how we can go for e-accounting, taxation, e-tax filing or taxation we are doing. Is it possible to have finance related work through the online e-finance? Can we conduct e-audit through the online or e? This is what this pandemic has given us a platform where we can practice many more business or business related practices. If it is HR or it is some, yes, limitation is there, but marketing for them, just before that, Patil sir was talking about social media's misuse of the social media. But at the same time, we can see that all the companies, real marketing or sales is not possible, but through the social media, they were quite visible. We can see, and we have enough time to review, go through the products, we can read more detail, and we can find the solution is there. So whether rather than saying it is, yes, it is e-commerce, in fact it is e-business, and where here one dimension of business we are looking for the finance, money aspect only. For setting a business, we need 5M, and each M is having in their own specialization. Man, money, material, machine, market. And these 5Ms, we in management programs, we are offering different specialization. Money is here in terms of accounting, in terms for our taxation, finance, audit, or any other, whatever different modes we have. So it is giving, but opportunity is coming through what? It is mediated through technology. Only one solution we have, and solution is we are getting from information technology. Definitely, before the pandemic, I was having this question that what this IT people are doing, why that much of job opportunities there, what they are doing from many years, and this number of companies are there, and this number of employment generation is there, what in fact they are doing. Whatever the problem we are facing today, one and another way it is mediated, or the solution is available through the information technology. Whether we are saying it is the problem of marketing, yes, we are having technology mediated marketing. We can see the recent trend is E. Word of mouth. Earlier, those who are doing research in marketing, they are talking about the word of mouth. Now, it has been replaced by e-word of mouth. Customer loyalty, customer e-word has been as everywhere, and we must thank this IT people, IT professionals, for every problem they have given one solution to us. Whether it is online business, whether it is online marketing, whether it is online training and development, whether it is online classes. Only thing is that we definitely we were not prepared till we can say half of this year 2020. After that, situation forced us. We are forced to move from office to home, and then similarly business also moved from there, limited to, and solution is limited through on the online basis only. Latest trend is saying the fast growing industry in the global economy. Even we can see in the production, supply chain management. So altogether, we can summarize here that business opportunity in terms of job, when our young professionals, those who are completing and they are looking for the job, huge job opportunities there. Those who are looking for their own business, I wish that many more entrepreneurs from this college, they can go for new startup, and still we can see the opportunity is there through the e-business only, e-commerce only. Challenges will be there, no doubt. We had this challenge, pandemic was the challenge, we are forced, but IT, we are blessed with this IT in the era of information technology, and for every problem, the solution is there. So this is what we can assume here, that yes, recent trend is skill development of our young professionals with the E-word. Yes, so many things that we are doing. The ERP is there. You people are working on Tally. Huge number of software is there. But now, if our movement is restricted, still we are having option to work on. This is what I can request all professionals sitting here, that we need to develop
We need to inculcate that now it is information technology is integral part of our life, and they must learn it, not just being present on the social media side. And the same one, all different platforms are there, and you are expecting that your one post has to be available on all possible website. And the same time, we are also monitoring it, that how many people has liked and disliked. Come on, now make use of this era, make use of this skill set technology, and do well as an employee, as an employer, or as a consultant. Now, this discussion will be because you have seen your customers are also, their behavior is changing. They are also available through the online. They are going through the different reviews. So in our four big topics that we have covered, apart from this, this is, we can say this is the brain of our business. So these people are ready to move on online. So why not other peripheral marketing, HR, supply chain, all this are functions, HR functions or managerial functions with respect to all these elements. This is what we can, and this discussion is definitely one important finding was here from the McKinsey IT benchmark, a study of 80 telecommunication companies worldwide, and they have revealed there is a strong correlation between the profit margin and 5 selected areas of IT: customer analytics, digitalization of order management, self-service customer relationship management, IT application, and automation. So we as a customer, as a employee, as an employer or entrepreneur, a startup, it is opportunity is there. Definitely, we are not in a position right now to measure what are the adverse effects we have with the pandemic, but we can scratch, we can find out. Yes, future prospect is there. There is some challenges must be there that we have to face one and another way. Challenges will be new in the nature, something again uncertain, and we are not well planned for it. What is there when we have moved from this as an academician or as a researcher? When we are going through this part, it is incomplete if I will not talk about our roles and responsibility as a teacher. Now, what is that? See, we are knowing in e-commerce education, 4 actors are there: our students, industry, academic institution, and competency of our faculty members. Now we have to think, when we are going for these actors, we can look at other factors which is generating one and another way, revealing about these 4 important actors of e-commerce education. So we are finding, in terms of education, do you think our course curriculum is designed to have online discussion? Our course curriculum has been designed for the classroom discussion. E-learning is not new to any country or any language. But the level of preparation or level of the course curriculum design is needed to have effectiveness. It was a complete miss. And this problem we have faced as a teacher. Still, I'm about to complete the 2nd semester, and we have seen it thoroughly that course curriculum has been designed for the classroom discussion. That level of effectiveness is not coming when we are moving to the online system. Competency of faculty is definitely a question mark. We are using IT, we are using a smartphone, we are working on the laptop, we are doing research work, many more. But still, for taking it as a platform where our classroom has been shifted from 30 by 30 room to 30-inch by 20-inch display only. And here our competency is needed. Whatever the pedagogy we have used in the classroom, do you think that same pedagogy is applicable when we have shifted and when we are teaching our commerce student through the online? Definitely a question. How we are going to fill this gap when we are having any professional course, internship, training and development. We can say that industrial training and development. We can say internship. Different jargons and terminology has been used in different programs. How we are going to fit? This is really very challenging. Another way we can justify that, yes, industry experts are available through the online, and maybe they will be able to deliver. But the real touch when a student is visiting industry and day one to till completion of the program, you are learning lots of, maybe in terms of formal learning, limited. Just you are seeing the practical application of theory discussed by your madam and sir in the classroom. You are able to see how it is being practiced in industry. But lots of informal learning that you are getting in your organizational industry visit, that is completely missed here. We are informally, we are looking at the manager, we are looking at the senior who is your trainer when you are entering into this, or maybe you can say the mentor or your guide, industry guide. And informally, we are learning how this person is doing, what are the behavioral traits. Many more learning is there. It is not limited to one set of that, yes, it is 3 or 4 credit course, you will submit your report and it is. So that is the completely here a big challenge for us, that how we are going to fill this gap. Second is academic institutions, how much academic institutions are prepared to adopt all this support system for having the online classes. What are the financial and administrative support? More of this administrative support is there. Technology, information technology, many more things are helping us and guiding us to work on look at what are the things we can. But at the same time, we have realized the problem is there, and this problem is sometimes beyond the control. I was just trying to connect one of the faculty. She must be trying to give some instruction for the same platform where we are discussing here. And we are not able to connect. Finally, through the masses, it has been revealed. What else could be there? That how we'll develop the competency of our students, which is the most important. And in this situation, how we are going to meet the industry expectation. So all the big personalities, all professional bodies are sitting here. They are the right platform. Here we can take, yes, opportunity is there. We are in a position to do something which we have not experienced or which we have not practiced earlier. This is the time we can take a call. Definitely it is going to increase. I've realized in last 2 semesters, I've realized workload has been increased, means multiple times in terms of preparation for the class, in terms of question, what question we are discussing in the class. Do you think that's solution? How to get attention? How to keep the classroom discussion on the same point? Some they are having problem, they are not able to connect to the video chats, video and audio system is there. We are not sure that the same time person is doing, whether the person is just connected for the attendance or. So challenges are there, opportunities is also there. We have acquired, and because of that, look at from sitting at one district of Bhutan, I'm able to connect you people dispersed and vast, diverse people, different geographical location, but we are connected through the one platform here. So my concluding remark would be that yes, the business opportunity is there. The theme which we have planned, it must be in the way or direction. It is moving towards just. I was going through the parts of discussion that yes, E word is definitely information technology, internet or social media site was well delivered by the sir. My problem, concern and conclusion here is that it is having opportunity for us. We need to acquire a required level of competency as a student. It is our responsibility to inculcate them. We cannot ask them. And I'm sure those who are 50 plus age, when we have started our career, we are forced to, or we are not having that level of satisfaction without going through textbook. Do you think our student is ready? These millennials are ready to go through this textbook. So now we have to make arrangement for them e-learning. They are also smart. They are also searching through the different sources, e-material they need. They are not going for any library. Physical presence in the library, you can say nowhere. If we are taking the one year or last 1 year, we cannot count. Last 5-10 years, I was working with a different organization, different profile. One work was additional responsibility was given to take care of the library, and as a mentor, I was just asking the concerned person that can you maintain the record, which level of the students are coming to library physically, and is it possible to track which subject, which area, which specialization. I worked in many leading private university of India, and we're surprised that hardly they are visiting, and some they are for some other purpose, definitely not for the study. They are finding library is a cool and noise free zone, something they have to hide, they have to sit, they have to discuss something which is not anywhere related to academics. Yes, only one or 2% people they are visiting for. Whether it is the research work, I'm telling you, for the PhD, where we have to collect many more information from the secondary sources. Situation is like that. So definitely now e-learning is e-platform, e-library is there, and library people, they have started sharing this login ID and they are serving us. So my point here is that we all together, from the industry, from academia, for academic students or real stakeholder, we all have to prepare ourselves that yes, in this trend, not only limited with our theme, but every sphere of business only. We are time being we are just ignoring other specialization in business management, or we can talk about the commerce, finance, taxation, audit. Every future development is with the support of information technology. If required, we need to revise our course curriculum. If required, we can plan our industry internship in that way, so that we can have better academic performance and we will have better performance of our students. In that, I will thank and wish you all the best, congratulate all the participants, wish you all the best for the future endeavor. Hope that our budding professionals, they will learn something, they will acquire requisite. It may be, if it is not available through the government side, or it is not available to your college, we are looking for some private sources, and we need to acquire. Now you can see many more universities in the pocket money. The different courses are there, and it is adding value to your specialization. So now you have to search is also available on your desktop. Search, plan. If you are looking for your own business, many more informations are available. If you are looking for your own as a professional, so many more sources are there. So yes, some challenges will be there. It is always there in any work. We are not having any sphere where challenges are not there, but we should thank IT, information technology, they have given us. And in some place, education, when there's a going for post graduation in education, they're having one topic, technology mediated education, technology mediated learning and education system, and it is broadly described there, like the way we are having HRIS, the way we are having e-auditing, and the similar things is given in more elaborated. I was having that address with one of this West Bengal Yadavpur University Department of Education, and one speaker will explain about the technology mediated learning. So this is what everything is available. Recent trend has changed, but it is asking us to acquire more knowledge, more skill, more expertise. Definitely it is supported with the IT as a professional, as a consultant, as a employer, or as a teacher, as a researcher. It has given a wide scope for us also. And I'm telling you, from last 6 months, rather than working or doing any research in HR specialization or any other business specialization, I'm paying more attention on teaching learning strategy, teacher leadership style, how to make teaching, online teaching learning more effective, How we are going to measure the outcome? Do you think the outcome of marks is the real indicator of the outcome? Outcome based studies, no. Somewhere we have approached one university, we have submitted one proposal that we want to see academic performance of the students. So their first question was how we are going to measure this academic performance. So we have proposed that we are going to use Bloom's taxonomy. And with that 6 levels of learning we are going to measure, this will be the real indicator somewhat, rather than using the marks. Marks is so many factors are there. As a teacher, we know how we do our evaluation. But whether the student has learned all the 6 levels of Bloom's taxonomy, our purpose is to be solved. So further, I'll request all the faculty members, first at least 1 or 2, conduct a research on this topic only, that in this situation, how you are going to have effectiveness in your specialized subject, and then whether what improvement is needed so that our student is going to fulfill the requirement of industry. Industry expectation is really very challenging one, and it is not directly from this commerce area, but in management, leading consulting firm, they have revealed that 90% of our professional graduates, they are not having employability. So this is the data is revealed in 2019 or 18. Now after the pandemic, is this number is going to increase further, or with the help of technology, people are going to deliver this? This is what. Thank you so much for patient learning. If any question, anything, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Thank you for your speech, sir. It seems the audience has found your speech so clear and lucid, that there are no questions, sir. In fact, yeah, and the crux of what you said, is for all of us to remember that teachers' job now has changed. Teachers have to adapt to the new situation, and students should be made aware of the entrepreneurial opportunities that they have thanks to IT. Thank you so much, sir, for your insight into these developments through which all of us are going. Now we move on to the next part of the program. The Department of Accountancy, as part of a run-up towards this conference, had organized an essay competition on the topic digitization, a boon to common man. I am announcing the winners now. First, I will announce the 3 consolation prizes in the essay competition: Rutika Bhavan, Faiza Farooq Sheikh, and Disha Tushar Baraskar. And the prize winners are number 3, third prize, Tejal Mirajkar, number 2, Dipti Patankar, and the first prize for the essay competition goes to Namita Venkatesh Pai. I congratulate all the winners. I also have to announce winners of the poster competition organized for the students. The third prize goes to Jagruti Gavle. Second prize goes to Shreya Sawant. And the first prize goes to Nikita Gaud. I congratulate all the winners of the poster competition. Now it's time for participants' feedback. And I request Professor Kanak Jayavant of NKT College to briefly remark on, to give us feedback on her experiences of this conference. Sir Kanak Jayavant, NKT College. Okay, may I invite CA Kishore Pichori Principal MMK College, Bandra. Sir is there. Yes, sir, please. Your feedback. Kishore, sir.
Good evening, Principal, the Speaker of the session.
Yeah, welcome, sir.
Who came all the way from Bhutan. I think I'm audible.
You are not
Am I
audible, sir.
Huh? Am I audible?
Okay, yes.
Yes. Am I audible? Hello?
Yeah.
You are audible, sir. You are audible.
Yeah. Good evening, Principal Madam. My dear friend Yogesh, the Speaker of the session, who came all the way from Bhutan, although online, Rajesh Ratna. I would say the whole session, the whole seminar was a fantastic, exploring, and one of its only kind seminar, recent trends in accounting, finance, and taxation auditing. The four areas which are challenges. Yesterday night only, many of the chartered accountants had a sleepless night. There are 4 or 5 courts where we tried so many. And I would say the seminar talked about, and especially the dignitaries who were invited, a huge long list. I think nobody has got that much, even candles on the birthday cake, what Yogesh and what the Valedictory College did. Such a long list of dignitaries we had, starting with Pro VC, Dr. Ravindra Kulkarni, the Honorable Minister. The ICI was at its full strength. So I feel that I've learned a lot, because always it's a day of learning. And this seminar, I hope each one of you carries it with sweet memories, and we're looking forward to the next year. More such innovative practices from Joshi Valedictory College. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable feedback. May I now invite Professor Kanak Jayawant of NKT College?
Madam, I have joined you. She's there. She told me I have joined. I request Kanak Jayawant.
Yes. Now we move on to the convener's review of the proceedings of the day. I invite Professor C.A. Yogesh
And a
Prasad.
technical problem with Kanak Madam join.
The entire journey
or I can say, I can sum it, the entire dream journey is coming to an end. And slightly having mixed emotions about this entire event. Let me just run through the entire journey. Last year, before the conference, which was conducted, that was the 16th conference which was conducted. A day before that, Principal Madam asked me, Prasade sir, next year's conference, you have to do it. So it was an order. So I could not disobey the order given by the Principal Madam. The immediate next question which came up was whether it will be a national conference or an international conference. Without any hesitation, I said, Madam, we will try for an international conference. Again, the words came, try? Yes, Madam. Means we will definitely look into these aspects, but international conference involves a lot of planning and involves a lot of scheduling to be done, lot of activities to be put into place. And yes, I took that as a challenge. Rather, we as an institution, we as an accountancy department took that as a challenge. Sir, we had a lot of alumni who reside out of India, and I was very fortunate to have a very good proximity with all of them. So then the question came of the budget. Means international conference, we never imagined that this pandemic situation is going to exist, and we will be having a conference on an online basis. But when I spoke with our students who were outside India, majority of them were in the panel discussion. Kedar Jagtap was there, then Mukesh Israni was there. They just uttered one sentence, sir, this is giving back to the college. So we do not expect any sort of remuneration for that. Madam confirmed and reconfirmed from me, sir, are there any expenses which are involved? Because it's an international conference. So without any hesitation, I had a full confidence in my students, and I said there would be no expenses involved. Even if it is it's a physical conference, they said, sir, we'll come down to India and we will give back this particular our share to the college. So that was an affinity which the students, even after the period of some 20 years, Kedar Jagtap was our student in the year 2001. So after a period of 20 years, he was having that same approach. No, this institution has made me to prosper. This institution has given me a lot, and it is a time to give back to the institution. So I would definitely come and I would be doing this particular conference. So it started. So I just came and just knocked the door of the principal and said, Madam, one international participant has been confirmed. So it went on. Then the journey started. Then fortunately, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, to which I represented, I was the chairman of Thane branch last year, they rendered a lot of support. When I first conceptualized this, we had to take an approval in the MCM, Managing Committee meeting, as to whether this conference can be partnered by Thane branch. We had a lot of difficulties. Means Thane branch directly could not collaborate, but the then chairman, he said, Prasad sir, you go ahead. I am with you. Means whatever conference, whatever you decide, will have my signature. Means even if you say that he had that trust in me, so whatever you say, Prasad sir, that would be final. So a signal was received from Thane branch, and the journey started. So one partner, one very strong partner, joined with our college for this particular conference. Then came Indian Accounting Association, to which we had approached, and they also willingly, means they had conducted one event with our Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. And when I told them this is what is our intention, that we would like to have you as a partner with in our conference. So without any hesitation, they also said, yes, we will be joining this particular conference, and there would be no this thing. No, there was some small this thing that you should be a member of Indian Accounting Association. We said yes, we'll definitely be the member, and they said we'll render all the logistical support that you need for this particular conference. So that biggest support was the database. So they had a huge database of around 10,000 to 15,000 researchers, which was there. So they shared that database with us, and it helped us. We sent emails to all of them, and we invited the papers from them. The question was the situation which existed. Pandemic had burdened the teacher to such an extent, with the exams going on and with all the other activities going on. It was really a tiring task for the teachers to write the paper. But in spite of that, wherever we could exercise our weight, we just told them, this is what is our conference, so kindly write the papers. A lot of our friends came together. They said, sir, don't worry. that included some very good friends like say Girish Madalkar. He said, Prasad sir, it's your conference, it is our conference. We'll write the paper for you, and not only that, we'll ensure that you get good amount of papers. So it went on. The journey went on, and we got some good papers also in that whole process. Then came the planning of this entire event. The planning of the entire event, the speakers to be organized, the commitment to be taken from the speakers. All those activities had its own toll on us. I had a dream that the most professional body, that is our Institute of Chartered Accountants. I'm a chartered accountant. I'm very proud to be a chartered accountant, and very proudly I can say that that professionalism, whatever exists, that it comes through this particular forum, or rather you are trained in that particular manner. Seeing the events that takes place and this thing, you may be bubble down for a certain this thing, but no chartered accountant will have fear in his mind. So I said, yes, we will take up this. And I wanted our institute to have a maximum participation in this. I approached my friend, C. Lalit Bajaj, who is the chairman of WRC. And my first contention was, I never imagined that the vice president of our institute will also consent to this. My first this thing was, we want you as a chief guest. So again, I enjoy that privilege that people say that, yes, you can take a blank signature from us. They trust us in that particular manner. There are people who trust us, and without any second thought, he said, you can take a blank signature from me. Wherever you want, you can put me as a chief guest. So I said, no, you are having your own position. You are having your own commitments. So I cannot take you for granted. Friendship is one part of it, and professionalism is other part of it. So we have to be professional. So you please look at your diary and you confirm. He said, no problems. He called his secretary. He marked that particular day, that 16th of January, I am doing this. Then I thought that I should invite the vice president also. Now, as far as our vice president is concerned, he is a teacher, sir. Means he was the principal of one college before becoming the chairman, or rather he exercised both these roles in one go. He was the chairman of our WRC at that time, and he was also the principal of a college. So I used to always have a praise for him. I used to always say, sir, how did you manage this? Because managing one role is a difficult task, and you are managing two roles at a time. So it is really something which is wonderful. So he said, nay, once a particular person decides to do that particular activity, he plans, he schedules his work, everything can be done. So he immediately, means I went and approached him, sir, I want you to be our chief guest. So he said, it's slightly difficult, but still, if you insist, I will try. Sir, just like a small kid, I just said, no, sir, no trying. I'm taking you for my this thing conference, and with the full your support, we are going to go ahead with this. So he said, Prasad sir, if you so insist, I will be there. Now, only one thing which I would like to tell you, that if there is any institute function, then I will have to give the first priority to the institute function. We cannot have a compromise on that. So if I give you a commitment, and if an institute function comes, I will be first giving a priority to the institute function. I said, yes, definitely. Then came the other thing, CA Mangesh Kinnare, who happens to be a very good friend of us. I just told him, Mangeshji, I want to have some chartered accountant who is a union minister. So it would be great if you can help us in getting that particular thing. He said, I will try for Suresh Prabhuji. So I said, yes, Durga Shakara Yoga hai. If Suresh Prabhuji consents to this particular thing, it will be a great opportunity, and it will be a great honor for all of us to have him as a as a guest of honor. He said, okay. Then he called Suresh Prabhuji's office. He happens to have a very good relationship with Suresh Prabhuji. Suresh Prabhuji said, I cannot give you a commitment because there are a lot of activities which are lined up, and I cannot say with certainty. But yes, I can assure you that at least I will give you a video recording for your particular conference. So yes, we were very happy with that. The union minister is going to bless our conference, union ex-minister is going to bless our conference. We were very happy. So I came and I told Madam, Madam, Suresh Prabhuji has consented. We will either get his clipping or we will get his live recording for this particular conference. So we were not having the certainty as to whether he is really going to come, because all this were ifs and buts. And then one fine day, Mangesh called me and he said, "Are Yogesh, तुझे mail पाठवलायस का त्यांना?" म्हटलं, yes, I thought that he may not come, but we have sent a mail. No, you follow up with the secretary. And then he sent me the number of his secretary. I called the secretary, madam, and she immediately said, yes, Suresh Prabhu is coming, but only 10 minutes, sharp 10 minutes. His only presence and blessings for 10 minutes also is equivalent to the entire session for us. So she said, okay. We sent him the schedule of this particular conference. In the schedule, the timing which was specified was 11 to 11:30. She reverted back, sir, this is wrong. We have committed only 10 minutes. No, madam, it's a general timing which has been allotted. He can speak only for 10 minutes. He said, no, this will go to the press, this will go everywhere. So make it 10 minutes perfectly. Okay, so we yesterday we rechanged the entire schedule and made it 10 minutes perfectly. Then there was a lot of hiccups which came. The Murtuza Kachwala, who is the secretary of WRC, he said, president is in Bombay, president of ICI is in Bombay, and all the dignitaries are busy with the president. So we doubt whether they would be in a position to come for this conference or they would not be in a position to come for this conference. So I said, please don't give me this particular tensions at the last moment. So he said, no, they will definitely try, but it's slightly this thing, because when the president is there, the entire administrative team has to be with the president. You cannot have a compromise on that. So fine. Then I called Lalit ji in the night I remember at 11 o'clock after I went from the college. I told him that you have assured me, Tola, Yogesh, he used to call me Yogesh. Yogesh, don't worry, I told you I'm going to come, and I'm going to come. And it's a virtual conference. From wherever I'm there, I will be addressing the particular forum. So I got that reassurance. At the same time, the secretary of vice president said, sir, vice president is also going to come, but he would like to speak before, immediately after the blessings of your chairman, he would like to speak. So which we accepted. We said, yes, that is such a big personality coming to the conference itself is a boon to all of us. So if he is going to speak before all the protocols, then it is acceptable. And that is why we just made a slight reference to that. Because of the busy schedule of the chief guest, we had to slightly divert on the protocol issue. So he also came, he willingly addressed the whole thing. And then the entire panel, the panel discussion which took place, again, that gave us a lot of tensions. We had announced some world-back person to be in the panel. So at that time, they had their own doubts. They said, he said that I have to take a permission from my bankers. He was also our student, so I did not insist on that. I said, yes, you are right. If there are some formalities which are to be completed, let it be done, no problems. So he was out. So now who should be replaced? Fortunately, with the grace of God, since the connects in the institutes are so nice, and we had an international tour also last year, so I immediately called the chairman of Singapore branch, Kala Subramaniam. She is the chairman of the Singapore branch. I called her, madam. I told her, madam, I'm asking you at the last moment. Everything had been finalized, but we are in a soup right now. So can you help us? She immediately consented, sir, no issues. When all the dignitaries from the institute are going to come, I will really have no problems in coming and joining the session. And I'm really thankful to Kala madam, who accepted this particular invite at the last moment and ensured that the conference went on very smoothly. There were a lot of goosebumps which were going on. See whether this conference will happen. If something goes wrong, what is going to be how am I going to answer this thing? Because the entire planning, entire structuring has been done at our end. And fortunately, then in the morning, Murtuza called me. He said, don't worry, everything will be in place. So the entire panels, fortunately in the panel, Kedar Jagtap, he said, sir, I am with the college, I will support everything. Prabhakar Iyer, he is a very good friend of mine. He said, yes, sir, we are also coming. Then Mr. Pashinkar also said, yes, we are coming. So all the other things was in place, and the panel discussion went on so nicely, so smoothly, and everywhere. The feedback which was supposed to come, there were for the feedback, there were a lot of questions. There should be some participant who should thoroughly attend the particular seminar. So the principal of MMK College, he is again a good friend of mine. He said, Prasad sir, don't worry, I will be attending the entire day's seminar. So you don't worry, I will be the first person to give the feedback in the situation. So I was very much happy with that. So then Kanak Jaivan madam, who happens to be the HOD, Pitre sir also, who happens to be HOD, they all consented. But due to some technical issues, they are not in a position to join right now. I think Kanak madam had joined. Yes,
Yeah,
Kanak madam had joined.
yeah.
So should be really thankful to Kanak madam, who also attended this entire day's seminar, and she's going to give her invaluable feedback. Again, she has come to the each and every difficulties whenever we had. She is a moderator of our college, sir. Whenever we were facing any difficulty, at the last moment also, when we used to resort to Kanak Jaivan madam and Pitre sir used to always do this thing. Then coming to the aspect as to in this entire journey, there were a lot of expectations. Again, I will be very frank with all of you. I had a lot of this thing that they should come, they should help, and then I just thought that there is a concept ekla chalo re, correct na? So in this particular concept, again, I would like to specially thank our departmental colleagues, Padvinde sir, Madhura madam, Raut sir, though he was a guest appearance, he used to make it a point to be on this thing. Dipti madam, she used to come from Kalyan, and she used to ensure that the things were in place. So the departmental colleagues were a strong support in this entire journey for this conference to be useful. How can I forget Mahesh Patil sir? In the night, he called me at 10 o'clock. तसं दिसत आपण आता एक कॉन्फरन्स कॉल करूया. म्हटलं सर झालं ना आता सगळं, अजून काय आता कॉन्फरन्स कॉलमध्ये करायचंय? नाही आपण ह्यांना सगळ्यांना परत एकदा रिमाइंड केलंय का? आपण परत एकदा हे केलंय का? So as a good administrator, he was just ensuring, he was monitoring that the things are in place. So we four of us at I think 11 o'clock yesterday night, at 11 o'clock, myself, Vadvinde sir, Madhura madam, and Mahesh Patil sir, we had a con call, and we just had a brushing done on the entire event. Everything was smoothly done. And again, this entire conference planning, he used to come and he used to sit with us. He used to say, sir, me येऊन बसतो, आपण बसूया आणि आपण करूया. He had that experience, which I expected from other departmental colleagues, but unfortunately, fine. There was one person who came and who stood by and who said, yes, I am going to be with you and we are going to work together. So I would definitely like to thank him in public that, sir, you have always been a good help to us. Again, the principal madam, she had always supported us. I used to go and ask for a lot of things. Small things I used to go and used to trouble her. Madam, I want your time. Yesterday in the afternoon, I said, Madam, I request you now, no more appointments, please. I want to discuss everything about the conference with you. And she said, yes. We discussed a lot of aspects about the conference. There were small things as to what is the kit which was to be given, and everything. So as a kid, I used to say, I want to give the best to the teachers. I don't want to compromise on that. And readily, logically, with a proper budgeting, she approved many of the things which were to be done, and we decided to give a good moment to them. So thank you very much, Principal Madam. And formal vote of thanks will follow. But as a convener, I felt it that it is my responsibility. I would be not doing justice if I don't do this vote of thanks. Even thanks to Tokekar Madam also. Whenever we used to face any difficulty, she used to be there for support for all of us. Shinde sir, he was always there on the phone. So he said, Prasad sir, you don't worry. Whatever is there. Today morning also he called and he said, I was in a refresher course, but yes, your conference should go on very nicely. That he wished good luck to the conference. And last but not the least, sir, how can I forget you? I'm really grateful. I'm really in gratitude to the entire support that you have given. I'm very much overwhelmed, sir, that you attended the entire conference throughout the day. And had it not been for your support, had it not been for all of us, it would not have been the smooth selling in the way in which it happened today. Means there were a lot of this thing, but a small pat on the back is needed. And you have always given that pat on the back. Okay, yes, you don't worry. I am there with you, or we are there for this thing. And it is not only with me, it is with all the teachers, sir. They experience that particular thing. Yes, if anything happens, Dr. Bedekar is with us and he is going to help us. He is going to guide us. He is going to ensure that we walk on a very smooth path. So thank you very much, sir. Please continue the support that you always extended and always gave to this. slightly emotional as the conference is going to come to an end, because that entire journey is in front of me, whatever has happened. So fine, but with the grace of God and with the grace of our Guru, I can always say that try to give 100% for this particular thing. The rest of it is to be decided. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prasade sir. Indeed, it has been a historic journey for the accountancy department. I think Kanak Jayavant madam has joined. May I request her to say a few words, or as a reaction,
Yeah,
as a remarks?
yeah, yeah. Actually, there was technical problem, so I joined late. But I think it is not late when you want to express something, particularly when the person is emotional after doing hard work throughout the day. I'm observing all the sessions are so wonderfully managed, and really, uh, let me officially say that your 17th conference was successfully done I really congratulate Prasade sir, Principal Dr. Naik madam, and Trustee Vijay Bedekar sir for conducting this 17th conference successfully, and really right from beginning, when our own CA fraternity, from CA fraternity, Sir Jambu Saria came here and started this, and thereafter a wonderful keynote speaker who expressed on the Indian accounting standards and IFRS, the difference, and how in a lucid manner, in a simple way, which will read to students which are attending today. So wonderfully he explained this. Really, it was a very enjoyable session by our keynote speaker. After that, of course, Suresh Prabhu sir, in a very short time also, he touched so good aspects like the accounting for biodiversity, accounting for e-commerce, and definitely there may be the guidance note coming over it. So really, from that point of view, also the conference was really useful. After that, I think students must have enjoyed the stock exchange, uh, the taking the decision of analyzing and making research for investment. So that was also the wonderful session by the young speaker. So really, throughout the day, all the sessions, even panel discussion, we enjoyed, and it was a wonderful experience. At the end, really, I give congratulations and thanks also for giving me the chance at last moment also to express my views. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam.
Yeah.
Now, the accountancy department has completed this historic journey, but this journey was completed under the captaincy of our principal, Suchitra Naik, madam, and I request her to say a few words on this occasion.
Respected Chairman Dr. Vijay Bedekar, all the dignitaries who have connected with us throughout the day, good evening to all of you, and of course, good evening to all my colleagues and my dear students. Prasade sir has been very emotional because I could see for past few days there was total involvement in the event which was to take place. Recent trends in accounts, taxation, finance, and auditing for people coming from humanities sounds quite foreign. But when I was listening to various talks and when I was interacting with a few people, I realized that there are so many things in common, especially the word accounting and accountability. I feel over and above all, the message which we are taking with us today is when we are educationists. That's what I think our keynote address you also pointed out. When we are in education, we are accountable to the future generation, and we should never forget that. I have in the morning mentioned about IAA as well as WIRC. From bottom of my heart, I thank both these associations, and I feel it's such a good gesture, or it has come as such a good omen that our own teacher has been felicitated by IAA today. Dr. Neelam Sheikh, as you know, has shown empowerment in education, and in education especially of accountancy. Similarly, what I felt, that through this entire journey, I was reminded of one of the rituals which nowadays all students love. And, sir, I would like to tell you, they have various events. So, what they do, in the post meeting, they make a film. Okay, making of chrysalis, making of gandharva, and whatever sir was talking, I could actually visualize how tense we were at certain moments, how hot arguments we had. But so nice of you, Prasade sir, you converted everything. Jasa शेवट गोड ते सगळंच गोड, we can say. But intention was very clear. May it be of teachers, may it be of Prasade sir, or may it be of me or vice principals. In that journey which sir was talking, the film which I visualize, as he very correctly said, we can say that though he was shouldering the whole responsibility, our vice principal Mahesh Patil sir entered as a director. Okay, so this direction has helped in proper functioning, and this making this event a great success. I could see, cohesiveness in accountancy department, and I really appreciate that. And what I see, sir, this has to be taken as a new beginning. The most important, ज्याला आपण फलित म्हणू, the fruition of this event, what I feel, ki I could see a panorama of possibilities. Okay, in today's journey, in today's churning. And what is this panorama? We can start with so many courses being autonomous. There can be so many courses with advice of all these great people who have been connected with us. And I need not tell you, morning he said, so many business solutions are possible through through proper accountants. So I, sir, look forward to such courses. A few of department members are already join, and Raut sir will also take it very seriously. So I'm looking forward to more PhDs in the department. And through this churning, what we can give to the young generation, that we need to see. Okay, so this should be the beginning, new beginning. Now, again, I would like to place on record, or rather, I would like to appreciate when I realize that proper publication somehow, of only proceedings is cannot be done, because we can give our papers to even larger platforms. So I said, maybe as a souvenir, we have to have abstract book, and Vadvinde sir shouldered that responsibility so well that within 2 to 3 days we could come up with. And there is again, so much of variety of papers. So collecting 63 papers, 60 or more than 60 papers is not so easy. To make people write is not easy. Okay, vocal expression, yes, we all are experts of that, but when it comes to writing, as Prasade sir said, it really requires efforts. Okay, so this is really a good beginning. I appreciate parents of students who are sitting over here, because I know how parents are anxious about their children, but without looking at the watch, they have taken proper permissions from their parents, or rather, I would say, they are smart enough to know how to manage their parents, and they have been here, sir, for last whole week, and with all teachers they have been working together. So really salute to all the students. Technical support, sir. And what I could see, today somebody joined from Germany, our own alumni, somebody was to join from US, somebody from Singapore. I felt that maybe after 10 years, some of you might be joining like that to our college events. Okay, so this this bond between teachers and students is most important. So we may be in any profession. What makes our profession, or what makes education special, is this bond between student and teacher. Now, the most important thing sir has said, but this bond, when it comes to Bedekar sir, I think we all share the same bond. Sir, your vision, your energy, and your active support has helped us to conduct many such conventions, and I'm sure in future it is going to be there like that. So thank you very much, sir. And over to organizers. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. As you pointed out, our chairman of Vidya Prasarak Mandal, Dr. Vijay Bedekar sir, has been with us like a lighthouse, standing there to see that our journeys stay on course. May I request him to offer a few remarks on today's proceedings?
Well, friends, honestly, 5 minutes. Prasade and Madam has really described the whole journey. So nothing new I have to add because it is they. This conference has been conducted by them, and very aptly he has described the whole process journey. Madam also has expressed her thoughts over the whole process. And this is what every one of you must be feeling. You have been conducting these conferences for last 17 years now, 17 years. But I can tell you, we started our conferences, Vidya Prasarak Mandal conferences, probably that was in the Thorle Bajira in 1996. And I don't remember now which college did it, but probably Science, Arts, Commerce collectively we did. So maybe you started in 2003, but some earlier conferences we started in around 96, around that time. And since then, it was a kind of syllabus kind of thing that every college will have one national, international conference on a very important topic. Now, why do we need conferences? Believe me, that time, whole of Mumbai, ours was the only institution which was conducting conferences of this sort. Then it became kind of thing, a ritual. As a matter of fact, this thing also, HRD ministry and other also insisted that colleges must conduct conferences. But then why do we need a conference? Well, friends, the whole education concept is changing for last 25, 30 years. What you learn and what is believed to be education is your book education. Or in classrooms, what is taught to you. You learn something which has been already said 20, 30, 55 years back. In sciences, we learn, which is true, of course, what Newton has said 300 years back, which is true. Everything is based on Newton's laws. Nothing, no doubt about that. But fortunately, there is a change every minute. You and I cannot stop that. And if you really want to match, you want to walk, you want to scale yourself to that level of competency in the world, then that change you have to perceive, change you have to join with, and that can happen with the conferences in a college, your career of college. You are here for about if you include junior college, about 5 years. And that 5 years, only studying books and going through examination is okay. That's required, no doubt about it. But beyond that, you have learned today many things. I tell you, this was one of the best conferences I have attended. He said that I waited. I came here just to wish in the morning because I have to express my thoughts, and then I had two major meetings today, which I cancelled because really, believe me, what your earlier speakers were talking was extremely good. Believe me, it's not easy. They were so well articulated, and they were talking real subject. So it was wonderful. If you listen to this, maybe 2 times, 3 times, 5 times, because it will be on YouTube, it will be like reading 10 books. So conferences, most of the times you come across very good speakers, you come across subjects, you come across information which goes to you directly. You don't have to read that or anything. You learn a lot during that period. It is a lot of learning. It is a lot of learning. It's not only the day when we take a conference, it is the whole day. And our whole system is that we had designed that you must have 2 workshops. Why do we want workshops? Because the whole concept of workshop is different. Now, today we cannot discuss everything under the topic which you have the title. No, we cannot. So we divide couple of things, especially in sciences, that we cannot discuss them during the conference day, but we need to know them. So we have to take workshops, and actually they are supporting to the main theme of the conference. You have to be design your whole year in such a way that you have one workshop, go to the second workshop, and finally you go to the seminar day. So that's how we design. Well, friends, it is not only that. It is not only that. Organizing something is not easy, especially any conference. And you all, and many those who are maybe not here, they may be online now, they must have contributed to this. Yes, thanked all of you, but that itself is learning. That itself is learning. I tell you why it is a learning. Most of you, I expect that our students go to industry, or if you become a startup, you have your own startup or something, doing either a startup or in an industry, doing a job, responsible job, not only at the CEO level, but even at many levels but in between. It's not an easy thing. You have a lot of responsibility. How are you going to conduct that? There's a system, and that system you learn. Many a times I feel Indian marriages were the best. I don't know our new marriages, but old marriages, I know my marriage was 3 days. So organizing a marriage was a great management skill, and that we don't have such marriages now. But then you have such incidences or such events like your conferences, many other things. So successfully managing an event is not easy. It's a big job. It's a big job. So if you have contributed to that in your own capacity, in your own field, that's a wonderful thing. I see these 3-4 people are sitting here and they are doing a lot of things, maybe communicating to the virtual world and everywhere. But that's not easy, because we were watching here, even if 1 minute there is some delay, this thing we used to get disturbed. What is happening? But fortunately, again, I tell you, it was wonderfully conducted. You was some company you also hired. They have done a wonderful job. Well, friends, again, I'm trying to tell you, apart from the contents, which were excellent, but otherwise also, you learn a lot of patience. Fortunately, today you don't have to listen to hopeless speeches, but that itself is an art. If you want to listen to an absolutely third-grade speech for about 30 to 40 minutes, it's a learning. It's a learning in life. In life, you come across such people many a times, but you have to be patient and you have to listen to them. Maybe something you learn from them. So it is a total learning. You learn everything there. And as an educationist, as a head of one educational institution, personally, we feel that every institution must conduct one, not more than that, one national conference of this nature, of this kind, of this quality, and that itself is an education. Well, friends, next year you have another conference as a ritual. We'll have every year a conference. So whatever you have not been able to achieve this year, you can learn from each other. So that can be taken care for the next year. And of course, I would strongly suggest not abstracts papers. You have to. It's not easy to publish a papers. It's most difficult thing, because most of your speakers, they don't give any time. And then printing, there are lots of mistakes there, and so many other things. It's a big responsibility. That also one has to learn, that publishing your papers is not a simple thing. So see that you also publish papers along with the abstracts also. And of course, I mean, whether I should say that or not, you see, there has to be more numbers, because this is something you are not going to learn by books, as I told you. You have to attend conferences once a year. It's not long. I mean, virtually, they may be attending. Yes, in the morning, the number was about 170. Now it's around 50. Quite natural. They get tired also after sitting at home. So, friends, I thank Prasade. You have done a wonderful job. Excellent conference. Your selection of your speakers was extremely good. And that responsibility goes on to the next year, who is going to take that. You have to also continue the same quality and same responsibility. And finally, of course, I have to thank madam, that your responsibility as a principal obviously has to be there. You get credit, you get discredit, whatever is there, you get that. But since you have that responsibility, you have done that wonderful job. And finally, to all of you, you have been patient all throughout the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words. And now it's time for delivering the formal vote of thanks. I request Professor Nitin Vadvinde to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, madam. Good evening, all the researchers, participants on the virtual dais, of the dais, teachers, student friends. Good evening to one and all. We are almost at the end of this international conference. I am Professor Nitin Vadvinde from Department of Accountancy. It is an honor for me to have been asked to offer vote of thanks for this prestigious e-conference hosted by our department. It has been a tradition of a college to hold a national or international conferences every year. This year it is our turn to get into that field or conference. We, the department colleagues and students, under the able guidance of Principal Madam, and also with the proper collaboration and coordination with the steering committee of the conference, worked hard throughout the year. Even during the pandemic situation, we kept on advancing towards the organization of this event. Prior to this conference, we have already had 2 pre-conference workshops, one for teacher and second was for students. It has got tremendous response because both the workshops were on the YouTube and there were around 3,500 viewers. The present conference included keynote and valedictory addresses. 3 plenary sessions were held, 1 panel discussion, 2 technical sessions, and deliberation of various intellectuals and researchers and paper presenters. This conference has been organized by Department of Accountancy of Joshi Bedekar College in collaboration with Indian Accounting Association Thane branch and Institute of Chartered Accountants of India's Western India Regional Council's Thane branch. On behalf of department and my personal behalf, I extend my sincere thanks to our chairman of Vidya Prasarak Mandal, Dr. Vijay Bedekar sir, who gave his vital time from his busy schedule and grace the occasion with his blessings. I express a deep sense of gratitude towards our Honorable Principal Madam, who is also the Dean of Humanities of Mumbai University, Dr. Suchitra A. Naik Madam, for her continuous guidance and encouragement, and for being lighthouse of inspiration for all of us. Madam, you are greatly indebted to have you as our dynamic leader. Thank you very much, Madam, once again. I also place my hearty thanks to respected guest of honor, Member of Parliament and Union Minister for Railways and Aviation, Honorable Sri Suresh Prabhuji, for his participation and blessings. I express the word of gratitude and thanks to Honorable Pro VC Dr. Ravindra Kulkarni sir for his virtual presence and address for this conference. Our sincere thanks goes to Dr. Arvind Luhar sir and his team, also Dr. Nishikant Jha sir, who is the Secretary of the Indian Accounting Association Thane branch, for his guidance and address. I thank CA Lalit Bajaj, Chairman of WRC of ICAI, for being our guest of honors. I also thank CA Nihar Jumbosaria for their words of wisdom as a chief guest. I also would like to thank CA Suren Thakur Desai, Chairman Thane branch of WRC of ICAI, for his valuable presence and guidance in this particular conference. My sincere thanks also go to all the honorable guest speakers of all three plenary sessions, which includes CA Varadraj Subramanyam, CA Mangesh Kinare sir, Mr. Mukesh Israni, Mrs. Aparna Dharmadikari madam, CA Rachna Ranade madam, CA Kamlesh Sabu sir. Then in the panel discussion, we had CA Kala Krishnamurthy, CA Prabhakar Ayyar, CA Kedar Jagtap, CA Partharthi Srinivasan, CA Saurabh Pashane. They have given excellent address and guided us in this particular conference. I also would like to thank DCP Sachin Patil for his talk on cyber and financial crimes. There were two technical sessions held for paper presenters and students. Dr. Vinay Bhole from Model College is the ex-principal of Model College. He reviewed the presentations, so I am also thankful to him. At the same time, our own faculty, Dr. Mrunmai Thatte madam, who is a coordinator of banking and finance, so she also reviewed students' presentations. So I am very much thankful to them. I am also thankful to Dr. Rajneesh Ratna from Bhutan, who has addressed the valedictory as a chief guest there. Okay, I'm very much thankful to him, sir. During this journey, we have seen that certain committees were formed, and I am supposed to, rather, I should thank them because the time that they have given, it was when we started, I think in the January 2020, we have started this work. It was there in our mind, and then we started the work with these committees. So I should not forget them. Starting with the steering committee, Principal Madam is the chairperson and is the main head of this steering committee. Professor Subhash Shinde sir, Vice Principal. Dr. Priyamada Tokekar Madam, Vice Principal. Mahesh sir He was there actively involved and he was guiding us all the days. So I'm very much thankful to him. Narayan Barse sir, Vice Principal from Junior College, Sangeeta Dikshit madam, and our team. Then in the accounts committee, it was from the office, Manali Ambokar madam. She was the chairperson, and her team helped us in the account settlement. We are going to settle the other things from the month or in next 2-3 days. We will settle those things also. Rather, it is related to expenditure and that thing. Then sponsorship committee, Dr. Shirish Patil sir, Narayan Barse sir, again their advisor, and he was really helpful there for getting the sponsors. Correspondence and anchoring committee, I can see here Sujarha madam, Manoj Pataga sir, Archana Nair madam. I'm very thankful to them. It is because of them we can see all these things, the proper coordination. So I'm very much thankful to them. Technical committee that includes Dr. Sagar Thakkar sir and his entire team. I'm really thankful to him. Publication committee, as we have received total 63 papers. Some of that we have signed for UGC care journal, listed journals. So they are in the process of review, and soon we will get the means we have approached. I think we can explain it. No means it is the Shodh Sarita where we have approached, and soon we will get our paper published in that journal. So this is all about the committees, what they have helped us during this entire organization of the conference. I'm also sincerely thank our head of the department and convener of this present conference for his hard work, active participation, and complete involvement for this conference. Thank you, Prasad sir. It was nice working with you, and similar kind of thing we will be doing in coming years also. I thank my colleagues, Professor Atul Raut sir, Professor Madhura Joshi madam, Dipti madam, their continuous involvement and the support they have given right from the first day when it was announced that it is the accountancy department who is going to conduct this conference. So it was really nice working with these people. Friends, I will be failing in my duty if I do not thank all the respected faculty members from our college, aided, unaided, or we can say from junior college also. I thank them for giving their support. On the whole, I acknowledge the kind support received from college administrative team, office staff, the heads of the department, coordinators from the self-financing courses, faculty members, students specifically. Okay. So all these people have not only watched this YouTube live, it was, I think from 9 o'clock we have started the session and still it is going on. It was really tremendous, and I really hats off to these students and participants also. I once again thank each and everyone whose contribution has made this conference a great success. If unknowingly I forgot to mention anyone's name, please forgive me. That's it. So thank you one and all. Thank you. Over to Suja madam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The proceedings of the conference will come to conclusion with the singing of the Pasayadan. I request Shri Chirag
To add up on whatever Valedictory has said, there is one of our students.
Just a minute, convener Shri Prasad sir wishes to say a few words.
Mind also, it slipped Vadvindra's mind also. We sincerely thank Chirag Panchal, who is such a great singer, who is such a professional this thing, but he has come back to the college, and in the morning he has recited Saraswati Vandana and Pasaidan. Chirag, we sincerely thank you from the depth of our heart, from all of us, from our college. Thank you,
My
Chirag.
pleasure, sir. My pleasure.
Yes. Pasayada.
आता विश्वात्मके देवे येणे वाग्यज्ञे तोषावे तोषो निमज द्यावे पसायदान हे जे खळांची व्यंकटी सांडो तया सत्कर्मी रती वाढो भूता परस्परे पडो मैत्र जीवांचे दुरितांचे तिमिर जाओ विश्वस्वधर्म सूर्ये पाहो जो जे वांछिल तो ते लाहो प्राणी जात वर्षत सकळ मंगळी ईश्वर निष्ठांची मांदियाळी अनवरत भूमंडळी भेट तू भूता चला कर्पतरूंचे आरव चेतना चिंतामणींचे गाव बोलते जे अर्णव पियुषाचे चंद्रमे जे आलांछन मार्तंड जे तापहीन ते सर्वाही सदा सज्जन सोय रे होतु किंबहुना सर्व सुखी पूर्ण होनी तिन्ही लोकी भजिजो आदि पुरुषी अखंडित आणि ग्रंथोपजीविये विशेषी लोकीये दृष्टादृष्ट विजये हो आवे जी येथ म्हणे श्री विश्वेश्वरा हा होईल दान पसावो येणे वरे ज्ञान देवो सुखिया झाला सुखिया झाला सुखिया झाला
Thank you all